Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Today is Thursday, February 16th, 2023, and I'm welcoming you to a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is a beautiful day today in Manatee County, and we're going to start our meeting in our usual fashion. We're going to start by honoring God, and then we're going to honor our great nation. Is Pastor Andrew Meekoff here today? Wonderful, sir. You can approach the podium. He's going to lead us in prayer, after which our Marine Corps veteran and County Commissioner Mike Ron will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
Amen. Let us pray. Dear God, the creator of the universe, we invite you into this place. As decisions will be made, we humbly ask you to give us wisdom, guidance, and direction. As we are reminded from the Bible that you are the perfecter of all things, so give us this day guidance and wisdom. We know that your Son, Jesus Christ, came 2,023 years ago to give us this wisdom, to give us this hope, so we can love one another and be gracious to one another with love and compassion. And you gave us a message from the most beautiful ancient book on the planet called the Bible. That 2,023 years ago, God, you sent your Son to live a perfect life on this world and then die a cruel and painful death on the cross for our humans, broken humans, to show us that you forgive our sins, you forgive our brokenness and our hurt, that we can too forgive the sins of those who maybe we don't like, because you showed us the ultimate guidance. And the message is this, that if we put our faith that Jesus Christ lived a perfect life and then died a cruel and painful death on the cross, and if we believe that Jesus Christ died for our sins, and if we truly understand that God raised him from the dead, that means our sins too can be forgiven. The things we do can also be wiped away. And through this message of hope, God, we ask you that you guide us today, especially of these men and women standing in front of us, God, that govern our beautiful city, God, and govern our beautiful county. God, we ask you that you do that for them, that you give them wisdom from above, God, so all of us can live together in harmony and the obedience of the Father. And I ask you too, God, as a pastor, that our, Lord God, our beloved neighbors, that we all follow the greatest commandment, is love God and love our neighbor. And the only way we can do that, if we understand the greatest message that you gave us, is putting our faith that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, that he can forgive us, and the third day he resurrected to prove to us that he is God, that he is real, and he's coming back for every single one of us one day. So God, help us to be loving, to be kind to every single person here, in Jesus' name. And everyone said, amen.
A beautiful prayer, sir. Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you for your service to our community. Okay, we're going to start off by having Deputy County Administrator Courtney DePaul read off announcements and updates and changes to today's agenda. Mrs. DePaul.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Under citizen comments, there were public comments that were attached to the memo. Under advertised public hearings, presentations upon request, item number 10, LDCT-22-08/ordinance 23-14, formerly known as 22-65, County Issued Land Development Code text amendment for potbelly pigs. Public comments were attached to the memo. Item number 13, the first public hearing for LDA-22-01, local development agreement for Lake Flores, PLN 2112-0033. This item is to be moved to presentation scheduled with an updated agreement and exhibits attached. Item number 14, PDMU-09-04GR. It's the SR62 RV Park. Riverwoods LLC is the owner, PLN 2111-0040. This item was also moved to presentation scheduled. Updates from the Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for approval was added. Public comments. A revised specific approval request letter, a revised general development plan, a schedule of permitted and prohibited uses is voluntarily pro-offered by the applicant, revised staff report with changes highlighted, and a revised ordinance in strike-through underline are attached. Item number 15, PDR-22-10ZG, the Gagne General Development Plan with rezone with Robert H. Gagne Revocable Trust 2008 and CSR Acquisition Company 1 LLC as the owner, PLN 2203-0165. This item is to be moved to presentation scheduled with updates from Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for approval and public comments attached. Under advertised public hearings with presentation scheduled, item number 16, ordinance 23-35, formerly known as 19-13, Terra DRI number 11, PLN 2206-0019. Item is to be moved to presentations upon request. Updates from Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for approval and public comments have been attached. Item number 17, PDR-PDC-96-03 GR12, Terra Manatee Inc., as the owner, PLN 2206-0018. This item is to be moved to presentations upon request, revised ordinance and strike-through underlined format with changes highlighted. Updates from Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for approval and public comments have been attached. Item number 18, PDMU-PDR-23-01P, Legends Cove Preliminary Site Plan, formerly known as Sarah Bay. Palmetto Town Center as the owner, PLN 2209-0095. Item is to be moved to presentations upon request. Updates from the Planning Commission attached with revised alternative motion for approval. Item number 19, PDR-18-27, PR, Whitfield Preserve 2, PLN 2211-0082. A revised staff report and ordinance to correct specific approval number, revised stipulation F1, and an alternative motion in strike-through underlined format, as well as updates from Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for approval and public comments have been attached. Item number 20, PA 22-06, ordinance 23-28, formerly known as 22-48, East River Ranch Transportation Element Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment and Map Series Update. Public comments, neighborhood meeting summary, revised transmittal letters in strike-through underlined format, and updates from the Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for transmittal are attached. And then finally, item number 21, PA-22-10, ordinance 23-27, formerly known as 22-73, East River Ranch Large-Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment. Public comments, neighborhood meeting summary, revised transmittal letters in strike-through underlined format, and updates from the Planning Commission with revised alternative motion for transmittal have been attached. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, are there any items you'd like removed from today's consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, we're going to add the other items?
I'm sorry?
We're going to add, when we get to it, add the other items to presentation upon request?
To presentation on request, yeah. But for now, is there anything anyone would like to remove from today's consent agenda? Okay. Hearing none, we are going to move items number, let me get to the back here, 25 and 26 will be moved to presentation upon request. They are currently listed as presentation scheduled. So 25 and 26 will be presentation upon request. Ms. Shank?
So, as well as 22, which is the county-initiated map amendment for the watershed, and 23.
And 24?
County-initiated map amendment. And 24 is no vote, this is implementing LDC amendment. And those are both transmittal hearings.
Okay, so we'll also move then 22, 23, and 24 to presentation upon request. Okay, any questions as far as that's concerned? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Sir, Mr. Satcher, Commissioner Satcher.
Do we have a presentation with visual aids scheduled for the potbelly pig ordinance?
What number is that, sir?
I don't know. I was looking through, but I was just hoping we could get some potbelly pigs.
You wanted to see videos of potbelly pigs?
Well, we want them here. Want them in chambers.
Okay. All right, so with nothing being pulled from consent, that's good news. I do want to cover really quickly, in the last meeting on Tuesday, Commissioner Baugh mentioned that we made some, we were going to say make some big decisions. We didn't do that, but we did hear a lot of important information on Tuesday, and Commissioner Baugh wanted to briefly sort of review or discuss action that we took on Tuesday during today's meeting, so we had an opportunity to sort of sleep on it. Commissioner Cruz was not here for that meeting, so as far as I recall, what we heard, we workshopped or requested individual meetings. There were two items that we did take action on. One was the employee daycare center at 1.5 million. There were two options. We settled on the larger site for the least amount of cost, build-out cost for us at 1.5 million. Mr. Cruz, Commissioner Cruz, that did pass unanimously. Did you want to make comment on that one? And then we can go to the
No,
other
not
one.
on that one. This isn't up here, so I can't click to speak. I just, when we get around to, because I
Okay.
wasn't here, so I just wanted to.
Sure. So the other item that we did take definitive action on was expanding the Bishop Animal Shelter. There is $8 million that was previously allocated to that project for an expansion of kennels, of dog kennels specifically, because that's the only need at the moment. The project had ballooned to $17 million, and the board gave direction to staff that the project and the building would need to fit the budget, that there would not be additional monies beyond the $8 million coming in. So that would have to be the scope of the project. Other than that, everything was decided to be workshopped with a priority placed on the replacement of our county parking garage here and the renovations to the Convention and Visitors Bureau building as well. So that those two will be a single workshop, sort of morning and afternoon, and it'll be brought to the board with a priority. So that's where we left off. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, just, I'm certainly not going to talk as extensively as that. I did go back and watch all of it to the extent after lunch where I couldn't, but a few quick things on a few of those items. Convention Center you mentioned. I would just point out from a timing standpoint, part of the commitment, albeit maybe it was a soft commitment or handshake commitment to the hotel operator and developer, was that our convention center would be expanded and renovated coterminous with the opening of their hotel. I would look into whatever agreements we did or did not make with them before we push that too far down the road. That they're working diligently to get that hotel up and running. Relative to the beach market, you guys discussed that ad nauseum. I'll just reiterate the fact that I was wholly against taking that over in the first place. We have absolutely no reason to be running that. As for Dream Oaks, I do see Jeb back there. I did confirm a few things because I think some of it just because we were blowing through some of this and there wasn't briefings to have real discussion on it. A few things you should understand. The $1 million that was discussed relative to Dream Oaks with the facility out behind Whitfield Preserve is not for Dream Oaks. Whether Dream Oaks goes there, Bayside goes there, multiple people go there, that $1 million being spent. There's deferred maintenance and code issues associated with the current facilities and buildings out on that facility. So that $1 million is being spent even if we leave it empty. So that was not tied to a particular person or organization utilizing that space. I think it was kind of misconstrued as if it was a $1 million donation towards a specific nonprofit that was being discussed. That is not the case. Tunnel of the Towers, that was not $10 million to contribute to Tunnel of the Towers. First off, that's still $5 million less than what we were previously budgeting for. That $10 million was towards moving utilities. However, utilities is moving, whether we sell that land, keep that land, do whatever, that building is falling apart. That's one of the reasons that the Musgrave property on Lena Road was purchased in the first place and why utilities contributed half of it, because utilities is moving one way or the other. The $10 million was towards the moving of and eventual relocation of utilities. Again, outside the scope of Tunnel of the Towers, our contribution discussed to the point I was involved in it before I got pulled out of it for quasi-judicial was strictly the land, which is certainly substantially less than $10 million. And the last thing I would just verify, and I did ask Deputy County Administrator Bishop about it, and we haven't had a chance to follow up with Sheila. There was talk about the animal shelter coming back with an $8 million building, but $8 million is what we originally had budgeted when we were talking about the East County shelter. When we took back Bishop, we took 4 of that and reassigned it towards other things we were already doing at Bishop. I would verify what's left. I do not believe there's $8 million left to build a new facility because we allocated 4 for something else. Our understanding was we think we may have only spent 2 of it, leaving 6. But I would just verify what the dollars are left before we get a plan back for a building we don't have a budget for. That's all.
Is that something I don't really want to hash it all out today. I was just making sure if anyone had any reservations.
I was trying to be as quick and as efficient.
I appreciate
Hit
it.
a couple of high points because this is
Sure.
a very long agenda. I just want to make sure those things were clear because I didn't get the sense that things like the $1 million towards the Dream Oaks or the nature of where the $10 million is coming from the Tunnel of the Towers was fully clear in that discussion. In part just because there's no reason. I mean, there was no briefing for that because nobody even knew that agenda item was really coming up. It was listed as county administrator updating on projects, not 4-hour detailed discussion on $100 million
Correct.
worth of budget.
So immediately upon the departure of our previous administrator a week ago, it was brought to my attention by high-level staff that there were a litany of projects that the administrator had broadly expanded the scope of or had initiated without the consent of the board and without a formal presentation to the board. So that I made the decision then in the first immediate opportunity, which was that meeting, to have the administrator bring to us all of these things so that they could, so that the board would be brought up to speed at least as to what was happening. And all we really did was say some things, whoa, we need to pause that because we need to talk about it and, that sort of thing. But we can easily add the animal shelter. If there's more information you want to discuss, I can easily add that to a workshop.
No, I just want to make sure we were clarifying the points. Like I said, I don't disagree with having those discussions because a lot of stuff was coming up. Just people weren't, it was rushed to a point where there wasn't opportunities for briefings and knowledge. I think individual briefings on things like veteran housing, verification of where funds were going and how they were structured would have been made for maybe a little bit more of an efficient and knowledge-based kind of discussion. A lot of it, I think, was pushed off that really didn't need to be. But
Okay.
that's all. I just wanted to get those out there.
And there will be, just so everyone's aware, there will be another one of those update. There'll be a 2.0 update because as we continue to peel the onion back, but wait, there's more. So we will be coming back to the board again, and I'll make sure that the agenda is more detailed that time and that everyone is briefed ahead of time because we should have more time to take care of that. All right, any other questions regarding the Tuesday afternoon? Commissioner Baugh?
Yeah, just for, no, it won't work. Just for Commissioner Cruz, on the convention center, the original ask on that was 17.2 million, but we bonded actually 23 million because of inflation, just so you have those figures. I got them from Sheila the other day, just so you know. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, so then we're going to move on to item E, which is consideration for future agenda items. So this is an opportunity for public comment, people to come forward to speak on an item, preferably land use, that may appear on a future agenda before this board. Sir, step right up. This is your opportunity. So please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
I'm Captain Thomas Carter, United States Army Soldier for Life. We live at 7302 52nd Terrace, East Bradenton, Florida. I was a contracting officer in the Army. I want to thank Mike Rahm, United States Marine Corps, for visiting with us and seeing the planned destruction of what is planned. I want to tell you that if I was a contracting officer, I would go to the colonel's office and he tells me there's a problem on the road leading from the PX. He tells me to go and look and come back with a suggestion. I look at the site and I see that we need a no left turn sign, a right turn only sign. We already have the left turn areas that need to be restriped. I report back and this is an option to look at. So since there was no public hearing, the project board is located on the road leaving the shopping center, and it shows a very expensive U-turn. Nobody from the county ever asked the residents about the traffic study or installing a roundabout. This project is for growth and efficiency. 2 left-hand lanes are already in place on Creekwood Boulevard. The first left-hand turn is around 20 yards from 52nd Street. The other left-hand turn is located another 20 yards to 73rd Street. We have never witnessed an accident on 73rd intersection or on any left-hand turn intersection. Resident shoppers, lunch travelers already use the left turn lanes and have not caused accidents. Creekwood Boulevard is the most requested for services per the Manatee County Sheriff's Department. Any disruption will impact or impede emergency response calls and health and welfare calls. Manatee County EPA stated that this project is scheduled to be on the road behind the mall. They wanted to know who changed it. The state of Florida EPA opened a case for the planned destruction of the environment. Okay. If the right-hand only turn sign from 52nd Street is installed, it would fix the growth and efficiency. The residents of Creekwood are very upset because they have been told that the project means nothing. Don't look at those people out there, because the HOA has a contact in the county. This is evident at the Creekside meeting on 11 February. All the residents were upset about the project. This project will very well result in flooding of the various residents due to the impact on both ponds. Our house and others will become unlivable. An inexpensive project is the solution. One right-hand, okay,
Thank you, sir.
can I have her 3 minutes now?
No, sir. Thank you. Appreciate your comments.
She signed up
Okay.
to talk,
Sir, your 3 minutes are over. Thank you, sir.
but can I take hers?
You may not. Your 3 minutes are over, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Next speaker. So please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Yes, my name is Mark Van Der Ree. I reside in Manatee County. I live out east on some acreage in a house. Been living in Sarasota, Manatee County area for the last 55 years. For some newbies up here who may not get out east too often, I used to be out in the country, now it's kind of becoming more urban. I came here for future items. I came with a couple other items, but I found out this morning, talking with Clerk Vicky, that there seems to be some ambiguity on when an individual can represent 5 other people and get 10 minutes to speak. So my first item for future agenda items is that I request that you have an item on the agenda to clarify what the rules really are for quasi-judicial, for legislative issues in the public hearings, for when a person is able to speak for 10 minutes. I have in the past always exercised the ability to speak for 10 minutes when I have written authorization from 5 other folks in a group, or when I'm representing a group that resides in Manatee County, or an organization. Apparently, there's some confusion about that. I'd like for that to be clarified as a future agenda item. Now, another item that needs to be looked at is Waterline Road. That's where I live, okay? Now, I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. I'm retired, but I've been coming here since 2005, talking to the commissioners and trying to get some interest in either reducing the traffic on Waterline Road, repairing the road, doing something instead of just building more houses and putting more traffic on Waterline Road. Now, Commissioner Cruz, we've had this discussion last couple of years about this. I got an overhead here. This development going on out east, putting additional traffic on Waterline Road. Commissioner Cruz just, it's not going to happen. They're not going to do that. Well, let me tell you, this right here is Dam Road. This is Waterline Road. This is Lake Manatee. This is the dam. This is the water plant or water supply. Okay. This is State Road 64. As soon as they open Mornside to 64 and Dam Road, all the shortcuts, all the heavy trucks, very heavy trucks, overloaded trucks are speeding down our road, Waterline Road. And as I have discussed before, it's a substandard road. It's not even 18 feet wide in places. Let me tell you something else about that road. Under that road, some of you may know, is the entire supply line, the entire transmission piping for all of the county. In December, there was a breach of one of the pipes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And to be clear, Mr. Carter, Mrs. Carter does have her 3 minutes, and she may speak on her own. So. Okay, next speaker, please. So, sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Thank you. Joseph Fiorella, Manatee County. Thank you, Commissioners and Planning Board, for giving us this opportunity to speak this afternoon. My wife Ida and I live in Covered Bridge Estates in Ellington. We have a situation involving several neighboring developments: Oak Creek, Oak Place, Oakley, Oak Leaf Hammock, Bougainvillea, and Ridgewood, several thousand residents. I'm speaking for those residents who have signed the petition. About 900 people so far have signed our petition. We are opposed to the PLN 2212-0037, which is also known as Trees Direct LLC, to increase multi-unit development on 60th Avenue East in North Mendoza.
Chair, we can't have,
So it's
it's not on the agenda today, but it sounds like a quasi-judicial development approval.
So I'm advised by counsel that I cannot take citizen comment on a future quasi-judicial item. I'm sorry that you came down here not realizing that it was quasi, but I have to follow the advice of counsel unless the board chooses to override the decision. I'm going to follow the advice of counsel. Thank you, sir.
We have a whole section here of people who came to voice their concerns.
The board is free to override my decision.
Mr. Chair.
Kevin, hold on.
This was changed to PD in 2012. And I got,
I don't,
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Then it's not quasi-judicial right now.
it's pending.
It's not quasi-judicial right
I
now.
don't know if it's been filed, I have to consult with staff.
I'd say let them talk.
Staff, can staff approach me again?
Rosina,
Mr. Chair. Can we do a 2-minute recess for them to find out whether or not it's quasi-judicial at this point?
there's no point in doing that. We'll just turn our mics off for a second.
Okay, you can return staff, I understand. So I'm advised by staff that the applicant had a pre-application meeting and is going to submit an application for quasi-judicial matter in the near future. So basically, it's up to the board if you want to hear citizen comment now. We will have to incorporate all these comments into the record. None of these citizens are under oath. It could create a procedural due process legal challenge down the road based on what the board does. But technically, if they haven't filed the application, you're allowed to hear them. But even with the citizens, I mean, if the board denies the application, we might get a lawsuit from the applicant based on this testimony and invalidate the board's action for denial. So it cuts both ways. So I just want to let you know that.
Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the leeway. First of all, I don't know, what decision the board will make. I'm one of 7. But I do just want to say that if things were to go good for you, so if something were to end up, a vote were to go your way, but something is outside of the normal procedure, it would actually give the other side,
Grounds for appeal.
give the other side standing in court to get that decision questioned or even overturned, something along those lines. So I don't know where the vote will go or where the decision or the chair will be, but I'm just letting you know might actually be in your best interest regarding how things move forward. I hope that makes sense clearly, but we deal with the quasi-judicial process, which is frustrating, but sometimes it can actually end up, it protects both sides in some cases. I'm not saying that I love the procedure or the rules, but I'm just giving you a heads up on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leeway to speak.
Thank you, sir. And he's right, it easily gives them grounds for appeal later on, because these things they are litigious, right? They do get litigated, and our decisions are appealed regularly, and the county attorney's office has to go out and fight our battles all the time. And I hate to let you speak today, only for them to then later say that our opinions were swayed, outside of the formal process, without them having an opportunity to be here to respond, and then it end up backfiring on you, and they win an appeal at a later date. So if the board wants to override me, they can, but I know you're going to be frustrated with my decision, but my decision is going to be to not take public comment on this item today. And to be honest, it's because it could backfire on you, unintended consequences at a later time. So that's my decision.
So we can't talk?
Not on this matter. If there's another future agenda item that you would like to speak on, then
really.
we'll take public comment on that. Yeah. It-
We really didn't want to get this project off the ground because it's going to really harm the quality of life in
Sir.
our community.
I'm going to say we're not discussing this today, okay? Thank you.
Chair, may
Commissioner Ballard.
and you all will have an opportunity to speak on this matter, not today, but you'll have an opportunity to be heard. It will be advertised, and there will be a quasi judicial hearing specifically where you'll have the opportunity to speak, and the other side will have the opportunity to speak.
Correct. On the day
You
that
will
it,
have that opportunity, and it will be publicly advertised. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ron.
I know it's a very frustrating process, but you, like Commissioner Ballard did state, you will have an opportunity to speak. You actually have two. This will come before the Planning Commission, which will be a quasi-judicial hearing also. Then they recommend approval or denial to the Board of County Commissioners, which you'll be able to speak to again. So I know it's a frustrating process for you all to come down here today, but the chair is correct that we could open ourselves up for litigation if we were to take comment today. Being as a former planning commissioner, I can tell you that's exactly the way the process works. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
How are we supposed to find out, when this,
Sir, Jorge, come down to the lobby, please. Someone will come down and speak to you and pull you aside and give you all that information. Okay, thank you. All right, continuing public comment on future agenda items. Is there anyone who would like to speak on a future agenda item that is not quasi-judicial, pending quasi-judicial matter? First and last name, county of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Terry Couch. I am here as a private resident, and I'm also the president of Oakley Place Board of Directors. We wish, as a group, almost entirely unanimous for our community, that the parcels under consideration, I'm not going to mention their numbers, be denied. That's not very many details.
Yeah, we're not going to.
We
Yeah, we're
can't
not-
take
Won't
comment on
even
this.
accept that.
Okay, yeah, we're not going to. You're not helping yourself.
I respect the board, I appreciate it. I brought some handouts, may I
No,
put
no,
those in
ma'am,
the
no,
record?
ma'am,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
thank you. I know it's frustrating, but we're looking out for you in the long run here. Is there anyone who would like to come up to speak on an item that is not quasi-judicial, but is a future agenda item? First and last name, county of residence, ma'am, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ida Fiorella. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I'd like to speak on the quasi-judicial system for residents to find out about development that's going to be in their area. The problem is that pre-applications go in for various developments, and the plans go forward without input at the initial stage for residents in that community that will be impacted. And I'm talking about people that live within a mile of the development for various reasons. And what happens is it's said that it's posted, that people find out about the meetings, but we just found out by accident about one pre-application that was on, it was just an accident. And what ended up happening is it took a couple of weeks just to even start to get people to know about what was going on, right at their doorstep. And it's frightening possibilities, and we would just like there to be a more transparent way of the community finding out at the initial stages before developers are able to go through an entire process of vetting and having architectural plans drawn up and speaking with legal advisors and getting, tons of people on planning boards all looking into it, when it could end up being that there is such an outcry from the community that, it really isn't in their best interest. So I'm just hoping that communities, it can be within a mile of even the first meeting, if we could all know what is being proposed, because we're the best ones to know what to do, what is needed for our community. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So So this is a public meeting, and you are observing the public meeting, but you're not participants in the public meeting unless you've been recognized by the chair at the microphone. So any clapping or jeering or whatever is considered a disruption of an advertised public meeting. So we don't do that. Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Sure. Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I just wanted to, there was a couple things, I wasn't going to speak for future agenda right now, but there were some things that I noticed on our agenda as I was previewing it before coming here, and one is that we are yet again putting up roundabouts in areas that don't need roundabouts. I feel like it's a trend. I feel like it's a trend that's going to cost this county money. We're going to end up ripping it out in a few years to put something more meaningful in its place. So I'd really caution this board about roundabouts. I personally do not like them. I think they're a waste of space and a waste of money. That's just my preference. I also heard some people in the crowd talking about Waterline Road and the danger that some of the construction trucks are causing for some of the residents. So I would really ask the board to please see if there's another route that they can take, maybe on larger roadways that doesn't jeopardize the well-being of the citizens until that road is widened. And I missed, obviously, some of the meeting last week about things like the pet shelter and stuff that George was bringing up. So I am eager to learn about that because I'm dead against another animal building in this county. I think it's a waste of money, and if our costs are already expanding on Bishop, I've got some concerns about that. Lastly, I'm just going to be the squeaky wheel. I want my phones back on, please. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on an item that could be a future agenda item before this board.
Okay, my name is Carla Tralick. I'm a Manatee County resident and also business owner. I want to know, when was the zoning UF3 urban fringe created that was put into place that allows them to come before the board with exceptions or special concerns for property being built next to similar properties, and how it applies?
So, ma'am, we don't dialogue. This is your opportunity to speak to the board for 3 minutes. And then at the conclusion of citizen comments, oftentimes board members will respond to questions that were asked during citizen comment. But
Okay,
this is your
well,
3 minutes to speak.
I also have a property that's going to be affected by the builders. So I need to know, they want to put in streets. I own 20 acres out there. I moved out there because I'm a country girl. I'm not a city girl. And now the city's moving to me. So I love the stars. I love, the dark skies. And I need some answers to the questions.
Yes, ma'am. I'll have someone from my office, if you'll sort of hang down here, we'll get your information, and someone from my office will reach out to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, first name, last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on a future agenda item.
Hi, Carol Feltz, Myakka City. As you can see, we do definitely have a tone here where our citizens need to be better informed on what our rights and responsibilities and opportunities are to speak with our board. But nonetheless, here they are. And I think that you guys need to recognize how many of your citizens are involved, wanting to be educated and informed. And I'm very excited that now with Mr. Washington, who has been working with our neighborhood services and our VA services, that I have really some exciting hopes and plans for that. What I'd like to do, if I could get this in my 3 minutes, is read some good news. This is from Operation EcoVets. As you all know, I live on 675. The letter states, "We cannot thank you enough for generously providing Operation EcoVets a new home on your beautiful property. We will now be able to continue our services for veterans and their families, including our boot camp educational programs and our horticultural therapy program. OEV's mission is only possible if we are able to provide a serene setting for our veterans to explore personal, educational, and professional growth opportunities. Our veteran community counts on us to provide a natural and holistic environment that fosters overall healing and wellness, as well as programs that focus on self-reliance, sustainable skills development, and social connections. The large garden parcel you have provided will allow us to finally transfer our medicinal herb garden out of earth boxes. We'll be able to expand our regenerative agricultural production to provide even more nutritious food for the Veterans Pantry. And our volunteers are eager to establish a new food forest around your existing fruit trees so we can continue to offer training in permaculture principles. The pavilion will be a great meeting and educational center. We have been hoping to find a place to offer classes on harvesting our honey production, an integral component of our beekeepers training program. The addition of an outdoor kitchen will enable us to offer classes on food preparation preservation. We can't wait. This is why we have people in the rural area, and as I've met with all of you, we've asked you to form a Rural Citizens and Lands Advisory Committee, because these are the kind of people we have out there and who we're serving. And I believe at the Planning Commission meeting, I also had the opportunity to speak for someone who couldn't be here, who couldn't travel here to speak before you because they have a veteran that they take care of and a child with special needs. So this is who we are out there. And you're going to hear a lot more about us as the meeting progresses. And thank you, all the citizens, for being here. And we're going to learn more about how things work. We promise. I submit this.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Yes, sir. No clapping, please.
My name's Tim Tralick, 30-year-plus Manatee resident, and I don't know if I'm supposed to talk now or not. I'm not familiar with this stuff, but my property and the racetrack property creates a choke point.
Sarah, do you want to handle this?
Yes, Ms. Atkins, yes, this gentleman spoke at Planning Commission on the East River project.
That's what I thought.
Speak about that. It's later on the agenda.
Yeah, it's just a little bit later in the meeting.
Later today?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Stick around.
What number is that?
Anybody know? I don't have it in front of me.
21 and 22.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Give us your name and where you reside, please.
My name is Mimi Swan, and I reside in Manatee County. I've been a resident since I was 2 years old. We made the move out to East Manatee before 2020 began. Our experience in downtown Bradenton as a family with 3 young children, 4 and under, was extremely stressful. Before we moved, the addicts and homeless activity around us was such that I was genuinely afraid to have my kids play outside. We had to call the police numerous times because of escalating fights or disturbances around us. Our small children witnessed people on stretchers being removed by ambulances in a state of overdose. Our children heard people screaming and throwing furniture and the lights of police cars almost every single weekend. I did not even fully comprehend how the stress was affecting us until we moved away to East Manatee. We moved onto a property surrounded by trees with plenty of sunshine and animals. My children now play outside without fear. We have gotten to observe deer, wild rabbits, songbirds, tortoises, and soft-shelled turtles. We now only hear sirens if there is a fire or a car accident. We are not disturbed by drunk or high individuals. The quiet in nature is resplendent. I believe our county will continue to grow and develop. However, I see many frightening and irreparable compromises being taken by local developers, especially in East Manatee where I live. I believe in better strategic and ecological development in our valuable county that will not contribute to future catastrophic flooding from hurricanes or wells running dry or the losses of private property and small businesses. I do not want to see every natural habitat destroyed in Manatee County in my own lifetime. There has been no thought towards the impact of stripping every field and forest with stacked condos and putting thousands of homes where there have never been. What will the impact be on the Lake Manatee? How will that affect the animals who rely on it? How does this affect the very real problem 2020 made clear to us, that our national food chain is fragile and at risk? The importance of knowing your farmers and ranchers is the only chance we have to safeguard how we feed our state when there are states of emergencies. How does the loss of the grazing land impact us? I believe we must honor those who have invested their lives and homes in this county, along with creating opportunity for inviting others to make our county home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on future agenda items? Okay. Not seeing anybody, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment on future agenda items. Next, we will go to consent agenda items only, public comment. That's item number 2, 3, and 4. Is there anybody that wants to speak on consent agenda items only? I'm not sure what happened to our chairman, but anyway. All right, not seeing anybody, I'll go ahead and close consent agenda items. What is the pleasure of the board? We have 3 items on consent. I need a motion, please.
Move to approve consent.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Satcher with a second by Commissioner Ballard to approve consent agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Madam Clerk, it's approved unanimously, and our chair is back. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, then. So that takes care of consent. We are then going to have a little fun here. So we have a very heavy schedule today. So since no one had any issues with these LDC amendments, which are legislative in nature, we have the option of opening them together, holding public comment on all of those items at once, and holding the vote at one time. So, Mrs. DePaul, without objection, if you would please read into the record items 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
So I believe I cannot open 11. That is a first
Well,
reading.
then do 5 through 10. How's
That's
that?
what I just
Okay.
looked into that.
We'll
Okay.
compromise.
Item number 5, LDCT-22-03, Ordinance 23-13, formerly known as 22-33, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Chapter 2, Definitions for Manufactured Building and Use, Accessory PLN 2201-0126. This is the adoption hearing for all of these items. Number 6, LDCT-22-04, Ordinance 23-25, formerly known as 22-52, County-Initiated LDC Text Amendment, Maintenance Within Wetland Buffers. Item number 7, LDCT-22-09, Ordinance 23-15, formerly known as 22-66, County-Initiated LDC Text Amendment for General Cleanup and Business Process Improvements. Item number 8, LDCT-22-13, Ordinance 23-17, formerly known as 22-69, County-Initiated LDC Text Amendment for Building Height Compatibility and Building Orientation. Item number 9, LDCT-22-17, Ordinance number 23-18, formerly known as 22-74, County-Initiated LDC Text Amendment for Calculating Density and Intensity on Mixed-Use Projects at Activity Nodes and Along Urban Corridors. And then finally, item number 10, LDCT-22-08, Ordinance 23-14, formerly known as 22-65, County-Initiated LDC Text Amendment, Section 531.1, Agricultural Uses, for Commissioner Satcher's favorite potbelly pigs.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So there's no one on the board. Is there any discussion on those items, 5 through 10? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open items 5 through 10 on today's agenda. Will be opened up to public comment at this time. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on items number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10? Now is your opportunity. Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we'll entertain motions. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve 5 through 10. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. Commissioners, we can cast our votes at this time. We've held public comment, and there's no one on the board for discussion. Madam Clerk, items 5 through 10 pass unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please read item number 11 into the record.
Item number 11, LDCT-22-07, Ordinance 23-16, formerly known as 22-54, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Acute Care Medical Facilities and Assisted Living Facility, PLN 2205-0055, and this is under presentations upon request.
All right, no one's on the board. We will open item number 11 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 11? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment at this time. There are no commissioners on the board for discussion, so we'll entertain motions.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
vote required. This is first public hearing. The second public hearing is March 23rd.
This is the reading. Okay, so this is the reading for number 11. I apologize. So there's no vote necessary on number 11. Number 12 has been withdrawn. Do we need to read it into the record as withdrawn, or can we just move on, Ms. Shank?
We can move on.
We're going to move on. We go from 12 to 16 and 17, interestingly enough. Okay, so then number 16 and 17 are each quasi-judicial. Let's hold them together. And Mrs. DePaul, please read 16 and 17 into the record.
Item number 16, ordinance 23-35, formerly known as 19-13, Terra DRI number 11, PLN 2206-0019, and item number 17, PDR/PDC-96-03, GR12, Terra Manatee Inc. is the owner, PLN 2206-0018.
16 and 17 are quasi-judicial. So at this time, would any commissioners like to make us aware of any ex parte communications they've had on these items? Okay, hearing none. Commissioner Ball, would you like to speak now, or do you?
Oh, wait.
You'll wait?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, have we sworn people in?
Let's do that now.
We probably should do that.
So folks, anyone who at any point during today's meeting is planning to stand up to the microphone and speak to this board and address the board, please stand now, and the clerk is going to swear you in. Even if you think you might do it or you're unsure, now is a good opportunity to be sworn. So you'll face the clerk, who's right down here in the polka dot shirt, and she'll swear you in. Madam Clerk?
Swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you are about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate. Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, your county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Okay, you're all on the honor system from this point. Is anyone here from staff do we need a presentation from staff?
No.
Okay, is anyone here from the applicant? Would the applicant like to make a presentation? Mr. Barnaby, would you like to make a presentation at this time?
No, we don't have to.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Then we'll hold public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on items 16 or 17? All right, seeing no one, I'm going to close public comment then, and we'll entertain motions on items 16 and 17. But first, we'll hear from Commissioner Baugh, who's on the board to speak. Commissioner Baugh.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to Courtney DePaul for moving so rapidly to get this brought forward. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, so we've held public comment. There is no one on the board to speak, so we'll entertain motions. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve. That has been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. We can hold the vote at this time.
And this is for the first item 16.
This is for 16 and 17, which are being held together. Yes, ma'am.
Well, there's separate votes, though.
You want to hold separate votes? Okay, so to be clear then, this will be for item number 16. This vote will be for item 16. And Madam Clerk, item 16 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We'll now hold a verbal vote on item number 17. We've held public comment already on this one. No one on the board to speak. We'll entertain motions on 17.
Move to approve?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve and a second by Commissioner Ballard. All in favor of approving item 17, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 17 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. That takes us to item number 18. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item 18.
You're on a roll, buddy.
Item number 18, PDMU/PDR 23-01P, Legends Cove Preliminary Site Plan, formerly known as Sarah Bay. Palmetto Town Center LLC is the owner, and it's PLN 2209-0095.
Commissioners, item number 18 is quasi-judicial. Would anyone like to disclose ex parte communication on this item? Okay. Hearing none, does staff have a presentation? Would anyone like a presentation by staff? Okay, hearing none. Is the applicant here, and would the applicant like to address the board? Sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I'm Scott Rudisill. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I've been sworn. Happy to make a presentation if you'd like me to. Otherwise, I'll sit down.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 18 on today's agenda? Yes, sir. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, Eric Klippel, Manatee County, and I'm down on 61st Avenue Terrace West. This is really around Legends Cove and also, unfortunately, Lake Flores, I kind of combined both of them together because we have some issues relative to the increased traffic flow. There's already a speeding issue in front of our place where Esplanade and Palm Court Villas are. There's also, with the addition of the Lake Flores homes and the addition of the building in Legends Cove.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have a separate public hearing on Lake Flores, so any comments on that have to be the separate hearing. It's quasi-judicial.
Can I at least give you then, I understand, I have some documentation relative to the questions that we do have, and I just wanted them entered into record.
Absolutely.
And it's really for both.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. And
But
you can
actually, it's
speak
just
to-
going to count for this one. I'm just making sure, if you want to speak of Lake Flores, you have to come back for the other one.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate timing for you that Lake Flores is on today's agenda.
I'm aware of
If
that.
it wasn't, we wouldn't have
This
to be
is-
so strict about it.
No problem. So can I come back up and speak for the Lake Flores?
Absolutely. When Lake Flores comes, you can
Very
speak
good.
to that,
Al.
sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward for public comment on this item? Okay. I will just speak to the public comment that was made. That is no longer in my district, but for the first couple of years, your area was in my district, and I'm aware of speeding issues on Elcon. I'm sure that's where you're referring to. And we've had MSO out there. You have to have seen them at some. And we've had multiple speed traps. You have good. So we've had multiple speed traps out there. I hear about it from Carlos Baruf, who happens to be in the audience because he has workers out there on that road all the time, and he's, worried about their safety. So we have been doing what we can to get MSO out there, and there have been multiple speed traps. So we'll continue with enforcement efforts as well. So certainly wanted to address that. Okay, so we're closing public comment as no one else has come forward, and we'll entertain motions then on item number 18. And we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, seconded by Commissioner Baugh. And we can cast our votes at this time. Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. So we have going to jump around the agenda a little bit because we have some items that have been moved to presentation upon request. And we'll start with item number 22. Mrs. DePaul, please read item 22 into the record.
May I open 22 with 23 and 24 if you want?
Ms. Schenk, can we
Well-
open 22, 23, and 24?
Well, why don't we go into our number 13? Have I missed something? I have local development agreement Lake Flores is the next item.
Yeah. So, ma'am, we have some items that are now presentation upon request.
Well, that's not one of them.
So you told me that I could put 22, 23, 24, 25, and 26 as presentation
Okay.
upon request.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm on 22 through 26, and my question is, can
Oh.
22, 23, and 24 be opened
Oh,
together?
I see what you mean. Yes, you can't vote on 24, and it really should have been advertised. You
True,
can't
24 is a
do anything on
no
the
vote.
LDC until the
So
comprehensive
why
amended.
don't, Mrs. DePaul, why don't you read 22 and 23 into the record, and then we'll deal with the non-actionable
Okay, I see what you
24
mean.
after.
Okay, item number 22, PA-22-09, ordinance number 23-03, county-initiated comprehensive plan large-scale map amendment for Evers Reservoir, Lake Manatee Reservoir, and Peace River Watershed Overlay Districts and beneficial reuse area for the Evers Reservoir Watershed, PLN 2205-0017. And then item number 23, PA-22-11, ordinance number 23-02, county-initiated comprehensive plan text amendment for Evers Reservoir, Lake Manatee Reservoir, and Peace River Watershed Overlay Districts, PLN 2206-0045.
Thank you, ma'am. These items are legislative. Would anyone like a presentation on items 22 or 23? Okay. Hearing none, we'll open 22 and 23 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on items 22 or 23 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. Oh, she's taking the long way. I thought she was headed for the door. I did pause when I saw you got up, but I thought you were headed for the door. So, ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to speak on these items.
Hey, Captain Judy Brad, Manatee County, and yes, I have been sworn in. A few of these things that you're putting up here, some of us not really clear what it's about. We do want an explanation from these applicants, and I do have a few questions, especially regarding the watershed, since I make my living on the water, most of it. There's a lot of bacteria, a lot of mercury, a lot of destruction, a lot of construction that's getting started. We got dam road project going on where they're wide up to the watershed. right up to the state park. No concern for the sewage pipes and other breaches that are going on there. I have another question when we get to Mr. Carlos Bayruff and his wannabe little thing out there and why
Ma'am,
he's
we're not going
getting
to
ready to
disparage,
start.
we're not going to disparage citizens, okay?
Pardon me?
We're not going to disparage citizens during public
I'm
comment.
not disparaging, I'm asking a question. How are they allowed to go ahead and start doing land clearing?
Mr. Chair, this isn't the top.
Not also items 22 or
A
23.
county-initiated
Well, then
amendment,
I
not
want to understand
developer-initiated.
what these two are about, and so do a
Okay.
few other people in the audience. So we would like an explanation, and I would like them to back off on the watershed.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
what building over there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address items 22 and 23.
Yes, my name is Kellen Breyer, and I'm a Manatee County resident and landowner. I do have questions, if I'm allowed to ask, on Objective 22, when it's referring to an amendment to the current plan of the Manatee County watershed. Is that reducing the size?
So
of
we
the
don't
watershed?
dialogue during citizen comment, but you'll have your 3 minutes to state your questions, after which, if commissioners choose to respond to the questions, then they'll do so at the conclusion of citizen comment.
That'll happen at the end of...
Yes, sir. But go ahead and ask them. You go ahead and ask your questions.
That my question is, what does this entail? Does it entail the reduction of the size of the Manatee County watershed? If that's the case, then of course we would have, be against that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak for public comment for items number 22 or 23? Sir? You're a frequent flyer. I think you know the routine.
Good afternoon, Mark Vandery, Manatee County. This isn't quasi-judicial, right? So it doesn't matter if I...
Yeah, this is legislative. This is legislative, sir. Just ask you to stay on topic.
Okay, great. I will. Regarding watershed issues, I have an overhead here that I'd like to share. As you can see, this is Lake Manatee. This is State Road 64, just to give you reference. These surface waterways here, these streams and creeks that are black with the red crosshatches, those are all surface waters that are considered to be impaired. That means they're basically polluted, okay? You make your way out towards the east. On the south side of the lake, you got Sand Branch Creek, then you got Poley, then you got Little Deep, then you got Corbett, then you got Fisher, etc. Down here you got Wolf Slough. You can see as the development progresses from west to east, you're polluting these waterways. And you got to do something about that. You can't keep doing that. Whatever we're doing now isn't working. Swift buds must not be working, must not be doing their job. DEP must not be working because these are polluted waterways. These that are not crosshatched in black, those are all non-impaired waterways, and including Lake Manatee. And the upper Manatee River, which is, I believe, a outstanding Florida waterway. So consideration needs to be given when you're talking about overlays and watersheds. Lake Manatee, that of course is our drinking water. And Evers comes down to Braden River, which also is reservoir for drinking water. Okay? You start digging all these big potholes that you call drainage ponds and drainage ditches all over these new developments, pockmarking the whole countryside, you are affecting the groundwater and the surface water, all the streams, the lake, and ultimately our drinking water. You can't keep doing that. Not the way we're doing it. There may be a way to do it. I think there may be a way to do it, but the way we're doing it now is not working, obviously, from looking at this picture of impaired waterways in Manatee County. And this came right off of the Manatee County Water Atlas. It's available for everyone to see. So that's just my 2 cents worth on overlays. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come? Yeah, anything that you show on the overhead or present, she's going to need a copy of.
Can I give it to you later? Because I was going to use this later, too.
Oh, She's gonna need, it's for public record. We're gonna have to produce it if it's requested, so she's gonna need a copy of that. Is anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on items number 22 or 23?
All right. Well, once again, we have yes, thank you. Once again, we have an example of how, I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback here. Sorry about that, guys. Anyway, once again, we have an example of, our communication efforts for our citizens to understand what proper procedure is and our best ways to present items. I think it's telling that we've got how many that we're doing in mass, and you haven't heard, we do have citizens coming up and talking now at the meeting because we're here, so we might as well, but no public comment recorded on these topics on our agenda. And I think that whenever we have items such as this that are of pretty good importance, that if we don't have public input from that, whether through the agenda or at the meeting, that we might be doing something wrong. And this is what generates maybe some misunderstandings, animosities, and things like that. You've mentioned your own difficulties in one of the work sessions in navigating our websites and our mapping systems and things like that, and kind of wanted a more condensed presentation of those things to keep track of. Because we only focus maybe on a couple of items on the agenda as the people that came here to do that. But if we have subjects on the agenda of great importance like this, I think a measure of the understanding between, if you guys want to be progressive in that, is having better communication so that we maybe don't waste so much time. And what's to fear about an educated, informed, and involved public? Wouldn't it make your jobs easier? And this is our water. We're building 10,000 houses for people who are coming, but we are running out of the water no matter what anybody says. It is a finite resource. And you've got some great talents out there and some good research that's being done by our citizens that this is another reason why I think better communication and a better education for our citizens might help us solve some of these problems out here. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time for public comment? Okay, seeing no one, there are no commissioners on the board. We'll entertain motions at this time. It's up now. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve, waiting on a second, and a second by Commissioner Ballard. We can cast our votes now. All right, Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We'll then. That is for both items. Do I need to hold the votes separately?
And you have it separate, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes, separate.
Okay. That was item number 23. We'll then do number 24. We're entertaining, I'm sorry. That will be 22. I apologize. We'll now do 23. I already crossed them off, and I'm looking at that on my sheet. So this is item number 23 now. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh, seconded by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. We can hold our votes at this time. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please read item number 24 into the record. There's no action required on this item, Commissioners. This is simply its first reading into the record.
Item number 24, LDCT-20-08, ordinance number 23-01, county-initiated land development code text amendment, Evers Reservoir, Lake Manatee Reservoir, and Peace River Watershed Overlay Districts, and beneficial reuse area of the Evers Reservoir, PLN 2009-0072.
Commissioners, any questions or comments on item number 24? Okay, no action is required, so then we'll move on to items number 25 and 26. Ms. Shank, I'm going to open them together, hold public comment together, but we will vote on them separately. Is
Okay,
that
yes.
appropriate to you? Okay. Mrs. DePaul, please open items 25 and 26.
Item number 25, LDCT-20-08, ordinance 23-01, county-initiated LDC Evers Reservoir, Lake Manatee Reservoir, and Peace River Watershed Overlay Districts, and beneficial reuse area of Evers Reservoir. And this is to request to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. Oh, and I'm sorry, number 26. LDC T-22-07, Ordinance 23-16, formerly known as Ordinance 22-54, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for acute care medical facilities and assisted living facility. And again, this also is to request to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll open up numbers 25 and 26 together for public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to hear items 25, or to speak on items number 25 and 26? Yes, ma'am.
Andrew
First-
Griffin, Manatee County. I'd like some information on 26, if that is open for presentation upon request, maybe a very condensed version. I'm just curious about
Okay,
that.
Mr. Chair, I can address both. 25 and 26 are procedure requirements of the Flores statutes. That when 2 public hearings are required, the governing board has to, by a vote of 5, vote to hold a second public hearing prior to 5 p.m. If the motion fails to obtain 5 votes, the public hearing must be held after 5 p.m. So it really goes to the holding of the timing of the hearing, not to the merits of the amendment.
We're scheduling the hearing for these two. Yeah, all this is voting on scheduling the date and time of the hearing. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak for public comment before I close it? Okay. We're going to close public comment at this time. No commissioners are on the board to speak for discussion, so we'll entertain motions. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve item number 25. It has been seconded by Commissioner Ron, and we'll hold our votes at this time. Madam Clerk, number 25 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Then we'll move on to item number 26, and we'll entertain motions. Motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Baugh to approve. We can hold our vote, cast our votes at this time. And it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0, Madam Clerk. We'll then go backwards in the agenda. You are keeping me on my toes today. And we are now going to open up item number 13. This is presentation scheduled. It is quasi-judicial. Mrs. DePaul, please read item 13 into the record.
Item number 13, LDA-22-01, Local Development Agreement for Lake Flores, PLN 2112-0033, and this is the first public hearing.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, this item is quasi-judicial in nature. Would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication at this time? Okay. Hearing none, who is here to represent the applicant?
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano. I have been sworn. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I am here representing the applicant. Just generally, to make sure everyone understands what we are here for, this is a proportionate share agreement. I know you've seen these before. In order for this project to get its certificate of level of service compliance, its CLOS, so that we can move forward. This is one of the last items that we need to be able to go ahead and break ground out there on a project that I know you've seen and heard about for many, many years. I think Commissioner Baugh was probably the only commissioner that was here when we had some of our approvals. So I want to give you just a little bit of a history. Lake Flores has been envisioned, planned, and approved as a fairly unique development. It was really put together by Whiting Preston with Manatee Fruit Company, who, by the way, offers his apologies for not being here today. It is not like our suburban developments out east or in North County that fit that area of the county and are appropriate for there. This is much more urban in nature. It is one that has a town center plan for it with a mix of uses, including a vertical mix, commercial and residential. All of the roadways within it are public. They're all interconnected. They're open to the public so that you have a good free flow throughout the whole development. This has something that's a little unique. It has a multimodal trail that has been designed both for the residents of Lake Flores and for the residents of the rest of Manatee County. It will go from 51st Street, adjacent to IMG Academies, all the way through and out to Cortez Road, west of 75th Street, and then out to the end of the project. So it'll be a multimodal trail that will be completely open to the public to help with giving alternative means of people getting around. We hope that someday the county will connect that multi-trail on out Cortez all the way to the islands, and I know there's some talk about that. It has been designed with thoroughfares to relieve traffic on 75th Street, for example, and it is something that is very unique where we have put these thoroughfares in that are designed to have that effect so that we don't end up just having to enlarge and enlarge and enlarge 75th Street. And just speaking of IMG, this whole project was designed to not only allow IMG to connect and bring their students and everyone into the town center, but it was designed to allow the expansion of IMG, which has already occurred in certain instances. The comp plan was approved, developing this as a mixed-use community development with activity centers some time ago. And following that, a few years back, we had the zoning and GDP approval, and the GDP approval actually had its own set of design criteria, which is very interesting in the fact that here we are developing something in southwest Manatee County, and most of our rules and regulations and design criteria were designed for suburban development in the rest of Manatee County outside of the city. For example, development has been designed to have smart streets that we later adopted in Manatee County for alternatives to streets, and they are designed to be pedestrian friendly and to allow for traffic calming. So these new thoroughfares will have that kind of effect. And so we are now ready to proceed with the development of the first phase, but we have to have concurrency, as you know. So this is to address our concurrency. So if I can talk about that for just a minute. Lake Flores is being planned as essentially 3 separate projects, so you can get it down into bite-sized sections. The first project number 1, is the one that we are now trying to proceed with, and it is the whole area west of 75th Street and from Cortez down to 53rd. So it is a large project. It has the town center within it. It also has the large lake known as Lake Flores that will have a trail around it and a park around it and will be open to the public for that. And we got with your staff, your transportation staff, and we decided that let's address the traffic impacts of the entirety of Lake Flores as planned, as opposed to just doing it Project 1, then later Project 2, and then later Project 3. That would enable us to do better future planning and know what's coming. So we went in and we combined all 3 projects that could come in individually with their own traffic and put it all together with one traffic study so that we could do that. And just so you know, this is exactly what we did with the northeast sector of Lakewood Ranch, where we put all these projects together and came in and addressed concurrency up front. And in fact, this LDA was patterned right on that particular LDA. So our process is we did the traffic study, taking into account projected traffic for all 3 projects. We identified the impacts to the transportation system, and we identified what projects would be needed, what improvements would be needed to mitigate this project's impacts, and determined it's, as is the law and how is this set up, we determined what is the proportionate share of the cost of those impacts. And then what we did is we worked out and said, rather than paying some, we're going to build improvements to the thoroughfare system that the cost of them are at least equal to or greater, in this instance much greater, than the cost of our proportionate share impacts. And that's where you get the proportionate share project. So we identified those, and the new thoroughfares that the county approved and put on your thoroughfare map a couple of years ago, that those are the ones that we are going to build and they are sufficient in cost to satisfy proportionate share. And we were able to do this in a way that we build our prop share projects that mitigate our impacts up front, so that it's not that, well, you'll get them later. They're the ones that are needed to mitigate our prop share are all in project number 1, and the specific ones that are needed and will serve as the thoroughfares that are needed to mitigate are all going to be done with the first phase or sub-phase or whatever you want to call it within Lake Flores. So those get done up front so that we've mitigated our impacts from day one. Other thoroughfares within Project 1 will be built, or other portions of them will be built as the project develops with them. And so we worked quite a bit with your staff to come up with this method so that we are sure that we are doing these things up front, very much like we did at Northeast in Lakewood Ranch. In addition, this agreement identifies what's impact fee credible in conformance with your code and the laws and the rules, and outlines that, as you know, we pay impact fees in order to build thoroughfares. So if we pay impact fees to build thoroughfares and then build thoroughfares, that's double dipping kind of. So we worked that out with you, and that's all in here. And so you have your impact fees identified within this. And I want to say we worked very, very hard with your staff over many years, beginning with Clark Davis a long time ago, identifying how we should develop the thoroughfare roads to mitigate having to widen and affect 75th Street. And we've worked with your county attorney on the language and to make sure it all works. Now, our action today is we have to have 2 hearings. So today's hearing is one in which you don't vote on it. The adoption hearing is planned for February 28th. It will come back for adoption at that time. But what I'm hoping today is that I can explain it, I can answer any questions that you may have about it, and make the 28th very easy and pro forma. So at this time, I'd be glad to answer any questions about this LDA, and hopefully we can get this approved, we can get our CLOS, and we can start our construction out there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I put myself on the board, a little caught up in the momentum of the meeting, and Commissioners, I failed to disclose ex parte communication on this matter. I've discussed the site plan. It used to be in the middle of my district, and so I've discussed the site plan in the past with Mr. Preston and with Mr. Grimes as well. Not what we're voting on today, but the site plan. At any rate, I don't have any comments other than we know this is coming. We know it's going to be a substantial impact in West Bradenton. It's essentially, even though it's a massive project, it's essentially infill. And we are working, this board is working to plan ahead and move, sort of get ahead of the ball when it comes to traffic impacts that this is going to have in West Bradenton, not just what Clark is doing with Mr. Grimes to plan within the project, but the county is also trying to mitigate traffic impacts that will take place outside of the project, but that 75th Street, 59th Street, Cortez Road, 51st is another example, so on and so forth. So the county is mobilizing to try to brace for the impact of this infill that we know is coming. I don't see anyone else on the board to speak. Does staff have any presentation they would like to offer?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Nicole Knapp, Comprehensive Planning Division Manager, and I just wanted to cover a procedural matter. The Applicants Council has covered the highlights of the agreement. Staff wanted it on the record that we can concur with all terms of the agreement. Like Mr. Grimes said, there's no action today, and the second hearing is tentatively scheduled for February 28th.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no one on the board with questions for staff, we'll then move into public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 13, which is Lake Flores? Yes, sir.
Yes.
How did I know?
Again, Eric Klippel, Palm Court Villas, Vice President of the board down there also. There are basically 3 huge issues, as you've already spoken about. The traffic, El Conquistador, Unfortunately, it's still 2 lanes from 53rd to right in front of our Esplanade and Palm Court, where everybody speeds up, slows down, and depending upon the day, if there is a traffic policeman there to give tickets, everybody slows down. But other than that, everybody's at 50, 60 miles an hour trying to beat it into the 2 lanes. So as Lake Flores is developed, is there a plan, hopefully there is, to widen it to 4 lanes at least, because Elcon is definitely a shortcut for a lot of traffic. Also, if there are roundabouts or stop signs judiciously placed to slow traffic down and to help that, because otherwise, ultimately, we've already had some near misses where people, cyclists or pedestrians, have come in, and what are you going to wait for? Is a death or some serious injury there to mitigate the speeding? Also, the last thing is that we do have some concerns about property values, depending on the kind of dwellings that are placed there. It sounds a little bit snobby-ish, but we'd like to keep property values up if we can. So I do have the concerns and clarifications here that I'd like to give to the board, and also for entering the record. And our business cards are in there if you want to give us a holler at some point. Thank you very much. Not in the folder.
Sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on Lake Flores, which is item number 13 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment then. And are there any final statements, final comments from staff? Would you like to make any final statements? Okay, no, none from staff. And what about the applicant? Would you like to make a final statement?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very briefly, I certainly appreciate the gentleman's comments and traffic and working with it. It's something that we started on many, many, many years ago. And the whole of Lake Flores is designed around, for example, interconnection within it to keep people off of the thoroughfares roads. It is designed with a multi-use trail that goes through the whole thing and connects to other parts of the county so that that will allow people to use that instead of getting out on the road. We actually, part of this first phase and is in this LDA, is some roundabouts on 75th Street that will help with traffic calming on 75th Street. And we are here on the LDA, not the design of the project, of course. And I do, like I say, appreciate the comments, but I'll tell you that traffic was the driving force behind this, other than the design of this development from day one. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, no commissioners are on the board for discussion. We've held public comment. We can entertain motions at this time.
Oh, Mr. Chair, no motion required this time.
Oh, well, first public hearing. It does say that right off the bat, doesn't it? Okay. No action required. We're going to move then to item number 14. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 14, PDMU-09-04GR, which is SR 62 RV Park. Riverwoods LLC is the owner, and it's PLN 2111-0040.
Commissioners, this item is quasi-judicial in nature. Would anyone like to disclose ex parte communication on item 14? Okay, hearing none. Who?
Looking for a clicker.
All right, who is here to represent the applicant?
I am. I'm Carol Clark with Riverwoods LLC. I have with me Carlos Baroof, Clint Cuffle, our engineer, and Scott Rudisill. And it's not, I'm only getting motion presented. Okay. Okay. This is the property that we're talking about. It's on SR 62 at Keed Road. It has 56 plus acres. It is 2 miles east of 301. It is currently zoned planned development mixed use. In 2009, it was rezoned from residential to a cemetery. And let me clarify, there is nobody buried there that we know about. So the site was rezoned in 2009, and today what we're proposing, it is amendment to the general development plan to permit an RV park and commercial. It is zoned, the comprehensive plan category is UF3, which is surrounding us as well. We are planned development mixed use. There's agricultural zoning mostly around us, but that is beginning to change. Again, there are 2 parcels in the 56 acres, almost 8 acres of wetlands, and we are proposing no impacts to those wetlands. We've divided the property into 2 components. 48.46 acres to be used for the RV sites, and that would be up to 580 based on what the county's code permits. And then the 7.63 acres, which are located in the northeast corner of the property, we have 2 options. Because until Keene Road is designated as a functional classification, we cannot put commercial there except for commercial related to RVs. So we have an option to, until that point, use that for RVs, RV storage, or the accessory RV activities. And this is a little bit closer view of that. We're asking for 3 specific approvals. The first is to reduce the roadway buffer from 50 feet to 37.5 on SR 62. There's 200 feet of right-of-way required on 62, and there will be a screening of 2.5 trees and 33 shrubs per 100 feet. And we think that is sufficient to protect the roadway. The second is a perimeter buffer on the east and west sides from 75 feet to 37.5. This will enable us to have a double-loaded street system, and we'll put, we think, most of the activity in the RVs farther away from some of the neighbors. We are proposing double landscaping along there. And we also agreed, and I'll get into that as well, we will be fencing that area based on a concern that was raised at the Planning Commission hearing. Finally, we're requesting specific approval to reduce the front yard setback on 62 from 50 feet to 37.5 feet. And this is one of those things where, and I've got to thank Dorothy for weaving my way through what the code said. Because if you're doing a PDMU, you look at what the PDRV says, then the PDRV takes you to RVP. So in RVP, which is what we're supposed to be basing it on, it has a 50-foot front yard setback, but the buffer is only 10 feet. So we think that 37.5, which is all buffer, is a better proposal. We had neighbors that came and spoke at the Planning Commission. They were concerned about ensuring that there were fences on either side, and we agreed to that. That is now a note on the plan, and I think it's also referenced in your staff report. We also clarified the commercial uses that would be allowed in the future when that northeast quadrant would be able to be used, and that is Exhibit B to your ordinance. And we added clarifying language regarding access. Our general development plan shows 3 access points. We really want 3 access points, but we know FDOT is the keeper of access on state roads. So what we agreed to with staff is, and staff agreed with us, that if we take one of those access points off because we cannot get a permit, that we don't have to come back to the board to deal with that. And one other point, we also agreed with the neighbors that we would work with them in terms of determining the appropriate planning so there wouldn't be any harm to their animals. And so this received a positive recommendation from the Planning Commission, and we are requesting your approval and be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone have questions for the applicant? I don't see him on the board. Okay, then we're going to move to staff presentation. Who's here to present for staff?
Good afternoon, Dorothy Rainey for staff, and I have been sworn. And I'm going to go very briefly through mine, just anything that was not specifically covered by the applicant. So they've indicated what the request is, and the site information, future land use UF3, zoning PDMU, the surrounding uses. I don't know how much they went over those, but I can do that real quick. To the north are large parcel, single-family residential uses with agriculture zoned A. To the south is vacant land zoned A1. To the east, large parcel, single-family residential and agricultural uses zoned A1. And to the west are large parcel, single-family zoned A1. There's the site plan that was already shown. The discussion was already had about the access points. Really, the positive aspects are that the project area was previously approved for a rezone to PDMU and a preliminary site plan for a cemetery use on the property. The negatives, the use may not be considered compatible with the mostly large parcel residential uses surrounding the project. Also, the use may create potential off-site negative impacts relative to lights, glare, and noise to the adjacent single-family properties to the east and west. And also, according to utility staff, there are no connections available for the project to use. Mitigating measures, the design provides adequate screening within the proposed buffers to achieve compatibility and mitigate potential impacts. Also, a lighting plan in compliance with the LDC regulations will be required to be submitted with the final site plan and reviewed to ensure there's no light trespass on the surrounding properties. And utility connections will be available from the surrounding projects to the north of State Road 62 when they are developed. There's 3 large residential projects coming online. So our conclusion, it's the staff's opinion that the proposed amendment to the general development plan and the related specific approval requests, along with the stipulations provided, can be found to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the Land Development Code. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy.
Questions?
I do not, and we don't have anyone on the board at this time. By the way, to be clear, we're given like phone books of information on this stuff that we read before we get here, and then we have hour-long briefings with staff on these projects before we ever get here. So if it seems like we're not asking any questions, we've had multiple opportunities to ask our questions, and we're all pretty well briefed on this stuff before we get here. At least we should be. That's our job. So with no one on the board for questions, I just wanted to clear that up because it's like a lot of stuff's being thrown at us, and we're just scooting right through. We're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 14 on today's agenda? Sir, please state your first and last name. By the way, if any of you have not been sworn when you come up, please just let me know and we'll swear you in. Please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Rick Davis, Manatee County. I own the property next to this proposed RV park. I own all the land on the east side of it. I own all the land on the south side of it, 71-acre ranch that we bought a while back. From my estimations, they're going to put about 17 RV sites on this land per acre, or maybe even more. It just depends how much land is used for roads, clubhouse, and all that. Equating to about 1,764 people if they're full on that one property. So imagine you live there, and all of a sudden you've got 1,764 people all of a sudden in your neighborhood, which there's not an RV park within miles of this thing. They're all in Palmetto. There's nothing like that. They said it was the county development plan, it fit it, but there's nothing around there that fits an RV park in that area. It's all homes, residences. So, I'm not totally against development. I will say that. Housing development would be nice. If you decide to go ahead with this, I do have major concerns that there is a 6-foot dirt mound with a 6-foot fence running between me and them, and my neighbor, John Franz, asked me to speak for him too because he's out of town on business and he feels the same way. We have concerns about water drainage. I own all the land to the south so that this thing is going to drain on. Now, right now, it's a cow field. All the water soaks into the ground and some runs to the back on my property. But when you take away all the land, the surface water is going to pour back on me. Now, I was told there's a 3.9 acre pond, which that's fine, but how deep is it and can it hold the water? And then when it overflows with a big rain, it's going to dump a lot more water back on me because all the surface has been taken up for RV pads, clubhouses, commercial property, roads, you name it. So now you're dumping all that water back on me. So imagine you live there, you decide what you want to do, but I'm not against development, I will say that. You know, things proceed. We also are concerned about the noise. We have animals. We don't want people coming from over there. That's why we request at least a 6-foot agricultural mound with a 6-foot top fence on top of it. Because we do have horses and we don't want kids or dogs wandering from that property to our property. Whether it was an RV park or a housing development, doesn't matter. That's what we would like to see just to protect us. And John France, my neighbor on the other side, has cattle, so he doesn't want some kid coming over there and a bull running over the kid. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. While you can't speak for another person because it's quasi, Mr. Franz did submit written public comment that all board members have read as part of our packet. Who else would like to come forward to speak on item number 14? Ma'am.
Hi, Carol Feltz. And first off, thank you for explaining some of the procedures as we go along. We're learning as we go, and we appreciate your explanation as we go. And, you know, and we'll learn that every time we're along. One thing interesting about this development, and I'm only speaking for friends of mine, and I understand with the letters and things like this, but they weren't aware. They weren't aware. And one thing we found unusual was that this item was in our Planning Commission meeting, which I believe a few of us were able to get up and speak. I wasn't sure if in the synopsis that y'all get, that we don't, that it included any of the comments that were made in the Planning Commission, because we had a lot of people that were able to take off and go to a Planning Commission meeting, but we found it kind of unusual that a week later is when it's on the Board of County Commissioners meeting, and we had a lot of problems with being able to get folks that could take a day off last week and then take a day out this week. In the past, it's been more de rigueur that we have a Planning Commission topic, then we usually have a month where that appears, but we've noticed that some projects seem to jump ahead
Ma'am, are you
faster
speaking
than
to
others.
item number 14 or to people's
Yes.
personal schedules?
Well, it has to do with that because I
Okay.
think you'd have a lot more
Get home,
people
please.
here speaking about this. It's just that it was planned 1 week later and we were not able to do that. And another thing, Commissioner Van Osterbridge, thank you for recognizing and obviously reading the public comment that was received on this. We had other people who wanted to enter public comment on it, who are residents on 62. They had a little bit of difficulty with the system. We're going to try and get more education out there to learn that. The other thing, as far as any type of development that we need to take a look at, especially with this one on 62, which is destined to become the next Moccasin Wallow Road. We have to be factual about that. We can't just look right now, we have agricultural boundaries about that, but I'm not sure that everybody knows everything that is in application that is also going to affect that area. So we have to be a little bit of a crystal ball, but we have the information in front of us. Everything that we look at cannot be looked at just as that one item. And a lot of times when we get up here and speak, we don't know what
Gotta
applications
talk
are out
about-
there.
You have to talk about the merits of item 14.
The merits of item 14 are not really a lot right now because you haven't been very communicative and well. Otherwise, you'd have more people up here speaking out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on the merits of item number 14 on today's agenda, regular agenda? Sir, first, last name, county of residence. Hopefully you've been sworn.
My name is Phil Upton. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn in. Plain and simply, I don't think you should approve this until all utilities are attached. RVs and campers dump a lot of sewage. And if they're on septic tank, That's all going into our drinking water. If you don't have it hooked up to sewer, if you don't have electricity and water coming in, you're just creating more pollution for us. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 14 on today's agenda? Item 14. Okay, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we have Commissioner Baugh on the board who would like to speak. Ma'am.
Hi, is it time to ask just a couple of questions?
Yes, ma'am, you can ask questions of staff, the
I
applicant,
think the
or
applicant would be good.
Who spoke?
Please. Carol, is that you or?
We've got a trio, four of us here.
All right. I'm probably more familiar with an RV park than most that are up here on this board, and probably more than is even in the audience. I've got a 42-foot, and we use it a lot. So I know what RV parks are like. I know how the sewer is handled. I know how the water is handled. It's pretty much the same in any that you go to. They're laid out pretty much identically. I'm curious, I know I heard wastewater, and can you perhaps give us just a little bit of information? I know this, you don't have the plan in front of you for it necessarily, but isn't it true that anything that's built has to contain the water, the stormwater?
Yes, for two parts of that. In terms of wastewater, we do anticipate connecting to the county system. We do not propose using septic tanks out there.
That's what I thought.
And Clint can get into the stormwater issue, but this part of the property is in Gamble Creek, which requires a reduction in the velocity of water leaving the site.
Right.
So that means that a 50% reduction. So if 1 gallon is leaving the site now, before development, after development, that has to be half a gallon, the rate, so you keep the water on your property for a longer period of time.
And just to add to what you're saying, I know you're absolutely correct, and that's what I was hoping you were going to say, because I thought I was correct on that. And then, you know, most of your RVs have water tanks anyway. They have sewer tanks. They don't necessarily dump at the site where they're staying. So there's a lot of different things that do take place that's kind of different from a housing development that could possibly go there. Is that correct?
Yes, and one of the things is Manatee County has a regulation that says you can only stay
That
for
was my next one.
180 days a year.
Right.
And I know from experience, my sisters and I shared a cabin, and it had a very similar rule. And I said, nobody will check that. And, oh, no. That's checked. Every time you swipe your card, it's checked. And if you have somebody coming to work on your cabin, and they come and swipe and come, that counts as one of your 180 days. So folks do watch that.
Manatee County, I know, is very strict on that regulation. And as a matter of fact, someone that just got up to speak wanted that changed at one time so that you could live in an RV, permanently, but we didn't do it. And because of evacuations and so forth. And that's another thing. As I recall, RV parks, if there is a problem with a disaster or anything like that, all RVs are required to leave.
I believe that is correct, and they are able to leave.
Yeah.
Unlike, some folks that are in permanent housing, they may not be, they can't just get up and move.
And I just wanted to touch base with those items because I've been sitting here writing down what I've been hearing. And a couple of more things, and I know you're probably not going to know this one because you're not far enough in the planning. But I've never seen an RV park that wasn't totally fenced in. Because an RV park, the people that are there, they don't want anyone walking over to their RVs. So there's security that does happen in these RV parks for a very good reason. I don't know if you've looked into anything along that line,
We
probably
haven't
not.
gotten that far,
Right.
but I certainly expect, we've agreed to a stipulation on the east and western boundary, except where there may be wetlands. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't have a fence sort of before you hit the wetland line. And depending on what the commercial ends up being. Likely there will be fencing between the commercial and the RV part of the project, but I don't know whether there'll be any more.
And so
fencing
it will
there.
be city water, or county water, I should say, and county sewer.
Yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to touch base on those items. You know, the funny thing about it is that an RV park, I mean, I'm going this weekend, as a matter of fact, and I can tell you that by 10 o'clock at night, it's quiet. And it doesn't even start moving in the mornings, because I know I go out to drink my coffee, and it's like 10 o'clock in the morning before people are really starting to get going. So just thought I'd add that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I can,
We get a bad name,
who's we?
RVers.
RVers. I can just see you, Cousin Eddie style, heading down the road. Commissioner Ballard, you're on the board next, ma'am.
So just one small additional clarification. This would be for our presenter, I believe. You're not anticipating having any traditional or tent camping on site, is that correct? It's just going to be purely the RV
That is correct. We don't have that intention.
with wheels. Okay, thank you so much. That's all.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Okay, staff, do you have any final comments you'd like to make? I forgot who presented this. Dorothy? Was it Dorothy? Okay. Does the applicant have any final statement they would like to make? No. Okay. Then, with no one on the board having held public comment, we will go ahead and entertain, Commissioner Cruz is on the board.
I was waiting for deliberation, so
We're here.
I didn't want to put my name on there and
Yes,
you
sir.
think I was going to ask someone a question. Yeah, and I made the motion anyway. Yeah, no, just to respond, people were talking about how many potential people may be there. I mean, this is 12 units per acre. We have a PDRV zoning, which allows up to 12 per acre. This isn't asking for anything above and beyond a zoning that's already in our books. And to say everything's over in Palmetto, I agree. Right now, the RVs is actually a beautiful one that just opened up over in Palmetto. But, you know, you don't want to cram all of the same product into one area. It's nice to have them spread out a bit. This honestly is a great location for RV. You got 301, which goes right up to Sun City. I guarantee people up in Sun City have RVs. They have RVs and golf carts. And then you got 62 going east-west. You've got major transit to get people in and out of here. And as of now, you don't have anything surrounding it except for the current ag land, which is already future land use UF3, so it's not going to stay that way. This is, everyone talks about the FDEB line. This is west of the FDEB line. So, you know, this is unique. Everyone says all we're building is the same cookie cutter, same houses, and you all use the same terms about ticky-tack this and cookie cutter that. This is something different. It's a unique use of land that I think is going to be welcomed and successful in the area, and then breaks up the monotony of single-family home subdivisions throughout North River. So I fully support this.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, just one last thing I meant to mention. You know, if you go further down, I'm down on 62 quite often, actually. There's a golf course further down on 62, and right just a few miles from the golf course heading east, or I'm sorry, heading west, is the Thundercloud Gun Club, which is a private gun club for shooting clays and hunting quail, etc. So it all kind of blends together. It's a great spot for an RV park.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, no one else is on the board, so we will entertain motions at this time.
Chair, do we have
Ma'am?
to allow rebuttal by the applicant if they have anything?
I'm sorry. Would the applicant like to rebut? Do you want to complain about the two people who liked your idea?
No, just so it's on the record, Scott Rudisell on behalf of the applicant, we don't have any rebuttal.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve. The motion has been seconded by Commissioner Ron, and we can cast our votes at this time. Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Now we'll move on to item number 15. Mrs. DePaul, please read item number 15 into the record. Actually, I will not. I apologize. We're going to take a 10-minute recess. It's 3:30. Yeah, my mistake. I intended to do that. We'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll resume in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. So we're going to move on then to item number 15, which is quasi-judicial in nature. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 15 into the record.
Item number 15, PDR-22-10ZG Gagne General Development Plan with rezone with Robert H. Gagne Revocable Trust 2008 and CSR Acquisition Company 1 LLC is the owner, and it's PLN 2203-0165.
Thank you, ma'am. This item is quasi-judicial in nature. Commissioners, does anyone have any ex parte communication to disclose at this time? Okay, hearing none. Who's here to represent the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Kyle Grimes, I'm an attorney with the law firm of Grimes Galvano, and I have been sworn. Here today and on behalf of the applicant on a rezone of a approximately 123.6 acre property from general agriculture to planned development residential with a general development plan for 288 single-family detached units. This property is located on State Road 62, just east of 301 and adjacent to the approved Cone Ranch Planned Development Mixed-Use Project. The future land use category of this property and the area around it is UF3. And as I mentioned, the current zoning is general agriculture, but the proposed rezone to PDR is consistent with the development patterns in the area and the adjacent planned development districts. And I would like to note the area just to the north and east of the subject site in this is pursuing actively pursuing a rezone to PDR as well. The general development plan, as I mentioned, is 123 acres and 288 single-family detached dwelling units for a maximum gross density of 2.3 dwelling units per acre. Which of course is less than the allowable 3 units per acre under the future land use category and is consistent with the developments in the area that range from about 1.7 to 2.9 dwelling units per acre. The property does have just under 29 acres of wetlands on site, none of which we are proposing any impacts to. Just as it was brought up earlier, our client is actively pursuing extension of utilities, Manatee County utilities in this area, and it will be served by Manatee County water and sewer, and I believe reclaimed as well. We are proposing 3 access locations for this site. One is to State Road 62, which of course will take coordination with FDOT. The other 2 will be inter-neighborhood ties, one to the approved Cone Ranch development, which is to the west of the subject site up that you can see on your screen, and the other will be to the east to the Crosswind Ranch project that's currently pursuing rezone. These 3 developments will ultimately be under the same master developer, so there will be a lot of collaboration and interconnectivity for these 3 projects. And just to give you an idea of how they fit together, the Cone Ranch is kind of the larger area to the west and north on the screen. That is an approved project. And then this subject site is kind of at the bottom center of the screen with that other Crosswind Ranch to the east. We do have one request for specific approval, and that is for an alternative to the agriculture buffer requirements. Rather than doing 35 feet in distance for the ag buffer, we are proposing a 20-foot buffer, but it must meet the screening requirements, meaning that it has either a 6-foot fence or vegetative screening with 80% opacity. We believe that, and this is just in the event it is adjacent to active agriculture at the time of FSP. As of right now, the sites to the south of it are zoned agriculture. The property appraiser's office has them as single family, but we wanted to make sure that if there is active agriculture going forward, we have that appropriate screening. With that, we have reviewed the staff report provided by Ms. Gonzalez, and we agree with its findings that this project is consistent with the land development code and the comprehensive plan. It's compatible with the development trends in this area that are transitioning away from general agriculture and more towards suburban development. And we request your approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions. We also have Jeb Mulock with ZNS and Nathan Poole, our traffic consultant.
Thank you, sir. There are two commissioners on the board with questions for the applicant, Commissioner Baugh and then Commissioner Ballard. Commissioner Baugh.
Thank you. I just have one question at this point. You know, this is a different ballgame. I mean, this is residential. This is not an RV park. So how far from the Thundercloud Gun Club are you? Do you know?
I'm not sure the exact distance.
Well,
But
is there going
I
to
can
be any
certainly
sort
look at that
of
and find
notice
out.
given to the residents? That gun club, it's very active, and I just want to make sure there's not going to be a conflict, is what I'm saying.
I can look at that distance and get back to you here in a minute.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ballard.
So you had mentioned what buffering would look like if there's active ag going on. If there's not, what would the buffer look like then?
That would just be the 20-foot residential greenbelt buffer, or I'm sorry, I think 15-foot residential greenbelt buffer.
Okay, thank
which is your standard provided by code.
Thank you.
All right, there are no other questions for the applicant. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who's here to represent staff?
Good afternoon, Laura Gonzalez with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. I agree with the applicant presentation, and I just want to highlight some of the aspects that we found during the preparation of the staff report.
Ma'am, speak up a little bit into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Again, I have to start. Laura Gonzalez with Development Services and Planner 2, and I have been sworn. I agree with the applicant's presentation, and I'm going to just highlight some of our important findings. As the applicant mentioned, the property is within the UF3 future land use category, as well as the surrounding properties. This land use designation allows low-density residential uses and medium-density cluster residential uses as primary uses with a maximum density of 3 dwelling units per acre. The zoning is agriculture, but as the applicant mentioned, we have the property is surrounded by planned development properties. To the north and west of the property, we have the Corn Ranch development, and to the north and east, this is Cross Ranch that is actually under revision, and to the south, we have Cross Creek Wind. This is the general development plan for the 288 dwelling units with a maximum density of 2.3 dwelling units per acre that is consistent with the maximum allowed in the UF3 future land use category, and the general development plan also shows the buffers. There are 15-feet buffer, greenbelt buffer that provides separation from the surrounding properties, and a 22-feet roadway buffer along the State Road 62. There are two inter-neighborhood ties, and there are 28 acres of wetlands that will be preserved. And as the applicant mentioned, there is also one specific approval request that staff supports. Positive aspects: the request is consistent with the nearby developments pattern of agricultural zone transitioning to planned development residential. The proposed density is within the range of approved proposed density in the surroundings and within the maximum allowed by the future land use category. The wetlands will be preserved. The open space that they are proposing exceeds code requirements, that is 25%. Public facilities are either in place or planned to serve the development. And the inter-neighborhood ties and amenity area that has been proposed provide opportunities to promote neighborhood identity and connectivity. That is one of the design guidance that the Land Development Code has. Negative aspects, the site is adjacent to property zone agriculture to the south, and agricultural uses are allowed, so the proposed single-family residential use may result incompatible with these uses. And to mitigate this issue, the proposal includes buffer and landscaping open space that provides adequate separation from these agricultural uses. Also, the specific approval provides additional separation in case that agricultural activities are proposed at time of the final site plan, are in place at time of the final site plan. Also, a notice to buyers to inform prospective home buyers of the potential agricultural uses have to be included in the declaration of covenant and restrictions. Another negative aspect is that the proposed lots are smaller than adjacent properties in the zoning district, and this pattern is consistent with the other projects, land development projects that have been approved. Finally, the lots that will be adjacent to the State Road 62 are exposed to light, glare, noise, and pollution. And to mitigate this situation, a 50-foot roadway buffer on State Road 62 is proposed. We found this general development plan that complies with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. And at time of the preliminary site plan and the final site plan, all of these requirements will be, again, revised in detail and to ensure that the project will comply with all of these requirements. Any questions?
No, ma'am, I don't have any commissioners on the board for questions at this time. Thank you. All right, we're going to open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 15 on today's agenda? Any public comment on item number 15? Okay, seeing none, we're going to close public comment at this time. And there's no one on the board for discussion, so I will ask staff, do you have any, though you just spoke, do you have any final comments you'd like to make? Okay, does the applicant have any final comments?
Mr. Chair, just to address Commissioner Ball's question, the gun club's about 10.5 miles away from State Road 62.
Thank you.
That should be sufficient. Okay.
And no other comments at this time.
Thank you, sir. All right, we'll entertain motions at this time. We have a motion by Commissioner Satcher to approve, and has been seconded by Commissioner Bearden. We can cast our votes now. Madam Clerk, item number 15 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We will now move on to item number 19. Mrs. DePaul, please read item number 19 into the record.
Item number 19, PDR-18-27, PR Whitfield Preserve 2, PLN 2211-0082.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, this item is quasi-judicial. Would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication on item number 19 at this time? Okay, hearing none, who is here to represent the applicant?
My name is Richard Claybrook. I'm a resident of Manatee County. If I could get the presentation up, please. Today we're here to speak about Whitfield Preserve, which is a existing or the site is in the Whitfield area, and it's already been approved for 64 units, and we've gone through final site plan approval and construction plan approval, and construction has started out there. What we're asking for today is this is an affordable housing project, and there is an extreme need in Manatee County for affordable housing. We are looking to expand this project on a site that is already building affordable housing. And what we would like to do is we'd like to take advantage of the half-unit ordinance that was recently passed by this board. And we would like to go from 160, or excuse me, we'd like to go from 64 full development units to 192 half units, excuse me. Of course, as most of you know, a half dwelling unit is equal to, 2 half dwelling units is equal to 1 dwelling units. So 192 half dwelling units would in fact be equal to 96 dwelling units. A half dwelling unit is a unit that is 750 square feet or smaller. The current site it has a future land use of Res 6, which would allow 6 units per acre. The property is 10.07 acres. Going to affordable, we get to double that to go to 12 units per acre. So on the 10.07 acres, we would be entitled to 121 maximum dwelling units on the site, or 242 half dwelling units. We are only asking for 192 half dwelling units. The total density would go from, that we are asking for would be right around the 9.53 development units over the 10 acres. The parking that is required per the ordinance that recently passed regarding half units is 1 space per unit, or excuse me, 1 space per half unit, or 1.8 spaces per full unit. We are doing all half units. However, we are proposing to provide parking at a rate of 1.3 parking spaces per unit. This letter attaches for Rowena Elliott that goes over those details. I apologize if it's hard to read on the screen, but it comes with the agreement that we discussed. We have been working with staff and with the affordable housing people here at the county to come up with this plan and how we can expand the affordable housing opportunities within Manatee County. In addition to this, we are asking for 2 specific approval requests. The first deals with the access to the property. Right now, the property is kind of a longer property, runs along a north-south axis, and I'm going to show you the site plan in a minute, and I'll get into those details. But we are accessing the property for the 64-unit development in the southwest corner. We have 1 entrance. Per the requirement of having 2 entrances when you go above 100 units, we were looking at that, and we see that to the northwest corner, there's another right-of-way called Persimmon Place, and that right-of-way goes up to the school and dumps out right there next to Abel Elementary. And we know there's a lot of traffic there. There's a lot of traffic going in there. So we are proposing, since these are half units and not not full units, we're proposing to make that an emergency access only with specific. It would be a gated emergency access for entrance and exit of emergency vehicles and emergency personnel, or in the case of a natural disaster, it could be opened up as an evacuation route. The second specific approval request we're asking for is kind of a housekeeping issue. It was approved on the original 64-unit plan, and that is down in the south, we have an area where we have some stormwater ponds and some floodplain compensation area and a lift station serving the area. So the 20-foot screening buffer is a little hard to provide in that area. So we're asking to provide a relief from that particular screening buffer, and the details get in there and talk about the landscaping buffer that we would put in place of that. Here's the site plan. As I was mentioning, the property goes, it's north to south is this way. It's turned on the side because it doesn't fit very well otherwise on the screen. The existing or the approved development, which is under construction now, is for these two buildings, the two L-shaped buildings. And those two buildings have 32 units each. And it has this parking in here and the drive lane coming in, the utility system. Stormwater system similar to this with floodplain compensation. We have one exit out on 12th Street Court East, and some improvements involved with that. We do not have an entrance or exit up in the northeast corner to Persimmon Place. What we are proposing with the expanded development is we're going from the two buildings to 6 buildings, multifamily buildings. We're providing parking in all those areas. We're maintaining the same entranceway, drive-in coming through. We're maintaining the same stormwater system that is restricted on the amount of, again, this is a 50% reduction type stormwater system, so we would be dropping the rate. But the two items that I was talking about up here, this is, up in this area would be Able Elementary. And we've spoke to the school board about that, and we've agreed to provide a sidewalk up to Able Elementary. But this would then become just an emergency exit right there. So we would not be dumping traffic going north into this neighborhood and right in front of the school, especially during loading and unloading. This area to the immediate west of the upper part of the development is Whitfield Park, and it is a public park. It works extremely well for this type of development because it provides access to a public park and access to a public area. And I think that's probably all we'll go over right now. The site plan, I can come back to it later if we have questions. The type of development we're talking about, this is a elevation that was put together, 3-story buildings spread out through the property, fairly common development for apartments. A artist rendering of the type of development we're looking at. It's kind of they call that I believe a rail type where you have like a front area in front of each that the units come out on, and sidewalks in the front. We had a neighborhood meeting on January 31st. We had it over at the Hampton Inn over by SRQ, which is very close to the property itself. We had pretty good turnout. I think there was about 20, 25 people there. Some of the issues we discussed is we discussed affordable housing and what affordable housing is, because as you all know, the county needs affordable housing, but affordable housing is not always looked at in the highest light. But we talked about that. We talked about the qualifications. We talked about the funding. We talked about those other items. We talked about traffic. That was a big concern, and I'm going to discuss that a little bit further. We talked about the compatibility with the neighborhood. We had one gentleman that was talking about providing fencing to the east. There was discussions about the ongoing construction that is going on right now for the 64 units. A parking discussion and setbacks and buffers. Regarding traffic, because that seems to be an issue that kind of keeps coming back again and again. We did have a traffic study done on the property, and we did a traffic study in light of the the approved under construction 64 units and adding the 128 units to that. And what I'd like to point out with this is we had 2 impact areas or 2 impacted segments. The first would be 9th Street East, which is to the west of this property, and the second is 15th Street East or 301 Boulevard, which is to the east of us. And per the traffic count that we were adding and the existing traffic layers on those 2, we are below the 5% threshold for impact and mitigation. Again, to these 2 streets, and the point that we'd like to make is right now the level of service on both these is at level of C, 9th Street East is level B. So these 2 traffic segments can in fact take the additional traffic load that would come from these additional units. This aerial talks a little bit more about the traffic. This would be the site that we propose. This is the entrance and exit right here on what is 12th Street Court. This goes into Commercial Boulevard, which goes to east and west, down through this commercial area and industrial area, accessing over to 301 Boulevard, north-south. The assumption was 50% in either direction, though I don't know if that would actually work out in the real world. And then the second is 9th Street East over on this edge, which gives access to Talavest Road and 41. In conclusion, first of all, what we're proposing and increasing the units is compliant with Manatee County Land Development Code and with the comprehensive plan. Especially with the new half-unit ordinance. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions or comment about that because I know we are one of the first to go through that are accessing that particular aspect. It provides affordable housing. It provides affordable housing that's desperately needed in Manatee County and to an area of Manatee County that desperately needs affordable housing. We're providing 192 affordable housing units. We are located close to schools, public parks, commercial and industrial employment centers, and it is a transition between an industrial commercial area and the single-family residentials to the north and to the west. Having that, or having finished up with that, we'd be glad to answer any questions when it comes to that point.
Yes, sir. The speaking order is as follows. Commissioners Cruz, Ron, Satcher, Bearden, and Ballard. Commissioner Cruz.
Mine's not so much a question. I put myself on right away, but I didn't want to interrupt the presentation. Just for the ex parte, we didn't talk specific to the site plans and so on, but way back when they were first looking to go from 64 and take the advantage of the affordable housing density bonus, they inquired and reached out to me. And then when we were pushing through the half dwelling units, they inquired me. So I was giving them some updates on the programs as a whole. It was specific to this project, but not specifics of this project. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. A couple questions I have for you real quick on this project. Buildings 5 and 6, those seem to be facing or close to the residential. There's like 4 or 5 houses there on Connecticut that backs up to. What is the distance between that property line and where your first building is at?
Okay.
Building 5 or 6?
Sure.
Or both?
Building 5, 18 unit, that's approximately 70 feet there, which is at its closest point. Building 6 down here is, I believe, just about 100 feet or just under 100 feet away. We also, as part of the requirements of Land Development Code, we have to provide a screening wall along this edge.
And that will be a wall, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then on the wall piece, between the property line and the wall, are you going to do any type of landscaping, or is it going to be a straight opaque wall and that's going to be it?
We would provide the code landscaping, which I believe for that buffer. By the way, the wall is 10 feet away from the property line.
Okay.
So the landscaping has to be in that buffer area, so.
Also, on the road that's coming in to the project, are you going to be lighting that road up? Will there be lighting on that road coming into the project, or will it be, or?
Actually,
not
no.
Lighting for the parking lots or anything under there?
Sure. What we're proposing on this site is a lighting type that is gaining more favor, and that is building lighting. Lighting will be provided on the exterior of the building, but we're not providing a bunch of street lights over the entrance road or the parking because those become obtrusive and they do tend to bleed over into the neighborhoods.
Okay. One last question. What are you looking at, since this is going to be affordable housing, what are you looking at your average rents to be in this project?
I also have the owner developer with me, and I think he would be better to answer that particular question.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Fasano. I live in Sarasota County. And the rents are fixed by HUD.
This is a 60% AMI project, so there'll be $12.95 a month for two-bedroom, 1.5-bath apartments.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, can the speaker say whether he's sworn or not?
Yeah, he was sworn, but can you state whether or not you've been sworn in?
Today I was not.
You were not sworn?
I was not.
The clerk will swear you in now, and anyone who has not been sworn who thinks they may speak at some point, please stand and be sworn by the clerk now.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, your county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Greg Fasano, Sarasota County, and the rents are set by HUD. This is a 60% AMI project, and they'll be for a two-bedroom, 1.5-bath, which all the units are, will be $12.95 currently, based on average median income for the area and the rents that HUD has set.
all right, thank you very much.
Is that all, sir? Is that all, sir? Commissioner Ron? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So going back to the parking, just so, this is our first foray into half units. You're saying 1.3, and then in your writing it says per unit. So would that mean that for each 750 square foot, quote-unquote, half unit, but of course it would have a family, a couple, or, I guess it could be a single, retired, whatever. But for each one of those, we're talking 0.65 parking spaces per?
Sorry about the confusion with that. With working with this new half-unit, full-unit development, it gets a little hairy or a little confusing. From the aspect of parking and traffic count and utilities, each half-unit is treated as a unit. So when I say 1.3 parking spaces per unit, it is per each half unit.
You'd multiply that times 192.
Yeah, I think there's right around 250 parking spaces that are proposed for the site. Yes, that's the rate we're having per unit. And forgive me for that misunderstanding with the half unit, full unit. It goes back and forth whether you're talking about parking or whether you're talking about density. So my apologies.
We're all getting the hang of it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Bearden, Ballard, and Cruz. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question regarding the fencing. Is there fence, where exactly is the wall going up? Which side of the actual building itself? North, south?
Sure. Just to point at it real quickly, there is a wall that is required along the north property line, and that wall will be set back 10 feet away from the actual property line, and it's a 6-foot wall. And a wall is required along these residential houses down in this area. And again, that wall would be set back 10 feet from the property line and would be a 6-foot wall.
Okay. Reason why I'm asking is there is a manufacturing facility to the east of the property where there's a lot of semi-trucks going in and out of that property on a daily basis. Is there a plan to put a wall on the east side of that property?
There is not. I have spoken with that gentleman a couple of times, and we've kind of come to the realization that if he has a dangerous operation on his property, it's kind of his onus to fence off his property. That requirement should not fall upon us to put up a fence to protect people from his operation. I would also point out real quick that his property is in this, what would be the southeast corner. So to get to it, they have to go through a deep stormwater pond that goes down to 15 feet. The average elevation around here is around 20. And then it has to go through a floodplain compensation area, again, that'll be about 5 foot deep before they can make it to that property. So they have to have a serious desire to go in that direction to get to that property.
Got it. And now, is that just on one corner of the property, or would they be able to access a manufacturing facility to the south of where you're talking about?
To the south, this is an existing ditch. And again, that ditch is it's about 6 to 7 feet deep.
Okay.
So, and that's the commercial industrial, light industrial here, commercial light industrial over here. And this is a existing wetland that we're staying out of. And again, they would have to go through that wetland to get to that back property.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
So I'm excited to see affordable housing. I do think it's needed. I'm excited to see half dwelling units. My concern is a little bit with the request for special approval and kind of the layout of this property. It appears that traffic could get a little hairy within the complex, as well as trying to get out of just that one entrance and exit. Are there any possibilities for a different second entrance? I know you had mentioned the north emergency entrance, and you don't want that necessarily to be a full entrance because the elementary school concerns about increasing traffic over there. But I think on the other end, you could really be creating quite an impact for people.
Let me go to the aerial real quick, and this may or may not address it for you. The property to the south of us and to the east of us, going all the way up, those are commercial light industrial properties. So we are greatly limited in trying to get access across those properties. That's why we have our exit down here in the southwest corner, because that makes the most sense. And that existing road, that 12-seat court, is the traffic consultant said that was underutilized because they only counted like 17 cars that came through there during a day. So that is the ideal place to have these vehicles. We will agree with you that, everybody has to come out that edge, but we also believe that if we start funneling traffic up this way towards Whitfield to the north, it is going to be in extreme conflict with the loading and unloading operations there at the school.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, real quick. I heard you mention I knew it was 100% affordable, but you said it was 100% at 60% AMI. Is that something that's formally proposed? Have you signed a LURA agreement? Have we gotten to a point where that's agreed upon at this point, that it will be 60% for 100% of the units?
It's my understanding that we have to get to the final site.
We need this approval for the new LURA.
Yeah, we need this approval before we can move forward with a new
Was the
LURA.
60% as a result of the former LURA, when it was 64 units? So that rezone required 60%, and it's just carrying over to this project?
We're just carrying it over. It's the same
Understood.
thing.
And I'm assuming you're coming in with livable Manatee for this, associated with impact fees and so forth?
That's
So
correct.
this is clearly going to top that out. So just for public's sake, what you're proposing is 192 units at 60% AMI or less, and at that dollar level, it's going to be affordable for 50 years.
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking nearly 200 real, actual affordable units for people who need them, like the teachers, first responders, and so forth, less than $1,300 for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath unit. Not for a couple of years like some, and we get people complaining that we have these LURAs for 10 years and then they go away. You're talking 50 years, like generational affordability.
That's correct. And
Okay.
I would ask that the owner developer come up again and kind of elaborate on that if you need anything else.
I'm saying more as fact for the public's sake, based on you saying you're going for the little Manatee. Just to let people know, this is meaningful, real affordability, near transit, near employment centers for an extended period of time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And no one else is on the board, but I'll just say for the benefit of the public, also, this is not Section 8. It's not like this is like government subsidized, housing continuously. There's still a $1,200 rent that has to be paid. It's not $2,000, which is pretty much what a two-bedroom is going for, if not more, in Manatee and Sarasota County. It's $1,200, but you still have to have a job. Somehow you got to pay $1,200 one way or another. So it's not the old school Section 8 stuff that you might be thinking of.
Mr. Chair, I just have one
Clarification.
question while the applicant was here. So you showed illustrations and concept plans. Are those binding? You showed architectural renderings. And you just showed it to the board, so I have to ask if that's binding or not. If it's not binding, I just want to stay in the record.
If he's going to speak, he needs to come to the microphone and state his name.
It's Greg Fasano again. Yes, the plans, in my view, are binding. We've paid for them to be developed. We've met all the county requirements that they brought forth to us to amend the plans as required to get into county code compliance, and we're at that phase right now. The two buildings that are already being constructed under the approved permit now are already designed. We're waiting again on this approval to do the final architecturals, but that will be the final design.
Thank you, sir. All right. No one else is on the board to speak at this time. Who is here to present for staff?
Good afternoon, Chris Klepek, Development Services. I have been sworn. So the request this afternoon is a revision to the previously approved preliminary site plan from 64 multifamily dwelling units to 192 half-dwelling multifamily units. I kind of anticipated some questions about what actually is a half-dwelling unit, so I provided some literature, some context from our code to kind of elaborate. So a half-dwelling unit shall mean a multifamily residential unit of 750 square foot or less in size. They're only permitted, only permitted in the urban service area, which this is. And this is a newly adopted concept that Manatee County is kind of encouraging developers to create more affordable housing in the county. So in terms of calculating density, so 2 half-dwelling units is equal to, I guess you could say, 1 full dwelling unit. Now, we don't use the term full dwelling unit, but essentially it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So 192 half-dwelling units is equal to 96 dwelling units. So for traffic generation, it's a 1-to-1. There is no 2-to-1. It's a 1-for-1 traffic count generation. And for parking, it's a 1 space per half-dwelling unit. Now, we had recently, a few months back, kind of did a text amendment for multifamily parking, and it was originally 2 parking spaces per multifamily unit with a one guest parking per every 10 dwelling units. Well, we removed that, so we reduced it to 1.8, and we removed the requirement for the guest parking. So again, the parking is a 1 space per half dwelling unit. So this is the site location. General location is south of Whitfield Ave and west of 15th Street and just to the north of the Sarasota Airport. Size is approximately 10.07 acres. And just a little history on the site. So back in December of 2019, the Whitfield Preserve PDR 1827 came in with a preliminary site plan, and it was approved for 64 multifamily units on approximately 8.95 acres, and this was for 2 two-story buildings. And then in June of last year, the final site plan was approved for the two-story multifamily buildings. The zoning is PDR. The surrounding zoning is residential single-family to the north, light manufacturing to the east, as well as the south, and then single-family to the west. The future land use category is Res 6. Now, typically, you think Res 6, you only get 6 dwelling units per acre. However, there are incentives for multifamily, for affordable housing projects such as this. So it allows for the applicant to go up to 12 dwelling units per gross acre. Also to the north, we have more Res 6. To the east is IL, which is industrial light. To the south is IU, industrial urban. And to the west is Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per acre. This is just a GIS kind of overlay, and on the west of the subject property, you can kind of see all the hashes on it. Now, that's the Whitfield historical overlay, so this site is actually just to the east of that, so it is not within that overlay. So again, the request is to revise the previously approved preliminary site plan from 64 multifamily dwelling units to 192 half-dwelling multifamily units. As the applicant had shown, that is the preliminary site plan. Kind of a zoomed-in view of the southern section of it from the entrance, buildings 5 and 6, and the northern section. And the 2 L-shaped buildings in dark gray, those were the 2 previously approved for 64 dwelling units, and now they're proposing a total of 6 3-story buildings. You can see there to the north, I guess that's building 3, there's single family adjacent to them. So the code requires, for building height compatibility, it requires a 6-foot wall and the appropriate screening and buffering for plants. So it requires a 15-foot buffer. The applicant has actually provided the 15-foot buffer and then an additional 10-foot of separation, so for a total of 25 feet. Now, additionally, when you start talking about building height compatibility, it really comes into play more or less when you get above the 3 stories. Okay, so we've got the normal wall and 15-foot buffer requirement. Then once you start going over the 3 stories, that's when you kind of start to see the birthday cake effect, where for every story above 3, so 4 and so on, you have to step back, recess the building an additional 20 feet. So for this, they're not required, as it is only 3 stories, but they have provided the wall and they will be providing the screening buffers. So as the applicant had stated, the specific approval request, there are 2. The first one is for an alternative design for the second means of access requirement, and they are providing an emergency-only access in the northwest section, as well as the second one will be for the landscape buffers on the south and eastern section. And it's a cleanup. It's just to kind of carry over what was previously approved with the preliminary site plan back in 19. And that's also to allow for the lift station to encroach into that buffer. So this preliminary site plan is in compliance with the land development code. The maximum is 12 dwelling units per gross acre for affordable housing projects in the Res 6 future land use category. And they are at 9.5 dwelling units per gross acre. The minimum open space requirement is 25%, and they're providing 45, as well as the maximum building height is at 35 feet or 3 stories, and that is what they are requesting today. Additionally, at time of final site plan review, this project will have to comply with all land development code requirements and comprehensive policies. And it is the opinion of staff that the proposed amendment to the preliminary site plan application and related specific approval request, along with the stipulations provided, can be found to be consistent with the comp plan and in compliance with the applicable provisions of the land development code. Thank you, and I'm here for any questions, and we also have Rowena Elliott with Affordable Housing if you have any questions regarding affordable housing as well.
Yes, sir. We have Ron and Van Ostenbridge on the board. Commissioner Ron.
Good afternoon, Chris. How are you?
Good, good.
Quick question. In the applicant's testimony, he stated that there would not be a fence required on the east side of the property boundary. According to their code, it says that the final site plan, they will be required to comply with screening and buffering requirements, which does include a 6-foot tall opaque fence and all applicable tree and shrub plantings along the eastern property boundary. So are we confused on that, or is it just on the part where the buildings are going to be and then where the light industrial is on the other side of the property boundary, we're not going to require it, or are we having a conflict?
So for that, Gary Race, with Environmental Sections Plan Manager, would you like to come up and speak to that?
Gary Race, Development Services, Environmental Planning. Basically, they're only, as I recall, they're requesting the specific approval only for the lift station, and they said they'll meet all other code requirements at FSP. So when that comes in as FSP, we'd evaluate those.
So when they come back in for FSP, we're going to evaluate that time if we're going to require, we stated in the letter from Chris to myself and others that at that point, we'll determine if we're going to require a fence at that time along with.
I don't think a fence is required for the industrial, their landscaping is required. They're providing a 20-foot landscape buffer there, and that can be planted.
Okay.
I don't believe a fence is required there.
Okay, I'm just reading what I'm reading what was sent to me from our planner. So that's why I asked the question, because that's what it says at site plan, at final site plan, we're going to want a fence. So I'm just trying to clear it up, because the applicant doesn't think they need a fence, but I'm looking at a letter here that says we're going to require them to have a fence at FSP.
If that was a mistake that I did make, I do apologize for that.
I'm just trying to clear it up, because I don't want them to come back in at FSP, and they're expecting not to have a fence in there, and now we're going to go, well, you guys got to put a fence up. So that's why I'm just trying to get cleared up.
And I believe that code just requires the landscape buffer.
Okay.
And it doesn't specifically say it needs to have an opaque fence.
Okay. Again, I'm just trying to, I want the applicants to understand when they come back in what they're going to be looking at, and we're not going to.
And there was some
something upon them
confusion
that's
since
not required.
there was an original FSP for what they had. This is a revised FSP. They're adding more buildings, but, it's my understanding that there's no fence required, just the landscape buffer there.
Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm next on the board. My question is kind of simple. Commissioner Ron and I both have we have been on this street light kick lately. Each of our districts lack street lighting. They're older parts of town. Where you have better street lighting is where there's been new development on the eastern part of town. And so I guess my question is, why are we not lighting the road on the entranceway? And why are we choosing to just have building lighting and not any parking lot lighting and not any lighting on the roadway at all?
Commissioner, that is a code requirement, section 806 of the code. It does require all non-residential and multifamily projects to be in full compliance with the lighting plans. So that will also be reviewed at time of final site plan, but there's been no specific approval requests or anything. So at time of FSP, they'll be required to comply with all sections of the land development code, which do include the lighting.
Okay, and I think, you have a pretty good idea of where the board is on this. If, I'm literally driving around town, my district, trying to figure out where, not just the lighting, because I also have to figure out where the telephone poles are that we can use, because if we don't have poles, then to bring in, actual structure to put the fixture on. So I think where the board is coming from. We're looking to light the community in a better way. An affordable housing project is probably one that needs better lighting, so. Light up Manatee, there you go. He's got a campaign. Okay, that's all from me, and we don't have anyone else on the board. Thank you very much. We'll open this up to public comment at this time. Ma'am.
There was a question about traffic circulation and access. We have our traffic staff here. Can they speak on that? Was it a safe access
Yeah.
going through the industrial area? I'll get the record.
Clark is in the conference room. I'm sure he's on his way out. Oh, even better. We have the real boss in the house.
Good afternoon, Mary Wahid, Transportation Planning, and I have been sworn. So the access question regarding the access to the north that's preferred as emergency access is the applicant's, per the applicant's request. So when you have more than 100 units, per the code, you're required to have two means of access. But there is a way to request a specific approval to have one access, and I think it's at the board's discretion to grant it or not.
Is that sufficient, Ms. Shank?
Well, there was Commissioner Bowell isn't here at this moment. I assume she's returning to vote?
She will not be back to vote.
Okay, we need to state that on the record. Okay. So is it safe having access to the industrial area? I wanted to know, traffic circulation-wise. Does staff have any comment on that?
So at this time, with this particular application, we did not get any traffic study to support to see any way the traffic is going to circulate. However, having multiple access is better than having one access for security as well as circulation. If you have multiple access, the residents can have different ways to access their preferred route. So instead of having a choke point where you have all the trips being accessing one access point, you have multiple way, and the trips can be, diluted in these multiple accesses.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mihi. Okay, no one else is on the board, so we'll open up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 19? Yes, sir. So please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and if you've not been sworn, please speak up.
My name is Norm Lapino, and I have been sworn on. I was sworn when we were out in the audience, and I am speaking on behalf of the Whitfield Ballantine Manor Association, and I have a letter here, so I need to know who to give this to. Do I give this to the clerk?
David, would you grab the letter?
And Rosina, do you have a pointer? I have a PowerPoint presentation, so is that, okay, there it is.
Okay, so I have the letter that you represent that group, but I don't have like signatures or anything like that from other people, so I'm not able to extend your time without signatures from folks stating that you're representing them. Am I wrong on that, Ms. Shank? Make sure I'm correct. I don't want to.
Well, can I see the letter? I don't know what
You
it's
certainly
submitted.
can.
Just for a second.
I just have to follow the rules here because people appeal these things all the time and then.
Okay.
they-
I contacted.
The letter's not signed, so I don't know.
Oh, you know that, yeah.
All right.
So, Ms. Shank, what do you want me to do here?
Dorothy.
3 minutes, 10 minutes, what am I doing?
We have, the secretary's here. She can sign that letter if that's an issue.
Well, it needs to be signed by 5 people to get the 10 minutes.
I understand. You have 3 minutes, sir. You have 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay.
I mentioned.
All right. This was originally approved in 2006, and this is what it looked like. Now we've changed from this to all 3-story buildings with this request. Our concerns are massive buildings, increased traffic, inadequate parking, and lack of recreational open space. The applicant is proposing a 25-foot setback in the rear. And just to give you an idea, that 25 feet is about the width of a street, pavement. And 70 feet is the width of a right-of-way, and this is a 70-foot right-of-way in Whitfield Estates. With the prior approval, we had an 8-foot fence approved. This was in 2006. And 6-foot fence along the park. And trying to hurry up. This is a line of sight from the adjacent property owners. The 6-foot fence is going to be down in a swale, so it's not really going to serve any purpose at all. You'll see the lower line. The red line is an 8-foot wall, and it'll help buffer the road much better, and also it'll buffer more of the buildings. This is the line of sight on the north property where you have a 3-story building only 25 feet. And so there's really, we feel it's too close. Circulation, there's ample circulation going out of the neighborhood. However, most of the traffic going north and west will be using Ponderosa Pine and Southern Pine as their access. So what we're asking for is the last remaining segment of Nicholson be closed off. This is a practice that's used commonly for traffic diversion. This is what we're talking about right here, that little segment. And then the traffic will go through the industrial area. I'm going to skip this since I'm limited on time, but this is the roadway of what's remaining. And so the traffic would be, there's a parallel facilities just south of this, so they could go to Pennsylvania Avenue. It's commonly used. This is a traffic place where the roads have been closed. In Sarasota, this whole road was closed off and made into a pedestrian path. and another place where the road is closed off where there's circulation. I could find no place in the comp plan or any place where you prohibits this. Okay, I want to go over these policies. In the comprehensive plan, they talk about urban sprawl. There's one of the best ways to reduce urban sprawl is to retain the desirability of an older neighborhood. And the project doesn't meet policies in the comprehensive plan, and it does allow the board to put stipulations as necessary and provide increased size of opacity and setbacks, innovative design. I've highlighted all these policies. And developments that propose intensities and densities that are higher than the proposed, this board can add additional mitigation techniques in order to comply with that. So this is inconsistent with the development trends in the area. We are a suburban area, not an urban area. Our lots are 80-some feet wide. It does not provide proper transitioning, insufficient setbacks. And the maximums that are in the code is a maximum potential. It's not an entitlement. And there are policies that actually are more specific, which address when it's appropriate and when it's not. So I'm going to stop now. I guess my time is up. And we had been told that a letter was sufficient, so I apologize for that.
I apologize. Ma'am, you're disrupting the meeting. And I apologize to you as well for the misunderstanding. That's why I went ahead and allowed you additional time there at the end. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
I have a letter for Whitfield Manor with 24
Oh,
signatures.
25. That's excellent. Okay.
Who do I give that to?
You can hand that to Rosine right there. She'll take care of it. We'll get you 10 minutes on the clock.
Okay.
And you'll have 10 minutes to address the board, ma'am. First, last name, county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn.
Michelle Simmons, Manatee County, and I have been sworn. Can you hear me?
Be a little louder right into the microphone.
Okay. First of all, this is an area of Whitfield and single-family homes that they're proposing this project abut up to, which is inconsistent with land code as far as I'm concerned, to try and build 3-story buildings on top of us. Everyone is going to be looking down into our backyards every day. A 6-foot fence with a 35-foot building is not going to buffer anything for us. In addition to that, they have already graded the property higher than our lots. This is an area that's already prone to flooding. Manatee County is aware of this problem. We have that little retention pond that has not ever been dredged out. And this property that they are projected on is always low. It floods every time there's a hurricane or a tropical storm. You have had to go by boat or kayak to get out of this subdivision when it rains. I've lived in this neighborhood for 24 years, so I'm well aware of what happens to this particular parcel when the flood rains come. They have removed every single tree up to the line. It's all dirt. They've removed 80-foot pine trees, oak trees, everything that would have buffered the wind or the buildings, give them a little protection against these buildings that are so high. Also, the amount of buildings that they're proposing are way too many, along with the concrete that they're putting in. There's going to be nowhere for this water to go when it rains. Because as we all know, no water goes through concrete. Let's see, what else? They have a fence that's supposedly to go up on the back of this property. They're saying there's a 25-foot buffer, but really it's only a 10-foot buffer. And 10 feet is not very much at all. They are proposing that a gate for emergency access be put at the end of this road, but the fence does not go all the way up to the gate. So where, there's a whole big open area of about 200 feet where everybody can walk through and get through. And we want this to be contained area. We also would like to request that it goes back to the original 64 that were approved because we don't have enough parking, we don't have enough area, we don't have any place for these people to enjoy their homes. Even if you live in affordable housing, you don't want a 750 square feet cubicle box to live in. I'm a real estate agent, and every family that I try to sell a home to, they want over 1,800 square feet to live in. And if we're going to put 4 people in one cubicle of 750 square feet, and then we're not even allowing them to have 2 parking spaces, that is just ludicrous. We can't give something to the people and then make them live in a cubicle. This is not how America was built to live in. Let's see. Furthermore, we don't have any 3-story projects within a 2-mile radius of us. The only other apartment buildings that we have is Hidden Acres, which is all 1-story villa-style homes, and that is concurrent with our land codes. The other one is Shady Brook Village. Those are a 2-story townhome with the bedrooms on top. They do have complete fencing and concrete walls around their projects, but they're not 3 stories. They are not 35 feet. They also have flooding problems there. Let's see what else I have. We're going to have a lot of increased traffic and noise throughout the neighborhood. When you have 192 units times 4 people, we're looking at 800 people every day in and out trying to find a place to go out and enjoy recreation. Do we really think that 15 feet of space behind the building is enough for someone to enjoy their recreation? We also have in this project, there's no provisions for clubhouses, facilities, a swimming pool, nowhere for these people to go. So when kids get bored that live in these homes, what do? They go out and commit crimes. It's going to be a crime-ridden area.
Let's refrain from disparaging remarks about your potential neighbors. Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're proposing a lift station that's going to be noisy, and they have terrible odors coming from there. Right now, they're saying that they have to have 2 access points for over 100 units. They don't have 2 access points. They only have 1. It was originally approved with an 8-foot fence, and now they've got it down to a 6-foot fence. So, in my opinion, the lot size is not big enough to accommodate 4 additional buildings. The 2 buildings would be okay, but 2 buildings, 2 stories, but now they're trying to put in 6 buildings that are 3 stories high. So therefore, quadrupling the amount of capacity that should be allowed in there. Let's see if I have anything else. Land. And the only reason that they haven't built up more is because they have this conservation area within that lot that is not usable land. So if it's not usable land, that should not be included in the equation for apartments, which they're using the whole area. And I think that's about all I have to say. I'm asking for them to go back to the approval of the original 64 because 4 times as many and 800 people is not enough. We don't have enough land. We don't have enough recreation facilities. We don't have fencing on all sides. We don't have 2 access points. There's just a lot of things that are missing from this. In addition to that, as kind of a final note, they're supposed to have public hearing notices posted on the property, which they posted them on the property, but there's no way that the public can even see them. The one up on the Nicholson Avenue is behind a 15-foot ditch behind a palmetto palm tree, which is not visible to the public at all. And the other one is back a private dirt road behind the school that no one goes back. So how would anyone in the public ever have an opportunity to come here to this meeting and say, no, we don't want this, or we would like it to go back, if we are not notified in regards to these things? I also think that the approval for this was kind of pushed through really quickly. 7 days between hearings was, not adequate for people to request time to get off work to come here to, share their opinions and values about this project. But I think the biggest thing here is single-family residential homes. This is what should be built here, villa style, 1 story. I think they should go back to the beginning and ask for single-story villa living. That would be concurrent with our neighborhood, not having 3-story apartments looking down on top of us. That's all I have to say.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time? Yes. Please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes to address the board on this item.
My name is Ruth Lawler. I grew up in Manatee County. I've been here over 60 years. I grew up about 2 blocks from this location. I wasn't going to speak on this item. I didn't even realize it was on here. That density at that location is very extreme, and the traffic that it will create is going to be a real hazard for the neighborhood. Abel Elementary has a lot of, well, it's an elementary school. School kids walk to that school, and it just concerns me that the intense density in that neighborhood is very extreme. I have a brother, a sister, a cousin, all that live within a block and a half of there. I wasn't going to speak to this. I'm not as well prepared as I normally am, but for almost $1,300 a month for 750 square feet on a 3-story building with no amenities on site, that does not seem reasonable. I know we need affordable housing, but can we be a little bit sensible about it? This does not seem sensible in any way, shape, or form. I'm just concerned that we're trying to cram too much into a site that just is not quality of life. If it's affordable, it should be quality of life. This does not seem like quality of life. Would you want to live in 750 square feet and pay almost $1,300 a month? I wouldn't. That's just extreme, and I know real estate also. So that's all I have to say.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Realtors are well represented today. Ma'am, please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Diane Thorpe. I live in Manatee County. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, have you been sworn?
Yes, I've been sworn in.
Wonderful, take it away.
I'd like to say a couple of things. I lived on Madonna Place, and I've lived in Manatee County since 1978. To me, this is a horror, a nightmare, okay? My kids went to Abel Elementary. If we put 192 units in there, if you take even the number 200 kids in that elementary school, do you know how many portables we have to drag onto that property just to satisfy that area for children? Another thing, there's a rehab center on the corner of Whitfield and 301. These children, their parents have to go to work. They won't be home till 5 o'clock. I worked. I was a school teacher. I was a nurse. These kids, I'm worried about these kids because that park is there, and yet we have 2 sketchy hotels. We have a rehab center. We have kids in the park that are unattended. This is what's going to happen. Nobody has to be responsible, but I am going to be responsible because I feel I have to say this. So we have increased classroom size, portables dragged on there. There's hardly any more room left there. I live on Manatee Avenue at 3 o'clock, not Manatee, Whitfield. It is all backed up going into Able, out of Able, no matter what anybody says. They're not going to use 301. They're not going to use Talavera because Whitfield goes to the new 301. It goes out to, they're not going to use those other roads. They're going to be on 9th Street. Every other day, there's another drag race on 9th Street. There's another accident. So every morning, every night, all these people are going to be pouring out besides all the car riders. It's a terrible, terrible situation. They don't want to fence this. They told us. We went to that meeting. They don't want to put up a fence. If you look at, there's like 2, 4, 6, 7 houses facing that west side of them. That's the only place they want to put up a fence. You've got 7 houses there. They want to put 192 units in there. We are talking about historical area comparative to Palmasola. We have a golf course there. We have people who are invested in this area. And it is going, I am totally for affordable housing, but this is affordable housing. 1,250. You know how they did this? They counted both sides of Whitfield, average income. You've got rich people, $1 million houses, so say sure, they can charge $1,250. It's not worth $1,250. It's worth $700 if you really want to help people. So I think this is not, is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
though. We appreciate your comments.
Andrew Griffin, Manatee County. I thought I'd break this up just a little bit. We're in an unfortunate situation here. The county's growing. People are going to be homeless. They're going to be on the streets. And this idea that, and I found it very offensive, that somebody is telling somebody else how they should live their life. 750 square feet is something to someone when you have rents as high as we have right now. I know that we've been trying to find solutions in this county that work. We're growing. People are going to get uncomfortable. In all fairness, I guarantee many of you guys that are out in the audience have moved from somewhere else, whereas I'm a generational. We, in my family, had to accept each and every one of you. So I'm just asking you guys to understand that this is a growing area, okay? This is not something we can stop. We need lots and lots of housing here. I'm not happy that we have all this building going on either, okay? I'll be honest with you. But it has to go forward. And this particular development is meeting, using bonus densities. They're using our half-dwelling unit. They're using these policies that we put in place to help families. This is not Section 8 housing. This is for our first responders, like our police officers, our teachers to teach the kids and grandkids here. And I think everybody just needs to calm down a little bit. I think this is practical. And by the way, I do live in the Whitfield area as well. So with that being said, I just think this is a good project. This is what people that have been working in the affordable housing industry have been asking for. We're finally being able to get something. I understand there's going to be a laundry people behind me. Some days I'm a hero, some days I'm a zero. Today, I'll just have to take it. So God bless each and every one of you. Please be kind to one another.
God bless you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I did sign in.
Okay, yes, ma'am. Just please state your first and last name.
Marguerite Gafford, and I'm a resident of Sarasota.
Wonderful.
I live right there on Pennsylvania Avenue on the corner.
We don't need your address or anything. We're just
Okay, anyway,
Have you been sworn in?
yes,
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
okay. And our property line is right there, and they're having dirt and dirt, mountains and dirt, and traffic, and those big heavy equipment from 7 o'clock till 5 o'clock, okay? In my house, I have on my window, I had a crystal cross hanging there. It vibrates.
when they go back and forth and back and forth. I went to the doctor. I had a heart attack a year ago. My blood pressure was perfect. Now they had to really raise my blood pressure because I have to listen to this all day long. And my son complained about one of those gentlemen on that meeting they had. And they said, well, he said, you just have to live with this noise. Now, is this consideration? Is this how you treat our citizens here in this country? Think about it. You know, you say the prayer, and it's beautiful, but other people suffering too. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come down to address the board on this topic? Yes, sir.
My name is William Thorpe.
Oh, wait till you get to the mic. Wait till you get to the mic, so that way it's on the record.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is William Thorpe. I live in Manatee County, in the Whitfield area, and I have been sworn. I'd like to make a comment on, I'm totally against the project, not because I'm against affordable housing. I'm for affordable housing. However, the density of this doesn't work. And think about it. You've got 192 units. Those people are going to be working people. They're going to be trying to make a living at teachers, waiters, whatever. They're generally going to have 2 people in each home, at least. They're going to need 2 cars, okay? We can't have 2 cars in that neighborhood. So how's that going to work? I think the project is going to fail. And when it fails, who's going to be responsible? Who's going to take care of it? What changes are going to have to be made to accommodate the fact that, oh, we can't get enough people to rent here because we need 2 cars? Are we going to allow that then? You know, we asked, I was at the public hearing, we asked why isn't there more car parking? They said they were forbidden by the county to have any more cars. You know, that's right out of the owner's mouth. That was a terrible comment. It may be true. If it is, it's a terrible rule. The other thing is, I just wanted to make a comment. We talked about 50 years. That's what we see in the paperwork at the public hearing, or that the builders finally held. They said it was 20, that there was a mistake there. I think you need to clarify with the owner, 20 years or 50 years. That's all I've got to say.
I'm sorry, I had.
Thank you, sir.
I forgot to mention this, okay? My son, Marguerite Gafford, my son got a meter, a noise detector, and over 60 is.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, you've had your opportunity to address the board.
I know, but, you know, this is important to me, and I think to everybody else.
I understand.
Okay,
I
and
have to run a fair
over
meeting.
80, 90 points,
Ma'am.
and the limit is 60.
Please, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I mean, and then the curve,
Thank
it's
you,
an
ma'am.
S sign there.
Ma'am, please, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to come down and address the board for the first time? Okay, seeing no one, then we're going to close public comment at this point, and Commissioner Cruz is on the board to speak. Commissioner Cruz.
Oh, jeez. All right, look, everyone's coming to us, and I don't mean to sound, but this is the most NIMBY meeting we've had so far. I'm sorry, it's true. Look, everyone talks to us about needing more affordable housing, needing more workforce housing. People come to me and say their restaurant's closed on Monday, and the restaurant tells me that they don't have servers to come do it. People say that their classrooms are overcrowded. We hear all the time. I just had a meeting with a lot of business owners last Friday, and they were telling me they couldn't hire anyone because nobody can move here. We have people coming here trying to provide workforce housing, attainable housing for people in this town. It's what we all talk about. Every one of you out there, some of the people who came up here and talked, I've heard you in the past say you want affordable housing, but as with every other time, everybody wants affordable housing as long as it's someplace else. And someone actually posted something up here saying this project was the definition of urban sprawl because putting this project here will make people go out east, and therefore this project creates urban sprawl. But if I approve something out east, you call that urban sprawl and tell me to put it on an infill location. This is being built with the incentives we've put in place. They are doing it the proper way. They're not coming in here saying, give me hundreds of units for free. They're not coming in here trying to get above and beyond what's in our comp plan. They have a piece of property. It's approved for 64 units. They're using a density bonus for affordable housing. Not only are they using it, but normal density bonuses are 120%. To get the Little Manatee, it's 80%. They are proposing 60%. They are building it more affordable to accommodate more people who need housing in Manatee County than our comp plan even requires of them. We put a half dwelling unit ordinance in place. They are taking advantage of that. We have a couple of other ones coming along too. Provide smaller units, which I know people say everybody needs 1,800 square feet, plus they need a pool, plus they need a pickleball court, otherwise they're going to be miserable. My first apartment in New York was 210 square feet, and it was perfect for me because it fit the budget I had when I moved up into the city for a few years. That's the way it works. My first apartment at the University of Florida was about 550 square feet. 750 square feet, historically, is a decent-sized apartment. I mean, that's a normal-sized apartment. Not everyone needs a den and a office and a sit-down kitchen. That's not what everybody needs. A lot of people just need a roof over their head and a roof for their kids. And $1,295 a month is equivalent to $1,550 a year at 30%, which means you're not rent burdened. That's $51,000 a year worth of income. That is what our teachers make. A single teacher with a kid can move in here and be able to afford this. Go find them someplace else in Manatee County where they can afford that. They cannot. Not everybody needs a pool. Not everyone needs extra amenities. Sometimes people just need a safe place to live. This is near transit. This is near major thoroughfares. This is near employment centers. This is near a school. If there's too many kids going to school, we have concurrency for schools, and the school board can look into that. But there's not going to be 4 people for each of these. Not every one of these is going to have 2 cars. It's going to be a lot of single people moving into these units. So I'm sorry, but you can't keep coming and saying you're totally for affordable housing, but just not this affordable housing. This is a good project. This is a necessary project. It's a project taking advantage of all the incentives we're putting in place to encourage this type of project.
Thank you, sir. Satcher, Bearden, and Baugh. Commissioner Satcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So some of you are probably, come to these meetings often and follow kind of the process, but I will just say, for those of you that this may be your first time or one of your first times here, this has been a ongoing back and forth. And so I want to say that each of the arguments that have been brought up, maybe not every single one of them, okay, but a lot of those have been things that we've spent entire meetings on, hours on, going back and forth on. And many times, I was on one side, and I won't call anybody's name, but there's other, members that are up here that were on the other side. And so I just say that so that you understand that it may not be fun, but this is kind of where the board has landed as far as offering these incentives to try to move the ball, realize that we get not just emails, but we get phone calls, and not just from people we've never met, but I've gotten emails from people that I know that their rent has changed from $1,200 to $2,600 and $2,800 in the last, couple of years. And so they're getting priced out of the market, and we get those emails. Now, for me, am I excited about everything that I see in this project? I'll just be honest and say no. Everything about it doesn't get me excited at all. But this is an attempt to solve a real issue that people have with affordable housing. Is it the best way forward that we could have found? Could we have done 3/4 of a unit or, instead of a full half? Maybe. But this is where we're at right now. I'm going to be watching this, this project as it goes forward and see where we end up on it. If it ends up being a place that, as some people say, a whole lot of people that are working hard are going to be able to find a great and safe place to live, then I'm going to remember that the next time one of these come forward. If it ends up being a traffic nightmare and other nightmares moving forward, and we hear about that, I'll pay attention to that too as we have more projects come forward. But regardless, I just want to, thank everyone for coming out and just let you know that some of those same arguments have been voiced, vehemently in the past. And some of those votes, weren't 7-0 votes. Some of them were 4-3 votes. But right now, this is the first person that's come to us about this particular offer. And I don't recall if I even voted for this offer. But anyway, once again, may not be my favorite, but let's see where this goes. And I thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great thing about living in America is we all have choices. And if somebody doesn't want to spend $1,200 for a 700 square foot apartment, they have the choice to go somewhere else. But we all know with rental prices the way that they are right now, I think it's pretty hard to find a $1,200 rental apartment today. So again, with what Commissioner Cruz was saying, we all want affordable housing. We all talk about affordable housing. And when there's an opportunity to build affordable housing, we execute that opportunity. Now, a lot of you out there have agreed that we need a more affordable housing. Sometimes it's not the way that we think it is or the perfect way that we believe in our mind that we would love affordable housing. But there's going to be a lot of great teachers that are going to be living in these apartments. There's going to be a lot of great servers that are going to be living in these apartments. And essentially, there's going to be a lot of maybe police officers that are going to be living in these apartments. So we can't be quick to judge this situation based off the price and the size of these units. And I just think it's a great opportunity to bring more affordable into the area. And, we don't have a lot of people bringing those projects. And so when we do, we need to take advantage of it. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
A good one.
Thank you, sir.
Good one.
Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, I'm pretty much with Commissioner Bearden on this. I was going to say nurses, hospital personnel, deputies, school teachers, hospitality employees, hairstylists. We need all those positions to keep up with the quality of life that you love here in Manatee County. Without those employees, you don't have anything. So, I think it's great that some of us live in some areas that we think is above board and it's better than everywhere else, and I understand that. But at the same time, you can't stop others from having a place to live either. So I'm going to be voting for this motion. Thank you. It's not the kids.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. There's no one else on the board for discussion. Staff have any closing statements they'd like to make at this time? Looks like he's holding the Beijing phone book there. I'm a little worried about how many statements he's going to have.
Not that much.
Chris Klepek, for the record, have been sworn. I just wanted to touch on a couple of different items that was brought up by public comment in regards to height. So 35 feet is the maximum height allowable, even in the residential single-family zoning districts as well. So if somebody wanted to have a two-story home but make it 35 feet tall, they could by the code. The other item was on the wall on the northern end. So 401.5 addresses building height compatibility and multifamily and three-story buildings or multi-story buildings adjacent to single families. And what that code requirement is that it requires at least a 6-foot wall when adjacent to single-family residence. So essentially, what the plan is showing is that it shows where the building is, and it's providing a wall when adjacent to single-family residence. I will agree with you that it does not connect to the emergency access. However, that's not what the code requires. The code requires when adjacent to single-family residence. Additionally, the 8-foot fence that was spoken about, that was previously approved, that was done in 2006, and that preliminary site plan has since expired, so that was not the preliminary site plan that was approved. That's being requested to be revised with this current plan. We had spoken about, we had heard comment on parking allowances. So the code only requires in certain circumstances 10% overage of maximum parking requirement. However, things can be justified. For example, if you have a commercial use and the code requires 50 parking spaces, but the employer says, hey, we've got 10 of these same business models and we have 30 employees every day that show up. So we need 30 parking spots just for employees. So they can provide a parking study. Additionally, for affordable housing projects, we can allow up to a 30% administrative approval of overage for parking. So what the code would require for the one space per parking was 192 half-dwelling units, so we would require 192 parking spaces. However, we can allow administratively up to 30% additional, so that's what they've provided. And so we're at 248 is what they're providing. So they are meeting the intent of the code requirement for the parking as well. And that's all that I've got. I just wanted to touch on a couple of those items at the comments from the public.
No, thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Ms. Shank, do you want to make a statement before we pull the applicant up, because we are one board member short?
Yeah, I was just going to ask the applicant when they come down, we no longer have our rules of procedure, the provision that you get automatic continuance for a partial board. But when you come down to speak, please state whether you have any objection, only having 6 people vote, because one member had to leave, just for the record.
This is your opportunity to speak to that as well as rebuttal, sir.
We have no objection to that.
My other question was just that I was proposing adding a stipulation D5, that read along the lines that the final site plan shall be in substantial conformance with the building elevations entered in the public hearing record by the applicant at the February 16th, 2023 board meeting. Are you agreeable to that?
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, do you have any rebuttal or final statement you'd like to make to the board before we vote?
Yes, I'd like to go ahead and make a final statement. You know, we heard a lot of items that were brought up, and the majority of them we had discussed in our presentation, and I understand people have very emotional, you know, feelings about this. But again, I'd like to stress, as we've said multiple times in this, we are complying with Manatee County Code and the comprehensive plan. We are doing the activities and providing the units at the rates that are defined by the code. We're not asking for special density type things, but we are moving forward. And the reason we're doing that is to provide the affordable housing, which, as we mentioned earlier, and I think we can all agree is desperately needed in this area. And having said that, that's what we would like to close with.
Thank you, sir. All right, we've held public comment, and there are no commissioners on the board at this time. There is a motion by Commissioner Cruz to approve the item, and has been seconded by Commissioner Van Ostenbridge. We can hold the vote now. Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 6-0 with Commissioner Ballard absent. Commissioners, we're going to take a 10-minute recess at this time. We will return in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are moving right along through our meeting here today. We are on items number 20 and 21. These items are legislative in nature, and I will have them introduced by Mrs. DePaul. 20 and 21, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairman. Item number 20, PA 22-06, Ordinance 23-28, formerly known as 22-48, East River Ranch Transportation Element Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment and Map Series Update. And then item number 21, PA-22-10, Ordinance 23-27, formerly known as 22-73, East River Ranch Large Scale Comprehensive Plan Map Amendment.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So this item is legislative in nature. We don't have to go through the whole quasi-protocol. That's good news. Commissioners, I do have to leave. I am emceeing the First Responders Awards banquet across the river, so I will have to leave a little after 6 o'clock.
We can get it done.
Yeah. I don't know if you'll be done by then. But I just fair to let the applicant know that as well. Who is here to speak for the applicant?
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Scott Rudisill, and I'm an attorney at Blaylock Walters, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. You could pull up the, there we go. All right, this is our project team. With me here today, we have Carlos Baruf and Carol Clark, representing East River Ranch. Carol Clark is also a certified planner. We have Sheila Tyree, who is a certified planner with Height Design. We have Alan Carson, our project engineer with Height as well. Christopher Hatton is our traffic engineer with Kimley Horn. And we have Carrie McNutt with Monarch Ecology, who's our environmental scientist. Right, there are two applications before you today, as was mentioned. The first is an amendment to the county's thoroughfare plan to add a new north-south collector road. And the second is a future land use map amendment. There is also an application pending for a rezone and general development plan that is scheduled to come before you sometime in the near future. All right, this is a map showing the property that we're talking about today. You can see it outlined in red there. It is approximately 1,381 acres located south of State Road 64, west of County Road 675. And you can see the property in relation to the Taylor Ranch project to the west, which you've reviewed previously. Now, I want to take you back to how we got to this point. If you'll recall, almost 2 years ago, SMR came forward with a proposed text amendment to the comprehensive plan to address the fact that Lakewood Ranch was nearing build-out to the FDAB. And essentially, and you can see on that map there, all that area of the county south of State Road 64 is essentially built out to the FDAB, and then you can see even further south, east of the FDAB with the concession and Panther Ridge. And so in response to that request from SMR, the county did approve a new policy to allow for development east of the FDAB under specific conditions. And so as we go through this presentation today, we will demonstrate compliance with those conditions, but I'm going to summarize them here at the outset for you. And these were the conditions that were implemented into the comprehensive plan. Project must be a continuation of lands that are being developed west of the site. Project must be under a master developer who is responsible for all the infrastructure improvements. Thoroughfares and utilities must be available to the site, and all extensions of thoroughfares and utilities must be constructed at the expense of the master developer or of a special district. The lands must be amended to the UF3 designation, which is what's being requested today. And the lands must be developed through the planned development process with a local development agreement to address the timing of the infrastructure improvements. So these are all requirements in order to pursue development east of the FDAB under the policy that we're talking about. So The policy limits applications to large master plan communities where the developer is going to be responsible for all the infrastructure improvements. Now, I want to talk briefly about the extensions of 44th Avenue and Rangeland because we've received a lot of comments on that issue. We coordinated with Taylor Ranch on the routing of these two roadways through the two projects to reach County Road 675 from Bourneside, so that these two major thoroughfares would be constructed by the developers at their expense without the need for the county to acquire right-of-way from individual property owners through eminent domain, which happened on other parts of 44th Avenue. Most of the comments appear to relate to the extensions of 44th and Rangeland east of County Road 675. And just so everyone is clear, that has nothing to do with this application that is before you today. Those dotted lines that you see extending east of 675, they are already on the map today and is not part of this request. This project is not building any roads east of County Road 675. Those dotted lines simply mean that the county is planning to have a connection at some point in that area in some configuration, which also has not been determined at this point. So I know you all know that, but this is mainly for the benefit of the public. So with that, I will turn it over to Carol.
Good afternoon. I'm Carol Clark with East River Ranch, and I haven't been sworn. I have been sworn, but I don't need to be for this. So, well, there we go. I'm going to talk a little bit about the property and then get into the specifics of what we're asking. As Scott showed you, we have 1,381 acres, and it's outlined there. Our property future land use designation is ag rural right now, as is the property surrounding us. The only thing that is not is the rec open space designation, which is given to Lake Manatee Park. As our zoning is A, we have a request in that you will see at another time to rezone the property to PDMU. We are, as our other neighbors are, have A, and again, on the north side of 64, Lake Manatee State Park has conservation zoning. One of the things that we look at in evaluating a property and whether it's appropriate for development is the environmental factors. So we have done at this point in the process an overview of what's there. Our folks that are with our team, Carrie, have taken a look at what is on the property right now. We estimate approximately 121 acres of wetlands, a little bit more than 3 acres of streams, and we have shared that information with your staff. As we've talked about the whole development process, each step that we take along the way gets more specific and more detailed. So those lines that we've identified on the map right now, there will be agency staff that will go in the field, look at where we've drawn the line for a wetland and say, yes, we agree with that, or no, we do not. And that iterative process of getting general information and getting more and more specific is what's done with most of the things as we go through evaluating a project. We do that with traffic. We are working on our third traffic study for this project. The first was for the comprehensive plan, then the general development plan, and then we'll have more detail when we get to the local development agreement. So we get more and more detailed as we move forward. The first thing we are proposing is an amendment to the thoroughfare plan. Scott talked about the thoroughfares that are there right now. We are bounded by 675 on our eastern boundary, State Route 64 on the north, and the county's thoroughfare plan shows 44th Avenue East extending through our property as an arterial, and rangeland extending through our property as a collector. We worked with Taylor Ranch to identify what's the appropriate location of those roadways, trying to avoid wetlands, and that's why you will see that these are not straight lines. They take curves, and avoiding wetlands and sensitive areas is one of those reasons. The other is that we wanted to make sure that we were able to get from Bourneside to 675, going through essentially two properties, our property and SMR Taylor. And as Scott said earlier, that was not the case when 44th Avenue elsewhere in the county was done, and there were multiple acquisitions. So we looked at the property and said, yes, there's a good framework of thoroughfares, but we think we need to add another one, and that is East River Ranch Boulevard that extends, or we hope it extends, from SR 64 south to Rangeland as a collector. We thought it was good for circulation, both in the area and for the project, and when we presented it to transportation staff, they said, if I was going to put a collector in, that's exactly where I would do it. It's right between Bourneside and 675, sort of halfway through. So this is consistent with a comprehensive plan. The policies that Scott reviewed talk about, if you're using that 2.1.2.8 provision, you have to have access to thoroughfares. We are doing that already, but we are adding additional access as well. Other policies in the comprehensive plan call for having a thoroughfare system that supports your development, providing protection for right-of-way, which is what this thoroughfare will do. It calls for a system of collectors every half mile, which we are not at every half mile, but we are doing what we can do. And having the thoroughfare plans form the basis for attracting trips throughout the area. The next thing that we are asking for is an amendment to the future land use map. We are ag rural right now. We are proposing an amendment to Urban Fringe 3, which is the same designation that Taylor Ranch has also requested. And as Scott indicated earlier, we are required to ask for Urban Fringe 3. The comprehensive plan policy says you have to move forward with an Urban Fringe 3 designation. So what we have with the thoroughfares that we're proposing are a series of activity centers where we propose to focus our development, keeping in accord with the nodal process that the county has supported. So having at the intersections more intense development, and then less intense as you move away from those activity nodes. And we will talk about that as we come back to you with the general development plan. So I'm going to go over those policies as well. We've talked about that it needs to be coterminous and an extension of existing development, and we are next to Taylor Ranch, which is next to SMR. Needs to be done in a suburban fashion, and that's what Urban Fringe 3 is. If it's going to be east of the FDAB, it needs to be done with a continuous pattern, and that there needs to be a master developer, rather than having this piecemealed, because we're talking about 1,380 acres, having that piecemealed come in with one master developer. Infrastructure needs to be dealt with, and the specifics of that we're going to bring forward in a local development agreement that you will see. We've already talked about access to thoroughfares. We also have a proposal for a stewardship district, which you forwarded a request to the legislative delegation, and that is pending right now, a stewardship district to provide the way to finance that, those improvements that are necessary. And that water and sewer needs to come from Manatee County, and any expenses of increasing that capacity is on the developer's burden. In this, one of the things that came through, or that was a question at our neighborhood meeting, was people thought we might be using well water for potable water, and that is not the case. We are not able to do that, and we will be using water from Manatee County. In the implementation mechanisms, it requires UF3. It has to be done as a plan development, and there needs to be a local development agreement. So we are meeting all of those requirements that were outlined if you want to develop east of the FDAB. There are other consistency policies with the comprehensive plan. We are consistent with what the UF3 designation proposes. We are, again, meeting 2.1.2.8, which is designating an area for future growth, and ensuring that there are facilities available as we do that. We are not going to be having urban sprawl because we have a master planned community that will look at what is important over the long haul for this piece of property. This is not something that is going to be done in, well, certainly not in my lifetime. But we need to look at, I'm not sure I like that clapping in the back. We need to look at the end, what is the appropriate thing? And the good thing is to take the whole piece and the neighboring piece and do the planning for that. We have having both residential and non-residential components consistent with the policies that have been laid out. And again, it is not urban sprawl. We did have a neighborhood meeting. It was a Zoom meeting, and actually turned out, I thought, pretty well. We sent 71 letters to people that lived within 500 feet of the property. We had 59 attendees, the best you can tell from that information, because you could have two people attending within the same home. But we had 122 questions, and we responded to those questions, and those responses were included in the report that we have and is attached to your packet. We have been getting additional email correspondence, as I know you have as well, on the project. We have a planning commission hearing set for March 9th on the general development plan, and then we're going to bring the general development plan, these plan amendments, forward for adoption. And we're hoping that date is in March, but I want to make sure before we send notices out that we have the correct date. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott to sort of summarize where we are.
Thank you, Carol. I will wrap this up. So as we talked about at the beginning, this is a transmittal hearing. So we're requesting the transmittal of these two comp plan amendments. They will come back to this board for final action at a later date. And with that, we're respectfully requesting transmittal, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, as is the rest of our team.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, excuse me. Thank you, sir. I was jumping ahead because I was going to address Carol Clark and say that I'm sure the people who clapped were wishing you a long and prosperous life because they probably don't want to see this happen. So they're hoping you're like 90, then eventually. And then also you get 2 points for coterminous, which is the vocabulary word of the day.
very
Yes, very good on that. Who is presenting for staff? Is this you, Charlie?
Harley.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. Hi, Charles Andrews, Certified Planner with staff. Get my staff report here. Okay, there we go. So the applicant did a great job here of summarizing the request and why we're here tonight. Actually, if I go back real quick, so there's two amendments that are kind of rolled into this. The text amendment to the comprehensive plan regarding the traffic series update and the future land use map amendment request here. So I'll go through these as quickly as I can, rather. So like I said, the request here, this is a comprehensive plan text and map series update, and this is to establish the East River Ranch Boulevard. It'll be designated as a north-south collector roadway. It'll function as the primary roadway through the East River Ranch project. East River Ranch Boulevard will actually create 3 activity nodes. That's the north-south collector road. At State Road 64, 44th Avenue East, and Rangeland Parkway. So I have a graphic here that'll show that for this spine road here. And then the second part of this, the second request, is the privately initiated comprehensive plan map, The request here, it's still on the text amendment, The updates include Table 5.1, which is the county thoroughfare plan, and then the Map 5 series, which is Map 5B, C, D, E, and F. And I've got those changes here that are in your agenda packet there. And these are the draft maps here. Okay. And then conclusion here for the text amendment. This request appears to meet the applicable policies, Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code regulations. And the request here, this is for a transmittal Plan Amendment PA 22-06, Ordinance 23-08 to the board, for the Board of County Commissioners to the state. The second part of this is for a comprehensive plan large-scale map amendment. And as the applicant had demonstrated there, they show the outline here. It's just over 1,381 acres. It's located 8,650 feet east of Bourneside Boulevard, just south of State Road 64. And like I said, the request here, they're going from ag rural, which is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. Those are some of the uses there that they allow under the ag rural category there. Going to the UF3, urban fringe, 3 dwelling units per gross acre, which allows for low-density residential, and then clustered residential, short-term ag, some office commercial uses. Existing future land use, like I said, is ag rural. The proposed future land use is UF3. It's outlined in that orange color there. And then to the west, adjacent and west of that property, there's a single hatch kind of purple line there. That's for Taylor Ranch, which is currently pending here. Density intensity table here. So under the ag rural, they can have currently 276 dwelling units, and then under the proposed UF3, they could go to 4,144. Under the maximum intensity or the floor area ratio, the ag rural gives you 0.23, which could give you just over 13,846 square feet and change. Under the UF3, there's a 0.35 FAR. So for the total square footage, I've got that listed out there at over 60 million. But the grand total using the 0.35 FAR is just over 21 million. Existing zoning is A, general agriculture. The history, the site's always been zoned as A, general agriculture. And the 1989 comp plan that was established is ag rural. Development east of the FDAB. So I just wanted to have a couple slides here just to discuss that future development area boundary for the commissioners. So the magenta line there that goes down Bourneside Road, Bourneside Boulevard, is the future development area boundary line. That's where that yellow arrow is. And then earlier I was saying it was a little over 8,650 feet east of the FDAB. That double-headed arrow is going from Bourneside Road to the actual site where the proposed access is off of State Road 64 East. Real quick here, on the FDAB, under Element 1 definitions, future development area boundary, it talks about those lands east of the FDAB are intended to be presented for primarily agricultural uses. The boundary is intended to serve as a means to provide an efficient use of land and public and private investment and to contain urban sprawl, be consistent with the boundaries of the water supply and wastewater service areas. Under Objective 2.1.2, it's geographic extent of future development. This is all development shall be directed to the area west of the FDAB, thereby preserving agriculture as the primary land use east of the FDAB through 2040. And that's shown on map N, which is the character map. This is map N in question here. The area that's circled there, the yellow circle, is the area that we're discussing, and that is designated as a rural character area. An exception regarding the future development area boundary, policy 2.1.2.8 was established. It's adopted by the board via ordinance 21-12, that's PA-20-16, on November 18, 2021. This policy provides an exception which permits development east of the FDAB if certain criteria are met. Specifically, one of the criteria being if a portion of the development is coterminous and contiguous to the FDAB or contiguous and coterminous to lands that have been approved pursuant to policy 2128. So surrounding development, there's a map here. Taylor Ranch here, we've got a box there in green, and it talks about the plan amendment and the rezoning request. These are tentatively scheduled for March 23rd for the BOCC. Public facilities, the schools are Gullah Elementary, Jane Middle, Lakewood Ranch High. Transit, nearest transit is 9.1 miles west of the site, located to the northeast corner of I-75, State Road 64. Several parks in the area include Lake Manatee State Park, across State Road 64 actually to the north, and then northwest is Whitfield Preserve. Positive aspects here, based on the analysis of 2.1.2.8, the request to the UF3 future land use category appears to be a logical transition given the emerging development trends in the area, specifically as the county goes from agriculture to suburban residential and mixed-use development. Through the addition of East River Ranch Boulevard, activity nodes will be created and provide non-residential services to future residents. Some negative aspects of the request. Currently, the applicant cannot demonstrate compliance with policy 2128, parent D, parent E, parent F, and parent G, which requires that properties east of the FDAB be coterminous and contiguous with regard to the availability of public infrastructure and improvements. Second bullet, the UF3 category allows for an increase in residential density intensity in an area of the county that is comprised predominantly of agriculture and agriculture support uses. Specifically, the UF3 designation provides for an increase in density intensity at designated activity nodes, which will be established by the proposed north-south collector roadway, East River Ranch Boulevard. Third point, the site will place additional density and intensity within the established watershed overlay, the WO district, as established under Comprehensive Plan Policy 2.2.2.2, specifically within the Evers and Manatee Reservoir watersheds. Some mitigating factors. First point, while the subject property is located east of the established FDAB, where agriculture and agriculture support uses have historically been established, the request will have to demonstrate compliance with the Comprehensive Plan Policy 2128 regarding the timing of available public utilities as the request moves through the site planning process, i.e. Taylor Ranch. Next point, with the concurrent comprehensive plan text amendment to establish a north-south collector, i.e. East River Ranch Boulevard, through the subject property on the county's thoroughfare plan, the UF3 category, or future land use category, can provide neighborhood and community-serving office and commercial uses at activity nodes in an area of the county which are lacking these types of uses. Next point, detailed analysis of capacity and impacts on public facilities, including utilities and transportation, will be required at the time of future development of the site. Next point, any future development of the site shall comply with the Manatee County Land Development Code, including but not limited to building setbacks, open space, traffic design, roadway improvements, and stormwater requirements. Next point, adequate buffering, landscaping, and design should provide a transition between the future development of the site and adjacent agriculture and residential areas. Conclusion, request appears to meet the applicable policies of the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan. The request is for transmittal by the board to the state. And I'm here if you have any questions.
That was good. That was thorough. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you.
I don't have anyone on the board. Wait, Commissioner Cruz. Go ahead, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Sorry, there's two different things up on our screen. I wasn't sure which one to click. Just a question to confirm or to ask you about what Mr. Rodisell said. So a lot of the emails, I would say most of the emails we got were regarding elephants because of the future road. Mind you, we've seen how long it takes us to build roads, and this is a road that stops at Burnside right now. It'd have to get over to 675 before it gets over to Vernon Bethany. So maybe an issue 50 years from now. But what we're being told, and what my understanding was from seeing the maps, is that was a potential future consideration of a road way before this project came about, before this. And that's just a straight line hypothetical. At some point, the county's saying we may build 44th and Rangeland out to Vernon Bethany. The applicant's putting in a specific proposal for roads up to 675 based upon the Tail Ranch and their project. At 675, that's pretty much where the roads relating to this project end, because you even notice they're not even lined up by far. Like, if anything, the proposed roads through this project help the elephant situation, because it in theory moves the 44th extension much further to the south, because we're not going to get into another Verna Bethany or 62 Erie situation. The county would effectively move 44th further south if we ever built it at all. So I just want to clarify, because most of our emails were regarding something that didn't appear to be applicable in any way, shape, or form with this project.
That is correct, Commissioner. Those segments that you were referring to between 675 and Verna Bethany, and talking with transportation staff, which they're here if you have any further questions, was done back in 2007. So that was before this project ever came before you, and it's something that's separate, that's outside of that subject area.
So in 2007, there was a dotted line proposing a potential future road in the general vicinity of where the concern is right now. So 16 years ago, somebody was saying, hey, we may put a road here at some point.
With those segments, yes, sir.
Now that's, okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, that has absolutely nothing to do with this, and this did not in any way, shape, or form create the potential issue relative to that future road.
No, sir, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's a valid point. I mean, future thoroughfare maps are literally just, they're lines on a map where we think they'll go or they might go. This project, if you're concerned with the elephant preserve, helps you because it shifts, as he said, it shifts the road to the south. You're not going to come out onto 675, turn left, go to another intersection, and then turn. No, this will end up shifting it to a different location, if it happens at all, and you're talking way, way out. And it's an elephant preserve. We're 7 Republicans. If you had a donkey preserve, you'd be in trouble. But it's an elephant preserve. You're safe as you. I'm teasing.
We are not responsible for him.
You have to you have to have a little fun during the meeting, right? Commissioner Satcher, you're next, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Sarah, what if we wanted to put everyone's fears at ease, if we wanted to just solidify that we are not proposing to build a road through anyone's elephant preserve, we just make a motion separate of that, or?
You wanted to change the future thoroughfare map on a whim from the dais, shooting from the hip? I would not support that, sir.
This is not a whim. More than a whim, I mean.
We were so close, too.
I think we have to hear from transportation staff on that road alignment.
Yeah, you're going to need a full presentation. I mean, it is, you're shooting from the hip here.
I would need more information from transportation staff to answer the question. It might be a motion to amend thoroughfare plan, but I don't know. I have to check with Clark.
And Clark Davis with Transportation's here.
Of course.
It can certainly be done, but I mean,
Clark, help us out.
All right. Good evening, or for the record, Clark Davis, Deputy Director of Public Works. The description of the effects of the amendment by the applicant's counsel and Charlie are correct. Starting in 1999, they were extending 44th over the interstate and showing what becomes rangeland along a 61st Avenue alignment in East County. And in 2007, it was extended, I think by that point it was either at Bourneside or County Road 675 already, and then it got extended further to Verna Bethany. For reasons I don't know, but it was in 2007, so it was the last, at the time of the last big boom, and they were looking at a lot of road expansions in Northeast County and some of the areas we were talking about here earlier today, and in that part of the county, and so I assume they were anticipating essentially the type of growth that went to sleep for a little while, and we're seeing now today in that area of the county. The county doesn't have a programmed improvement to do anything on that road segment. Arguably, it could be removed from the comprehensive plan and wait until we start talking to developers. Should development ever continue even further east, as they assemble property, do exactly what the Taylors have done and what they've done for East River Ranch, and start looking at more specific alignments, and we could add it back at that time. I think to give us a chance to take a look at things, just to make sure we're right about how it came about, I would agree that it makes more sense to take it up, make a motion to direct staff to initiate initiate such an amendment rather than trying to ball it up in the applicant's amendment today. It's in fairness to them, because it just the ripple effects, you don't always know what's going to go on, and we'd rather not disrupt a privately initiated amendment with one of our own public ones. But for us to take a look at it at staff level and bring it back to the board, I think makes a lot of sense.
Would you need a motion to do that? Today or now? To take a look at it?
I mean, it's Development Services staff, I would defer to them on what they need from the record to initiate that. They'd get support from Public Works, but it would start with Comprehensive Planning and Development Services staff. So, okay, I'll answer for them. Yes, a motion would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. I move that we direct staff to take a look into.
Would you be making a motion in the middle of the
Well, I was just holding off on the motion.
For now, till we get through this hearing on this project, and then make the motion, but you stay in the record of intent.
Okay, that is my intent. Thank you. And just for the record, I mean, never mind, I won't say that. Thank you. That's why it seems strange that it's contentious, but thank you, Mrs. Chair, I appreciate it, Madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. We opened both of these at the same time, so we can have
Yes.
public comment on both at the same
Yes.
time?
Yes,
Is that
and then we'll
correct?
have
Okay.
staff comment, rebuttal, and then we'll vote separate.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I've got quite a few people on for item number 21, and 3 people on for item 20, and some of them are on both. So when you come up to the podium, you don't have to let us know that you've been sworn in, but just give us your name and the county in which you live. And Mark, gosh, I'm not going to say this right, Vandery, you were written for, you've signed up for both, 20 and 21, so if you would, sir, go ahead and hit both of them now. You have 3 minutes.
I submitted 5 letters of written authorization to speak for 10 minutes on behalf of the Waterline Road Preservation Group. Should have them up there.
I do not, I'm
Well,
sorry.
here's
Anyone have it?
I think this must be it.
We'll give you 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Could you reset the clock for 10?
Well, I'm sorry, I thought you were starting.
No, it went to 6 and then it jumped to 9. Okay, thank you very much. All right, hi, Mark Vandery. I live in Manatee County, out east. Speaking today on behalf of Waterline Road Preservation Group. And we ask that you either postpone this transmittal or reject it flat out altogether. For one reason, the timeline is too short for a proper review. I know you've got over 300 pages of comments, and I can't see how you could possibly have digested that in a few short hours since just yesterday or the day before. I doubt that you have. Now, I've got an overhead here showing what's going on. This is a ragtag, snaggletooth plot. I certainly don't see anything that's contiguous or coterminous with anything. I see Taylor Ranch out here to the west. Now, there's nothing at Taylor Ranch. Even your own staff earlier just said that this project, the negative of this project is that it is not in compliance with the policy 2128. It is not continuous coterminous. There's nothing there. What if Jay Taylor decides to have an epiphany and say, oh, I'm not going to develop that after all. I'm going to turn that into a preserve. I'm going to have a preservation easement put there, turn it into a park. Then what do? You back yourself into a corner if you go ahead and transmit this and it gets approved. Then you're leapfrogging, okay? This is basically, this policy 2128 is breaching the FDAB. You're moving the FDAB to the east, by all intents and purposes. The BOCC promised over the last 2 years that you're going to have multiple workshops about the FDAB move to the east before doing it. You had one. You had one that I know of, one that I was there at. Okay, there was 1 week from the time that this issue came before the Planning Commission to the time it came here to the board for transmittal. 1 week. It used to be at least 4 weeks before that happened. How can we possibly prepare in 1 week to go from Planning Commission information to the BOCC hearing on this? It's not possible to do that. You can't get your ducks in a row. You can't make plans at work to get down here in time to speak. You can't get coordinated. It's just too short a period of time. So the timeline is too short for a proper review. For the Planning Commission, we don't even have meeting minutes. They're not posted. We need that to review from a legal standpoint before we can even address you today properly on the BOCC transmittals issues. And again, I don't think proper notification was given out east there. I know legally, I think, or at least the rules are, they only need to do within 500 feet of the area. But I think the ordinance also says that you have to give proper notification to all affected people, landowners. Well, out there, all affected landowners goes way beyond the 500-foot perimeters. You've got lots of impact out there with a huge project like this, okay? I don't think that the developer and the county staff, I don't think their job is complete in presenting this to you for transmittal. I think the work that's been done has errors and omissions in it. I think that the FDAB was the demarcation line for the water supply and the wastewater services capacity when it's calculated. I'm not talking about the pipes that are underneath the property itself. I'm talking about back at the head, back at the source, the water supply source, the water plants, the water treatment. They're not calculated to serve east of the FDAB. All their calculations and capacities are west of the FDAB. So they can't do that. Again, on this overhead here, the Taylor project, there's nothing there. There's no pipes. There's fields and wetlands. It's all you got there. There's nothing to be coterminous or continuous with. And then you got this snaggle-tooth little zigzaggy sort of a plot. I don't even know what you call that. Let me go back to what your staff was saying at the Planning Commission meeting. They said, currently, the applicant cannot demonstrate compliance with policy 2128, which requires that the properties east of FDOT be coterminous and contiguous with regards to the availability of public infrastructure improvements. Now, we're talking a lot of things, but that's water supply and that's wastewater treatment. And you don't have it. You don't have the capacity. Now, this property is also in two big watersheds, Lake Manatee and Evers. That's where our drinking water is coming from. You have to do a detailed analysis of the capacity of the impacts on the public facilities, primarily your water supply. That's what your county is telling you there. You haven't done that. You should do that before you back yourself into a corner, transmit this and get it approved, and then you're in trouble if you can't meet those requirements. Adequate buffering. You haven't even defined what adequate buffering would be for a big job like this with this high density out in the middle of ag land. You haven't defined it. You should define that first. Here's another overhead. This is looking up is north. Okay, this is State Road 64. This is Lake Manatee. This is the dam. This is the water plant. That's where our water supply comes from. Okay, they're boxed in. They're limited on how much they can expand. They're kind of maxed out right now, I think. If you get reports that says anything other than that, I think you not getting good information. And if anything, you should have an independent report, independent investigation, study done to see just what they can expand to. The county owns some property to the south, but gave that away for further development, so they can't expand down there. Okay, this 300 acres here, that's going to have 30 deep ponds for drainage containment and water structure runoff containment. Down here, they just dug a 50-foot deep drainage ditch that's a couple 100 feet long, 100 feet wide. Well, what's that going to do to this area to the east? Let me show you something interesting here. This is a graphic relief. This is a graphic relief of the area we're talking about here. You don't realize it, but this is really up on a hill with valleys, ditches right there. Okay, what are those ditches? Well, we built the dam in the 60s, flooded this valley because it was a good location to hold water for a reservoir, and that is our reservoir. Well, this little snaggly tooth outline in yellow is approximately where this East River is going to go. Here's a racetrack. This is 64. This is County Road 675 here. Okay. This is Poley Branch Creek. This is Little Deep Creek. This is Corbett Creek, Corbett Branch here. All right. Well, this property, this development, is going to be using well water to irrigate with. That's tens of thousands of gallons a day. What's that going to do to the groundwater here? It's going to soak it up. The runoff eventually is going to fill up. They're going to have to put on all these pockmarked big ditches and drainage ponds to hold the runoff from all the pavement that's going in there, commercial. What's that going to do to this area here? Well, they're going to fill up, they're going to flush out, and they're going to silt over. It's all going to run down towards the reservoir. Down in that gully, that gully, that gully, that's the Corbett, the Little Deep, and Poley. Okay, if you go out there, get out of your cars and walk around a little bit, it's hilly out there. When you ride out on State Road 64, it goes up and down. It goes up and down. And it goes up and down because it's just like this graphic relief shows. I got this from the GIS map on the county website. Here it is blown up a little bit more. Here's a snaggletooth little East River. Here's Corbett here. This is Braden River down here.
Thank you, Mark. All right, let's see, I'm going to go ahead. Next is Diane Wardell, and I do have a list here where you speak for 5 people. Is that correct? You'll have 10 minutes.
I didn't use that one. Oh, did I? Oh, yeah.
My name is Diane Wardell, and I've been sworn I live off 61st Avenue East in Manatee County, and I am not as organized as Mark, but I'll give it a go. All right. I don't have to tell you about all the traffic problems out east. I don't have to tell you how many subdivisions are popping up. I don't have to tell you about all the road construction because you all have listened to it and approved it. And every time you make a new trip on a road you haven't been on in a week or two, there's more bulldozers tearing up more pastures, more hay fields, and the explosion of new homes is crazy. I wonder how many of you have actually driven out east, out to these areas that we're talking about, and to see the number of acres that are being destroyed, plowed under, recontoured, all for the sake of development and so-called progress. The green space in these develops are not naturally green. They are plowed under, filled in, dug out, and molded into shape. Huge oaks and tall pines and native underbrush are ground into mulch so that tiny trees and shrubs can be planted in rows. Somewhere in there is an eagle's nest because I see eagles all the time where I live to the south of the property off 61st. I've heard them say that there's a nest in there, but nobody seems to know exactly where it is. In my 20 acres, I have gopher tortoise nests and holes, burrows, whatever you want to call them. I have a owl's nest that's been next to my property ever since we moved in. Pileated woodpeckers, regular woodpeckers, all kinds of birds and stuff. So I can't imagine how many animals are on that property. I said the same thing when I came before you all for the Taylor project is, we lived in Parrish when we first moved to Manatee County, and when the explosion happened in there in 2006, 2007, we were told, there's nothing you can do, you're in the urban fringe, you can't do anything about it, move out past the boundary, you'll be safe until 2040. Well, my calendar says it's not 2040 yet. We should have time. I have no problem with people building on their land. I bought property, I bought 20 acres, I built a house, but building in an area that's zoned for one thing and asking for approval for something else is different. Zoning regulations are supposed to protect you and your property. The Manatee County Commissioners are supposed to make sure that what is being done is in the best interest and protection for the residents of Manatee County, not people moving from New York and Pennsylvania and New Hampshire, wherever. But anyway, not approving things because you're afraid of being sued, as Bill Connerly said last week, that's not right. We are told to speak up, but are you listening? Crossing the urban fringe boundary 17 years before it is scheduled to start so that some developers can make a lot of money is wrong. Only one border, the west side of these two most recent proposals, are compatible. The other three sides, 75%, including, as Mark said, the snaggly tooth multi-borders of the East River property, are already developed as ag and rural properties. 1 house per 5 acres is the zoning that these developers bought this property at, so they should either wait until 2040 to develop it, or develop it as it is now, 1 per 5 acres. The farms and properties surrounding these proposed developments have been in some of these families for generations, and others moved out past the urban fringe for a slower, quieter life, see the stars, not hear your neighbors. And I know you say that you're going to protect the light so they don't trespass, but I can tell you when I sit out and I look towards Lakewood Ranch, it's a lot lighter in the sky than when I look out towards Mayaca and it's dark and we can see the stars. Surrounding this proposal is Panther Ridge and Pomelo Ranches, or park to the south, which are equestrian homes on 5 to 20 acres. To the east is Waterbury Tracts that already have 5 to 20 acre properties. These are all ag properties. Most of these properties have some form of livestock, horses, chickens, cows, sheep, whatever. You're going to smell bonfires. You're going to hear shooting. People hunt. We target practice. You ride ATVs. You're going to hear animals lowing, mooing, clucking, braying. And yes, I do have a donkey, but I'll get an elephant if that'll save me. And yes, we can hear the racetrack. There hasn't been a lot of talk about that, but you definitely can hear the racetrack. This is the type of the community that I would love to see in Taylor Ranch and East Rivers. If not the whole thing, then around the edges where it impacts what's already there, especially since we were supposed to be safe until 2040. Not all of us want to live in a Lakewood Ranch style subdivision. That's fine for some people. It's not fine for everybody. So try to make a little more rural feel. Use lakes, hiking trails, horse trails, greenways along the southern side and western side or eastern side that borders what's already there. Okay, so I'm going to get serious here, get a little patriotic, so just bear with me. While the developers have full-time employees and lawyers and planners and even a former county employee on staff to plead their case and plan ahead to buy the land, we the people have only our righteous indignation to say, why is this happening? Why is it allowed? Why aren't we being heard? Why aren't our rights being protected? That's your job, your county commissioners, to say enough is enough. Enough pushing the boundaries, enough pushing the fringe, enough building and shoving development down the throats of residents who say that's enough. Okay, so now I want to talk a little bit about 61st Avenue East. And I don't know how to do this. Is that right? Can you see that? It's not even upside down. All right, so this is 61st Avenue East. As you can see, it has a brown sign that signifies that it's an ag road. It's not very wide. You have to be nice and pull over so people can pass you. We have lots of fun stuff like chicken farms along here. We have great, beautiful big oak trees along, this is 61st. This would be to the west, so this would be towards the east. It's kind of the same. This is directly across from my property where they have a proposed entrance. Carol Clark, my ex-husband, has talked to Carol, and she told him that they do not plan to use that property unless the county makes them. Please, don't make them. This road doesn't go anywhere. It goes straight up to 675. I understand that originally it was meant to be a through road, but now you have Rangeland Parkway that's going to be going through, and the only thing people will do on 61st Avenue East is cut through Panther Ridge to get to State Road 70. It doesn't go anywhere except to 675 as a dirt road. So I know that the Taylor project is not planning to use 61st in any way, shape, or form, from my understanding. So I would ask you to please leave this road alone for, here's the kicker picture, the next generation. So see there?
Oh.
Okay. So we want to keep it safe for this group.
I know that group.
Okay, so, we also have talked a lot about the watershed and the river, and I was given some samples, papers from the estuary that said that the lower Manatee River, which is, here's the dam, or the Lake Manatee, this is Manatee River below the dam. The water is already considered impaired. The mercury levels are high. The bacteria level apparently hasn't been tested since 2019, and at that point, it was considered too high. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection has said that this water is already, with what we've already done, impaired. So I don't think adding 12,000 more homes in the watershed is smart. And then seagrass is dwindling, which would be at the estuary end. Seagrass is going down, which is mainly in this area. Somebody else gave me a letter to read, but I don't think I have time to read it, so can I just give it to you, submit it?
Yes, just submit it to the clerk.
Okay. So this is one of my neighbors on 61st that also wrote a letter saying, please don't bother us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, it says founder Monica Weld.
She had to go feed the bears.
Okay. Philip Upton. Come on down and state your name and what county you live in. I bet we already know.
My name is Philip Upton. I live in Manatee County. And a lot of my questions that I had were already answered, but of course, many more have sprung up now. I was curious, and I don't know if you can answer me or not, but is this one of those things where you have to have a majority before you vote, or is this?
We can't correspond with you and answer questions, but we will listen to your comments.
Right,
And
that's-
commissioners can afterwards make a comment if they choose to.
Well, if this is one of those things where you have to have a majority or your forum, then I submit you don't have that, but I may be mistaken. Also, I do not own an elephant nor a donkey, but I am one of the people that will be impacted. We've lived in our home for 33 years. When we met about a year ago at Verna Bethany Baptist Church, we all agreed that 2040 was the date that any change would happen. What has happened since then? Other than I did notice that, and this was the information that I got today, you had a meeting where you changed something about contiguous and contemporaneous, but that wasn't part of our discussion. So I'll just say to you that, you made a commitment to us and we expect you to follow through with it. I don't know why you changed your mind halfway through, but it appears that you did. No one here wants this development. No one here wants to have 3 homes per acre. We do not want roads cut into our homes. It boggles my mind that you want to put this many homes in the watershed. There will be drainage. There will be damage to the water. There will be people who get sick and die from it. Quality of life will not be the same. It's going to be expensive too, not just the cost of the land, but there's going to be court fights. There's going to be tremendous loss for everyone out that way. And as our representatives, I would like to see you be more concerned about us. I'm curious as to why we don't have reports from SwiftMud, EPA, DEP. These things should all happen before you agree to this transmittal. It shouldn't be afterwards. You should do your homework and get that done now before you agree to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's see, next is Rachel Hunsader-Silker.
Hello, my name is Rachel Hunsader-Sliker from Manatee County. My family has owned and operated Hunsader Farm since 1967. I'm here to kindly ask for a different location for Rangeland Parkway. This road near and through our property will have detrimental and irreversible damage to our small business. We have contributed to the county and community greatly over the years. One way we have been able to contribute is by having our annual Pumpkin Festival. We park over 3,000 cars a day in the South Field. With Rangeland Parkway proposed to go through that field, we will no longer be able to park cars there. The county greatly benefits from our event. First responders, schools, churches, and other groups have the opportunity to raise money for their organizations. This past Pumpkin Festival in October 2022, we have been able to provide $12,500 to the sheriffs, $7,200 to EMS, and $22,500 to schools, churches, and other groups such as Meals on Wheels, Boy Scouts, and Therapy Horse organizations. That is a total of $41,700 to our community in just 3 weekends, just by having the Pumpkin Festival. In addition, over the years of the Pumpkin Festival, our kids' charity games have raised just over $600,000. These charities have included Special Olympics, the School Board, Children's Dream Fund, and All Children's Hospital, just to name a few. The Minnesota Buddy Walk, which we had hosted for nearly 20 years, had raised $1.2 million towards the Bringing Up Down Syndrome organization. Not to mention people from all over the state and some out of state book hotel rooms in this county so they can stay and attend the festival. This proposed road would also potentially take out our new tiny town and part of our petting zoo. The tiny town has been a very popular addition to the farm and is included in the petting zoo admission fee, which is taxed. We have hundreds of people come out to the farm on the weekends for U-Pick, produce shopping, and our petting zoo in Tiny Town. We graciously ask that this roadway be relocated. We understand there is growth and more of the city is coming our way, but all we are asking is for the road to be relocated south so it does not interfere with our livelihood. One of our commissioners had said in a campaign interview, "I am raising my family here, so I want it to be a place of great opportunity, beauty, and community. I've been disappointed to see churches denied reasonable sign permit and small businesses given the runaround, while developers and mines get permits and variances almost at will. That is exactly what is happening to us. We can only hope you can remain true to your statement and that not only you, but the rest of the commissioners do what is best for the community. It may be a temporary annoyance to reposition the location of Rangeland Parkway, but it will be a lifelong issue to our livelihood in our community if Rangeland Parkway stays at its proposed location. We believe that the benefits of the road do not outweigh the negative impacts it would have on our community. Therefore, we strongly urge you to reconsider the proposed road location through and near our farm and to consider alternative routes that would have less impact on the environment and local community.
Here I have a petition to change the location of Rangeland Parkway, signed by over 5,600 concerned citizens. There are also 182 comments on their thoughts of the location of the roadway. I will leave you all a copy, and I hope the opinions of our community and citizens will lead you to make the right decision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Satcher, when you make your motion, include that, please. Next on the list, Mr. Toby Davis. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name's Toby Davis. I live in Manatee County. I have been sworn. Hello, my name is Toby Davis. I live on a dirt road. It's called 61st Avenue East. I bought the property in '96, and I did my due diligence. I looked at county plot books and learned that I would be surrounded by similar 5 and 10 acre single-family homes. The neighborhood was historically rural, and I knew that to be true because in '96 there was no one out there. Those lots have been sold over the years, and the neighborhood of Waterbury Estates, also known as Palmetto Park, has filled out. Those lots were plotted in excess of 50 years ago. Not new developments, not new lots. They existed. They were there. There were no meetings for new land use because those lots existed. They were there in Panther Ridge, Palmetto Estates, Golden Verna, Waterbury, and they were there. They existed. They were there when the county was formed. And now this board is determined to plan a new neighborhood that will not be 5 to 10 acre lots, and it will most certainly not be historically rural. 4,100 households, new neighborhoods. But the new does not have to destroy the old. Commissioners, you have a duty to protect Palmetto Ranches, Palmetto Park, Panther Ridge, Waterbury, and the Grapefruit Tracts, just as you have the responsibility to be stewards for the greater Manatee County. The simplest, most important thing that you can do is to make sure that 61st Avenue is not connected to this new neighborhood. There is no construction need, there is no utility need, and there is no fire or emergency need that requires a southern access to this neighborhood. There are a significant number of neighborhoods in Manatee County that have but a singular entrance. 2 entrances on Bourneside, 2 entrances on 675, and an entrance on State Road 64 are more than adequate to service this development. 4,100 new households driving through Palmetto Ranches, driving through Palmetto Park, driving through Panther Ridge, driving through Waterbury and the Grapefruit Tracts will forever change those rural neighborhoods. It's your duty. Commissioners, deny any connection to 61st Avenue East. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on the list is Kimberly Siri, and you have 10 minutes. You're with the group Power, is that correct?
No, I'm here representing my neighborhood.
Okay, all right.
But thank you for that. I appreciate
You're
you
welcome.
remembering that. Thank you.
Could have sworn I saw that.
Yeah, I'm Kim Siri, and I live in Manatee County, and I've been sworn in. Bear with me, I'm reading my own notes here, so.
That's okay.
First, I would like to thank the residents of East Manatee County that have rearranged their schedules to be here, and the hundreds of people that have submitted public comment. I have been entrusted by my neighbors to speak on behalf of them and myself confidently to voice our very strong opinion that we are absolutely against the overdevelopment of East Manatee County and the current plan for East River Ranch. It is concerning that this transmittal has been pushed so fast. The minutes from the Zoom meeting on January 26th were not properly provided to the Planning Committee meeting on February 9th. It is my opinion that the questions and concerns asked by the residents of East County were not properly presented. Oops, I forgot, does not seem fair and just. Concerning the nature of this transmittal, currently the proposed property and/or development is not contiguous with another property. It is my understanding that the SMR Taylor Ranch Star Farms is on hold, being redesigned to be presented to the board at a later date. It is also my understanding that the future development boundary line, FDEB for short, has not been moved either. Reading Objective 2.1.2, Geographic Extent of Future Development, it reads, limit urban sprawl by accommodating future development consistent with the adopted land use concept map. All development unless exempted by policy 2.1
.2.2 shall be directed to the area west of the FDAB, thereby preserving agriculture as the primary land use east of the FDAB through 2040. This description is what the residents of East Manatee County have taken as gospel. What has happened to input from the community? Previously, we have had town hall meetings, at least 2 Zoom meetings, and an option to meet with the developer. Our voices should always matter. Pros and cons, obviously cons first. Too many homes and unwanted or unneeded commercial property. This area, East County, cannot safely withstand the proposed 4,500 to 10,000 homes. Adding these homes obviously poses a problem with our roads. There are already 2 east-west corridors, State Road 70 and State Road 64. They are currently 2-lane roads. Even with extending Rangeland and 44th Avenue East, the traffic is still dumping onto 2-lane roads that can't handle what is on them now. Adding the homes and businesses is also bringing light and noise pollution. We can go out now in our yards and breathe clean air, hear animals, feed wildlife, look at the stars. We have earned our privacy and sense of security in our homes. As a community, we all look out for each other and our property. With the increase in pollution, it brings crime. With the increase of population, it brings crime. Many of my neighbors are already experiencing a higher rate of theft. We live here to raise our families to love and respect the land. We live without fences or boundaries. Bringing in 4,500 plus homes is forcing us to live behind high walls and boundaries. I personally value my privacy and do not want a 2 to 5 story home or building watching me in my own backyard. Water runoff. It is my understanding that county sewer and water will be extended and new homes will be connected. A question asked during the January 6th Zoom meeting was, how are the lawns going to be watered? And I know that that was corrected. The response was, well water. Any runoff. This will adversely affect the residents currently on a well. It will run into the lake, or all the water runoff, will run into the Lake Manatee, adding phosphorus and nitrogen to the Manatee County water source, creating the potential for a rise in the green algae bloom that is currently a hot topic in the state of Florida. It also has the potential to enter the Manatee River via the dam when it opens. The area where the East River Ranch is seeking to build is inside the Lake Manatee Critical Watershed Area. Why would we want to get our water from someone else when the natural resource is right there? Lake Manatee was an expensive project when it was first established. It has also been a very lucrative for the county for many years. Taxes. Increases in homes and businesses will increase the need for water, garbage, sewer services, schools, fire departments, bus service, etc. The list goes on. This will ultimately raise our taxes. Why should we be responsible for something that we do not want nor need? Suggestions. We understand the development is going to happen. However, it can happen in a phased and thought-out way. Keep the development east of the FDAB line, Ag 1 or Ag R. 1 home to 5 acres or greater. Create a community that resembles its name, East River Ranch. Create a community where people are longing to live. Create ranchettes where people can call them home. An example would be Panther Ridge. It is very desirable to have property where families can have a garden, have a few animals, live a more farm-to-table lifestyle, feel safe when their children or themselves are playing outside, have trails and space for riding ATVs and horses, potential hiking trails. Yes, roads will eventually need to be added. Take into consideration the surrounding home sites and agribusiness and limit and/or reroute wherever possible. Currently, you are proposing roads that are being destructive to some of the most beautiful land in Manatee County and threatening existing homes and businesses. This can be changed. It is my understanding that Manatee County has plus or minus $50 million set aside to invest in conservation land. What better way to use these funds than to create natural boundaries and buffers, establish animal corridors and sanctuaries, keep the existing natural wooded areas as they are? It has been devastating to watch families that have been here for years give up their properties to developers. Some out of fear it would be taken by eminent domain. Some were offered money that they could not turn down. My family is 5th generation Manatee in DeSoto County. When we moved to our property out east, we knew that this would be our forever home. This is not just a house to us. This is our home. The developments that are destroying our community sadly are just lifeless houses, not a home with generations of memories. Creating a development where people could build a home would mean so much more. Sadly, when I talk to friends and family that come out to visit, the first thing they say is they cannot believe the growth and how different it looks. Sadly, they do not want to move back to Bradenton because it is too crowded. I know what it means to live here. I know the appeal, how lucky I am every day to live on the beautiful property I live on, how lucky I am to ride my side-by-side around, see deer, gophers, hawks, and various other wildlife, ride to the neighbors, share eggs, veggies, and stories, have cookouts and laughter, watch our kids play in the field, watch them play in the creek, watch a breathtaking sunrise over my hay bales. What will be left of this land when there is a building bust? How sad it will be to look at bulldozed beautiful land that no one can afford and has lost its value. Is this greed? I have seen it before. In closing, Commissioners, I implore you to listen to the residents of East Manatee County. Listen to your constituents. Have all these pleas been for naught? Is your mind already made up? Please listen to your community and do the right thing and delay transmittal to the state. Create a citizens advisory committee that will work with the developers and residents to establish a greener footprint moving forward. There needs to be more accessibility to get information to the community. Trying to turn the BOCC all digital is failing the community. There are a lot of people that are still happy with the flip phone. A countywide phone text service, posting in various newspapers around town, better signage would really help keep the residents informed. There are still a lot of families that have been here for generations. The majority live in East Manatee County. Again, we strongly oppose the transmittal of this development, plans, and future movement of the FDAB. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Samantha Dittman. Hope I said that correctly. State your name, what county you live in, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Samantha Dittman, Manatee County. Forgive me, I'm going to speak extemporaneously because pretty much all of my points have been addressed. We've all talked about the 2040 boundary line. That's 2040. That's what we were promised. That's what we were expecting. We do know that we have to change and adapt with the times. We cannot stop all of this, all of the development. What a lot of us are asking for are 5+ acre style ranchettes that will let you guys continue to build, but also keep our lifestyle as much as we can to as close it is to as it is now. You are elected by Manatee County residents to represent Manatee County residents, both west and east. Granted, we have a lot of people coming here, moving to this county, but they moved to this county for a reason. Let's not change it. Also, we have to think about the future of agriculture. With our economy here in this county, agriculture is an important part of our economy. So if we put in 4,000 houses on this tiny little scrap of land, how are people going to raise kids to have their 4-H projects, their FFA projects, and to promote agriculture for our future, past 2040? As was addressed earlier, we want to live where a lot of people recreate, whether you're RV camping or hunting or riding your side-by-side or horses. They aren't making any more land. So let's take care of our resources while we have them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Next, Ruth Lawler. She must have left. I know she was here earlier. Okay. Mr. Elbert Davis. Okay. And then Carol Feltz. State your name. You'll have 10 minutes.
She submitted a request.
Carol Feltz, Mayaca, Manatee County. I'm overwhelmed by what our other citizens have done here today, and as you've noticed, you had 296 emails on this subject. I'm just very proud of the citizens for getting involved, but we've had a problem since we started talking about the FDAB move. When we had the meeting, and again, some of you weren't on the board at the time, but when we had the meeting at the Verna Bethany Church, that some of us might have attended, we got absolutely nothing. We got no planning, no opportunity. It was kind of a meeting where we really didn't get to learn too much about what was going on. So we asked for other things. We asked for involvement. We asked to be educated. We asked to be informed, and we asked to be involved. This is a product of that and what the residents themselves have put together in terms of looking at these situations and saying, what can I do about it? And one of the things we always want to say is, we're not against growth, but we have a zoning that is of a compatible nature to people who have been out there for years. This is what they bought out there for. As people said, we could build quite a welcoming community using the current zoning. And 5-acre homes, again, that is a home, not just a house. And we've talked about using the Bourneside Boulevard for a recreational trail. If you compare what the left hand is doing and what the right hand is doing, on the one hand, we're promoting this trail system and all of these recreational elements out there, but how do we do that when we're putting in 10,000 homes? And the November 18th, 2021 meeting was quite substantial. If any of you, I'm sure we have some new members of the board that weren't on the board then, but we had an amazing amount of residents that came out, and they asked for certain things. We've been at this before. We've tried to explain to you that the rural residents are discriminated against when it comes to being informed and involved. We've asked for bigger signs. What we got was a system where it doesn't even have anything informational on the sign. I have pictures of the signs falling down on the sides of the roads. And you have to remember that we are rural residents. We don't count our neighbors from how many feet they are away from us. Our neighbors are measured by acreage. My nearest neighbor, when it comes to somebody actually living there, is 100 acres away on both sides. So we've got an excellent opportunity that we have been on you since 2021. We know that growth is inevitable. We know that things are going to change. We've asked to be a part of it. We've asked to talk to the developers. We've asked to come up with a plan. We've asked you to say, just take the zoning right now. Our kids, we talk about having schools for these 10,000 houses. Guess what we don't have? We don't have bus drivers. So how are we going, what difference does it make if we have schools if we can't get our kids there? We have a lot of good people here that have some good ideas, and they're not stopping anybody from selling their land. They're not stopping a developer from having a vision of that they want to do with what land they've purchased. But there's ways for it to be compatible. And when we are trying to follow the rules, which we've been doing all along, sign up for the neighborhood registry. We signed up for the neighborhood registry. We'll send you a project list every week so you know what's going on. You do realize that not a single project list was posted from September to December. So how are we supposed to know what's going on? But what I tell people is we've still got some people listening to us. We were persistent. We brought out listen, people ask me all the time what to do. I say dial 311. I say look at the website. I say talk to your county commissioners. Then when we try and follow your directions, register for neighborhood services. You'll get an email on your project list. No, you won't. Not for 4 months. So what's been going on for 4 months that we don't know about? It took actually talking to the people who actually do those jobs. Not talking to you guys, but talking to people like Bobby Roy, talking to people in the building services. They understand us. They get us. They live here too. But we've got to work on these ways of having a compatible growth with everyone. And there's opportunities for that. We've had town halls, but we need to have more education. We've seen all the people that have come up today, and they don't know how this works. Even for us to get 10 minutes to speak, it took an act of God. And sometimes we don't have to, it doesn't need 10 minutes to speak. You already know what we're going to say. We want to be part of planning Manatee County. We are the residents that live here now. The people who are coming did not elect you. The people who are coming do not pay their taxes. The people who are coming are not standing in front of you right now and say, we're not trying to be obstructionists. We're trying to be realists. We're not idealists. Believe me, you cannot be an idealist and live out on 5 or 10 or 20 acres. Things happen. And we aren't asking you for anything other than a voice. And I'm going to tell you, as I've said, my own endeavor is using our agriculture areas as a benefit to our veterans. There's a lot of people that seek the serenity of the life out there that we have with the open spaces because they serve this country, because they need a quiet space. We get jokes about, well, y'all are always shooting guns and blowing things up out there. Yeah, but we know it's us. We know it's us. We do a dang good job when it comes to, if I was going to be a dog dumped anywhere, I'd say dump me out there in one of those 5-acre tracts, because we're going to find a home for you. We've got a lot of very smart people that want to work with our county. They want to work with the developers. We've been asking for this for years. We were asked to be kept informed. The power group formed. Remember the power group? We were asked to please let us know, let us be involved, let us be a part of forming our communities.
On the project.
Of forming our communities. What happened with that? We weren't even told. We had to ask the question, is this the vote today? And we have a lot of, maybe there's some prior baggage here that could be made amends to. We just had our district changed. And we used to be all one big happy family from 675 over into Boardside Boulevard, where, like I said, we measure our neighbors in acreage. Every day, I meet people who do not know who their county commissioner is. That's kind of sad, isn't it?
Can you stay on topic, please? The reason we're here now?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Vanessa Ball was our county commissioner for a long time, and she always said how much she appreciated and enjoyed our country people, that we just wanted to be left alone. And you know what? That was probably true back then. But now we realize that it's not enough to be left alone. We have to be involved. We have to be educated. And we have Commissioner Satcher, who is our new representative that we don't see much out there, but we did get to see you all during the hurricane.
Please stay on topic
I have
of
10
why we are
minutes that
here
I think you
today,
could live with.
or your time will be cut short.
Okay, well, it would be nice, maybe,
she's not.
Vanessa, if part of your apology to the citizens for excluding us from the vaccine gate would be
You
to
are off
listen to
topic
us.
again.
I'm not
You
off
are
topic.
finished. Thank
I'm not
you.
off topic, man. But we want to work with you. Don't take an adversarial approach.
Then,
when we,
as I said,
you
stay
excluded
on
us
the
from
topic.
vaccines. Vanessa, it would be nice to be
Stay
nice to
on the topic. Thank you. Okay, next is Mr. Albert Davis.
You called him.
I know, but I was giving him one more chance. Still not here? Anyone else from the public want to come forward on public comment? You'll have 3 minutes. You know what's missing? Just give me a second. can't tell who it is. Okay, I don't see these names on anyone else's. Okay. Please give us your name and what county you live in, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Linda Nash. I live in Myakka City, Manatee County. I want to thank you all, first of all, for letting us speak today. They're like a lot of us, we've taken the day off of work to come here. And I have a few issues, and I know you can't answer them right now, but I don't know why this meeting started at 1:30 instead of 9 o'clock like it usually does.
I don't either.
I'm sure. We got a lot
Okay,
of hungry horses
can you stay
out
on
there.
topic with us, please?
I am
Your
on
time is
topic.
running. Thank you.
So, well, the other thing was the Planning Commission was last Thursday. I'm questioning why it was pushed so quickly through to this meeting. Like Mark said, no time to prepare. And the members of the Planning Commission are appointed by the board. Ms. Kiba, she didn't even know that there were 2 racetracks butting right up to this piece of property. She said it. So I'm sort of surprised that the planning committee that is making these plans and submitting the plans to you for approving them don't even know the area. So I have a suggestion that the planning commission meeting members visit the areas that they're approving. And have you all visited the areas? And I'm not just talking about the little zigzag piece of property. I'm talking about the areas where we live. Waterbury Tracks, Panther Ridge, Pomelo Ranches. Have you been there? Have you seen it? Because this doesn't fit. This development does not fit. Now, the planning committee mentioned property rights. When the builder bought this land, it was zoned ag. 1 house per 5 acres. He has the right to build 276 homes, beautiful homes. I don't know why he can't do that, and we could just bypass all this mess, and we'd have nice ranchettes out there. All of these areas are zoned ag all around this subdivision. A UF3 is not compatible with ag. It's also east of the FDAB. Like everybody said before, it was promised it would not be changed until 2040. This area is an equestrian community. Panther Ridge to the south, it's beautiful. 5, 10, 15 acre homes, high-end homes. They could build that on this piece of property and nobody would complain. We want controlled growth. East of this property, Waterbury Tracks, that's where I live. It's all ag, small working farms, about 200 acres is my neighborhood, 17 homes. We raise cattle, longhorns, beef cattle, sheep, goats, chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and horses, lots of horses. This UF3 is not compatible with horses. We grow food in our gardens, fruit on our trees. We butcher animals on our property. I don't think the subdivisions are going to like to see that. So these subdivisions, you're trying to cram down our throats, and that's not our lifestyle. And then west, racetrack. Who in their right mind would build next to 2 racetracks? So I know that it's been voiced before. I don't know where the racetrack people are, but these racetracks are loud, and most of them are on the weekends. And they have races at night, too. Do you think the people in the subdivisions are going to like that? Right next door. They have semi-trucks that have jet engines on them that they can hear all the way in Parrish. What do you think this subdivision people, what do you think they're going to think of that? They're going to think we're nuts. And they're going to shut it down. You even said, save the racetracks. This subdivision will kill the racetracks, and you all know that. North of this subdivision is Lake Manatee State Park. It's a beautiful small park. where we get drinking water, water that's in short supply. Once again, how are we going to supply 10,000 homes with this precious resource? And while we're talking about water, it's mentioned before at the planning meeting that they're not going to be using reclaimed water to water their yards. They're going to use well water. And we depend on well water out east. We don't have potable water. We drink well water. We bathe in it. We feed it to our livestock. And if they're watering their beautiful, pristine, green lawns, they're going to dry up our wells. And then there's the roads. Traffic in these rural areas is deadly for our farms, livestock, and children. We don't need these new roads that are going to tear through our backyards. We ride horses. Do you think we'll ever ride on 675 again? No. And there's no speed limits on these roads. You know how people drive. They'll just run us over. They don't care. They're from New York. And pollution. Homes in these kind of subdivisions, like their green grass, chemicals, fertilizers, they're going to go down those little streams right into the Manatee River, get into the aquifer, down the waterways into the Gulf. They're going to cause algae blooms that are detrimental to sea life and to our beloved manatees. Light pollution, they've said it before. We hate lights. We like to see the stars. They've said it, you look to the east and it's black and stars. You look to the west and you see a glow. And that people are afraid. They want everything lit up. Well, actually, they're just telling the criminals where their stuff is. Building pollution, strip malls, commercial buildings, they are not compatible in ag zoning. We don't need strip malls out there. We work in town, we come home, we stop at the store on the way, and once you're home, you're home. You don't need to go to a strip mall. Our lifestyles are different. We're very, very different from you all. Some of us work in town, but when we get home, we don't want to look out our windows at these subdivisions and see these cookie-cutter homes. We live out here for our love of the rural lifestyle, and we live very differently. So I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We love to make noise, we shoot guns, we kill things, we blow up things. Please keep the country country. Please preserve our rural lifestyle and stop this urban sprawl.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Come on down, state your name,
My
county.
name is Kellen Brerin. I have 5 signatures authorizing me to speak on their behalf. If I could get
I'll
10
need
minutes,
that
please.
list, please. If you could hand it to someone and they'll bring it to me, please. Give me just a moment. I need to verify the signatures. Thank you. You look good. Okay, go ahead, sir. 10 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Kellen Brerin. I am a Manatee County resident and landowner, and I have been sworn in. I am a representative of Myakka Elephant Ranch. I understand from previous comments that apparently this has nothing to do with us. However, the maps previously used today and earlier at the February 9th meeting, at the Planning Commission meeting, and the verbiage used to us tells us that the proposal of this zoning change and the proposed division being built here will in fact extend 44th Avenue East, and it's all but approved by rezoning the land in question. This threatens our endangered elephant habitat. We need assurances. Until we have those assurances, we have to continue opposing this. I would like to say that as conservationists, we are not trying to make a political statement, nor are we inherently opposed to development. We do, however, believe that all growth and development should be done responsibly and with respect to animals and their habitats and our green spaces. So I'm a representative of Myakka Elephant Ranch. I'm the Community Outreach Director. Myakka Elephant Ranch is a local 501c3 nonprofit elephant education and conservation center. The proposed rezoning of agricultural land owned by Carlos Baruf to allow for urban development, which includes, in our opinion, based off of what we see here, the expansion of 44th Avenue East is cutting through the heart of our Elephant Preserve and Conservation Center. We are opposed to this expansion as it would come at the expense and detriment of threatened and endangered species. Our conservation center currently houses and cares for 2 Melanesian elephants and 1 African savanna elephant. In the United States, the African elephant is protected under the Endangered Species Act and the African Elephant Conservation Act. The African elephant was listed as an endangered species under the ESA effective June 11, 1978. The Asian elephant is listed as an endangered species under Section 4 of the ESA as of 1973. The Endangered Species Act makes no distinction between foreign species and domestic species and listing species as threatened or endangered, and it is apparent based off of what we see that they are threatened, even more so due to this proposed roadway apparent through their habitat. Again, everything that we have seen based off the maps given by those representing the developer and your staff tell us that this is essentially being looped in part of this plan despite the comments made today, and that's why we are here. We need assurances. It is our understanding that the protections of the ESA, including Section 9 and 4D, apply to both listed foreign and domestic species. As such, when a species is listed as endangered under the ESA, certain actions are prohibited under Section 9, that's 16 U.S.C. 1538. 16 U.S.C. 1538 is a United States Congress finding and declaration. Section 1533 under ESA Section 4A gives priority to those endangered or threatened species without regard to classification, particularly those species that are or may be in conflict with construction or development projects or other forms of economic activity. In regards to the health and well-being of the elephants in our care, our contract veteran, David Love, is a megavertebrate specialist. He emailed all of you, it should be submitted for public record, a letter stating the following. The vibrational noise and audible sound produced during construction, especially if this major roadway would go through very close to Myakka Elephant Ranch, without a doubt will cause levels of severe and potential moderate and severe stress to these animals. With stress comes suppressed immune systems, which leads to susceptibility of various diseases and conditions that would invariably negatively impact the elephant's physical health and psychological well-being. Auditory stimuli aside, the superb sense of smell of elephants, for the record, an elephant can smell water in excess of 12 miles away. Incredible smelling capabilities. Will also produce more stress, confusion, and overstimulation of these animals. We believe that the proposed roadway expansion, again, due to everything that we've seen, through our endangered elephant habitat directly interferes with the aforementioned protections as outlined by the Endangered Species Act and declarations of our United States Congress. We believe this hearing to be legislative in nature and possibly incongruent with the powers afforded to this governing body. We are unaware of an approved comprehensive plan for this specific proposed development. To our knowledge, there are no utilities tied to this area of proposed rezoning for urban development, and there are no known assurances to tie this development into Lakewood Ranch or the Taylor Ranch developments, which is inconsistent with this county's current comprehensive plan. This hearing is seemingly, a legislative maneuver which is creating and allowing for a leapfrog development, prematurely moving the urban boundary line, which again is inconsistent with this county's comprehensive plan as outlined by policy 2.1.13. To designate the future land use map, land within currently undeveloped growth areas at densities and intensities which permit significant increases over current land use, designations without creating urban sprawl. This most certainly is creating urban sprawl. In addition, the approval of this development is inconsistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan Policy 3112 to encourage and facilitate a reduction in total air emissions by all sources listed for Manatee County on the FDEP air pollution inventory system. How does adding thousands of homes to such a small area and building 4-lane roads through the Manatee County watershed reduce air and water pollution? Policy 3115 refers to reducing vehicular emissions, which it seems, how are we achieving this? By building wide roads that cut down oxygen-producing plant life in our vital conservation areas. The expansion of 44th Avenue East would cut right through the Manatee County watershed in direct violation of Objective 3.2.1, which is to maintain or improve the water quality and quantity in Lake Manatee. Large roads leads to massive amounts of runoff, carrying massive amounts of herbicides and pesticides from proposed developments, reducing our water quality and in turn potentially harming Manatee County residents. It seems to our organization that approving this development and its included expansion of 44th Avenue East, as per what we've seen, directly interferes with the conservation of threatened and endangered species, while allowing for the poisoning of our East County air and water. Additionally, moving forward with this proposed development appears to interfere with federal endangered animal protections and is inconsistent with the current comprehensive plan for growth. We believe moving forward in this form could provoke litigation, needlessly costing Manatee County taxpayers thousands of dollars. We, if possible, would like a motion giving us assurances that this road will not go through our endangered elephant habitat and that such construction that will be done within 12 miles range of our elephant habitat will not lead to the endangerment of our endangered elephant species that we care for. Let's see here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? State your name, the county in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Hi.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hi, my name is Nate Jesse. I am a resident of Manatee County and I have been sworn in. Today I will be talking about Mayaca. As you can see, the FDAB line says you cannot develop there until 2040. It's not 2040, it's 2023. I know math and that's 17 years away. Please do not develop there until 2040 when I am 25. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, buddy. Next. It was a year that was looked at, but I mean, there's no way to guarantee that. It's just a year they're using. I'd rather have more little kids. Oh, another elephant ranch. Wait a minute. Okay. Julia?
Yes.
Okay, if you'd state your name, the county in which you live, and you'll have 10 minutes.
All right.
10 minutes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Brerin, and I live in Mayaca and reside in Manatee County since birth, and I am representing Mayaca Elephant Ranch. I have been sworn in. We are in opposition of this proposal that is, again, legislative in nature and is in direct violation of our comprehensive plan. Violating 3.3.1 as wildlife and upland habitat protection states to protect and preserve native wildlife, endangered, threatened species, and a special concern for the native upland habitat. Also, 7.3 C point states threatened or endangered species development approvals for projects that contain or proximate to a location of habitat occupied by a threatened or endangered species may limit or preclude development or redevelopment, but not the removal of a habitable structure. As this expansion, as we said, is still paired with this in some way, shape, and form, we have to have on the record that it would indeed cause the removal of an endangered species habitable structure in violation of the comprehensive plan. Today is impacting more people than you could fathom. This would be an international issue. This is not ready to go to state. We haven't had answers yet regarding the elephants and their habitats. It needs to be sent back to staff as currently insufficient data and analysis was performed on this proposal. The current review did not match the research or receive the data on the elephants. In reference to that, both maps shown today by the planning committee and by the developer, they've changed since the previous meeting. They're completely different maps. One is going straight, one has a zigzag effect. The analysis performed on this proposal and current review did no research or receive the data on the elephants and the international protected species. This impact on the comprehensive plan has not been properly analyzed to take in the specific unique facility this proposal has significant violations of currently. But plans, if proposed and it does pass, will affect our ability to operate. Severely damaging impacts. That again was not even analyzed. This is not ready to go to state for review. This is bigger than this county, bigger than this developer. This is an international issue of an endangered species protected by international law and treaty. It should be denied outright at this stage until reviewed again, at minimum delayed to go to state to check into these issues more specifically. This issue has a lasting effect. Our impact not only brings tourism from all over the world as a conservation center, we also have a huge impact on our community as we hold complimentary experiences for our local community partners, such as Manatee Children's Service, the Loveland Center, the Haven. We have veteran elephant therapy with Operation Warrior Resolution, and more. We serve hundreds of veterans with this specialized therapy found nowhere else in the world. This type of therapy is as immersive as it is unique and can be found nowhere else in the world. Our veteran therapy program specifically benefits veteran soldiers, especially those battling PTSD. And according to one former soldier, Kevin Mayer of the U.S. Air Force, who's prior to his experience at Myakka Elephant Ranch ended up on suicide watch twice, wrote an article for Military Times stating, and I quote, "I can't believe that elephants changed my life. Little did I know that this experience would be transformational," end quote. Because of the elephants and Myakka Elephant Ranch specialized community involvement, I again quote, "He found hope in a world that seemed too dark to exist in. And now he's happier than ever. Thanks to Operation Warrior Resolution, I can say that I am recovered, and it all started with a chance event involving elephants. This is just one testimonial, one life-changing impact. But if this change is approved, this specific programming will be completely eliminated. The approval of this proposal remove this programming and the space for the veteran yoga therapy program. The sound implications of said 4-lane road will be a major trigger for those veterans with PTSD and the elephants, directly impacting the healing properties of the sessions. This would be a devastating loss of immense magnitudes. No development, no road should be valued more than helping veterans in need. As my family has owned the property 4450 Verna Bethany Road since 1986, of which time we were grandfathered in to house exotic animals, making this specific property irreplaceable. We are currently housing 2 types of endangered species, mainland Asian elephants, as well as an African savanna elephant. And we have many more wild native species, as well as 5 gopher tortoise burrows, which is another keystone species, and more. A little bit more about the property that houses Myakka Elephant Ranch. We are an agro-tourism organization, a nonprofit elephant conservation center. According to Fox 13, a hidden gem of Florida and Manatee County. We have over 20,000 visitors per year and a global impact on elephant conservation. The road expansion proposed would go through the habitat. And again, it's grandfathered in, and we're trying to keep it as natural as possible. And we have a letter from a species specialist veterinarian to prove the effects that this would take on these endangered species, and we would like to place that on the record. To our work, as we keep growing, we are beginning research. The expansion could interfere with these research and many amazing projects such in the works. As early cancer detection, helping the umbrella species, lasting conservation efforts, and we would welcome any committee member to come out and see the impactful work we are doing. And I beg you to consider the consequences. Any of this would directly apply to the ranch unless we can get that amendment. Just a few numbers. The Cleveland Zoo spent $25 million on their new elephant habitat in 2010. Oklahoma City Zoo spent $13 million in 2010. Sedgwick County Zoo spent $10.6 million in their habitat. Fort Worth Zoo spent $32 million in 2021. Cincinnati Zoo spent $50 million on their elephant habitat. Oregon Zoo spent $53 million. Myakka Elephant Ranch may not have just received the funds to make that amazing thing happen, but we did achieve it through repurposed materials, thousands of hours of sweat and equity across 37 years and 3 generations. If it does come down to what we see and what the plan is still there,
We're done.
unfortunately, it would make such a big impact that we can't even have words to describe it. We just want to ensure that the animals are protected. And again, I want to submit the letter, well, the article from the veteran to all, to be placed on the record, as well as all the letters we have received at the actual ranch, just continuing to protect the elephants.
Jason.
And again, we hope if it can be amended, we won't be here, we're elephant conservationists. We are so thankful for your time, just for hearing us out, but this is the first time we've heard any response, and that's why we're here. We thank you for your time.
Anyone else want to come forward? State your name, the county in which you live.
Hello.
Good to see you again.
Hello, my name is Tyler Jesse, and I live in Manatee County. I've learned a lot about government recently. We're going to Washington, D.C. this spring, so now we have learned about all the levels of government. One of the things we've learned is the United States is not a direct democracy. Every person in our country does not have a vote in every decision and action our government makes. There's no way that every resident in our county can be informed and educated on every decision that has to be made. So instead, our Constitution created a federal democratic republic. It's a mouthful. That means our government derives its power from the people. And because individual people aren't interested or able to worry about everything that's happening, we elect people to represent us. And people of Manatee County chose you to represent our interests in this county. It makes me angry sometimes when I hear that things are happening in our county and no one is doing anything about it. But I'm told that regular people have jobs and lives and that they trust the people they have elected to study the tough issues and act on our behalf. My mom knows a lot of people that want to come to these meetings and care about what's happening, but they can't take off work. And a lot of people are just confused. But they trust you all to have our best interests at heart and have spent the time to know and understand these big issues affecting our county. As we've studied the history of the FDAB line and changes previous commissioners made to the comprehensive plan, my mom actually made us read the comprehensive plan, it does not look like you have the best interest of the whole community at heart. It feels like you're the genie and you grant all the developer's wishes, but the developer controls your lamp, so no one else gets their wishes granted. I'm only 10, and my mom says there's probably a lot more behind the scenes that we do not understand. And I know I don't understand all of what is happening, but I'm old enough to know how it looks. And it looks like local government is allowing a few wealthy developers to do whatever they want at the expense of all the regular, hard-working Americans in our county. If you could change the county's future roadway plans to make a developer happy, you could end up hurting Hunsader Farms or my friends' homes on 675 and on Verna Bethany. Will I not be able to pick wildflowers or go to the petting zoo? Will I be able to dig giant holes in my friend's backyard? Will I be able to wash their horses? How will the agreements you make now affect me and my friends in a few years when you actually start building those roads, or when more subdivision attached to more subdivisions, attached to another subdivision, attached to another subdivision that touches the FDAB line, ruin everything we love about Myakka? Thank you for your time.
No clapping, please. Anyone else want to come forward? State your name, the county in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Claire Jesse, and I'm a resident of Manatee County. I don't think that developers should start developing homes past the FDAB line because Hunter Farms is agricultural land, and they have every right to be there, and they fit in with the environment. Crowded subdivisions would not fit in with the characteristics. The land out there is not supposed to be developed on for residential use until 2040. I think that developers can put cows on all their land that they own and wait until the county can find a way to ensure that Hunter Farms and all other agricultural areas nearby will not be destroyed. I have friends that live in Myakka, and they're worried about that their wells will dry up. Bert Harris says that the property owner can do whatever he or she wants with their property, but does that include destroying other people's property? Hunter Farms has the right to be using the land, and yes, developers have the right to do what they want with their property, but it shouldn't be at the expense of other people. So I suggest that developers should put some cows on their land to reduce taxes and wait until it is safe to develop residential buildings next to farmlands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who wants to be next?
Good evening. My name is Stacy Jesse, and I live in Manatee County. I brought a helper with me. She was going to speak, but we have the pleasure of spending dinner and bedtime with you tonight, so she is.
We're honored.
On me. It's good to see you all again. Just a side note before I get going, we really haven't touched on the Bradenton Motor Sportsway much. The last subdivision that was going to be next to it, you all agreed that there would be something signed that said that the new residents to that subdivision would be okay with the noise. Will we do that for East River Ranch as well? You've heard from a lot of us today, and hopefully they bring up some really great questions, and you'll pose some of those questions to our amazing county staff before this meeting ends. But it's not my first rodeo. We're concerned about future roadway plans and potential impact on existing landowners. And when public comments are done, you'll call up someone from transportation, and Mary, or it looks like Clark, will explain that future roadway depictions don't actually have the exact routes that are set in stone. These lines are just placeholders, and no funds have been allocated, no projects exist yet, or will for years. And I get that. Those lines are not meant to delineate an actual location of a road still 15 years out from creation. But, and it's a big but, there's only a finite number of places these future roads can go. And instead of protecting the property of the hardworking Americans who lived on these eastern lands for years, you're allowing a usurper to dictate the potential locations of these future roads. A newcomer, building past the FDAB 2 decades too soon, is now expecting you to allow him to tell you where that line should run across his property, and hence further south than initially planned when it exits his land. I'm not concerned about the elephants, but I am concerned about someone dictating where future roads go without proper input from the public. As I read the proposed map amendment, and if you can see it here, did I put it up there right? I took the site plan from Medallion, and then the red is mine, if you can see it. The developer is asking the county to shift 44th East Avenue's extension south, so it bisects CR 675 at 49th Avenue East, to accommodate them as it exits their property, at the expense of all the eastward neighbors who were there first. Do the residents along 49th Avenue even understand that this realignment will directly impact their lands in a few years? I don't know where the road will go after this, but the current site plan and realignment maps certainly indicate it will exit the East River Ranch subdivision here. The developer does what's best for him, and I respect that, but your job isn't to do what's best for him, it's to do what's best for all of us in this county and to protect the property rights of all of us. SMR asked you to amend the comprehensive plan a few years ago so they could build past the FDAB line. Then Medallion asked you to amend the comprehensive plan again so they could also extend past the FDAB line, as Scott explained. Comprehensive Plan 2.1.2.8, enacted in November of 2021, effectively neutered the FDAB line at their request. And as my son so succinctly put it, as long as your subdivision touches another subdivision that touches the FDAB line, you can keep extending eastward. The FDAB words, but tell us your hands are tied. You make empty promises that will be unaffected down the road. But we don't want empty promises today. The staff reports negative aspects of this project cannot be ignored. Those are huge issues. Please postpone this transmittal until all the affected residents or interested parties have had a chance to review
Thank you very
this.
much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. State your name, what county you live in. You'll have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Carla Tralick. I was a city girl, grew up in the city, moved to the country, 80-acre farm, came to Florida, moved in the city, actually right where Whitfield and all that mess is going on there. Moved away from there to go out back to the country. I don't know if people are going to, like they said, we have a different type of life. We have rattlesnakes, we have coyotes, we have them right in our backyards. Is the developer going to be able to handle this? They're going to push all these wildlife away. We have bobcats, we have panthers, we have all of this wildlife animals. They need a home. I'm willing to keep my home so that they at least have the 20 acres to stay on it. Thank you.
We have all that in Lakewood Ranch, too. I understand. Yes, ma'am. Anybody next? State your name, please. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Prudence Baxter from Manatee County, Mike City.
I can't hear you, darling. What's
Prudence Baxter from Manatee County, Mike City. I just want to say ditto as far as what Rachel Hunseda said. I'm not good at speaking in a public forum. I came here to represent myself, a lot of others in the community. We would like our country to stay country. The roads that are going to be cutting through animal facilities, places that provide for your veterans, provide for your children with disabilities, and school students, as well as your handicapped, and just generations of families visiting these both places. It just doesn't seem right. It's not broke. Don't fix it. Leave our country the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is
You might
Anna
have to
Swan.
turn that microphone.
Huh?
Can you pull it
This?
down a little? There you go.
Hi, my name is Anna Swan, and I have been sworn in, and I just wanted to talk about how it affects us and the other animals to keep rebuilding and making more roads and just like clearing out more and more things, because that is just not how God made it. He wants us to at least keep the wildlife and just stop clearing out things, because we already have like 4 Lowe's and a bunch of things. Like every time I pass to go to school, like they are still working on a Lowe's. Like I am like, stop it! I'm going to kick your butt.
You're the best ever.
And yeah, so it just affects us and everything on this planet, and it just yeah, and it just doesn't work for some
Thank you,
people.
sweetheart.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Tim Tralick. Unfortunately, I've been a resident here for 30 years.
Can you put the microphone at? Thank
Back
you.
up. Okay. It's good?
Yes. Very
Tim
well.
Tralick is my name. I've been living in Manatee County for about 30 years. Unfortunately, the way it's going, I don't know if I can keep living here. But that north-south road the new road they're planning, it's going through my backyard. Literally, it's on my property on the map. How's that possible? I don't want the road in my property. If I have to get a couple elephants, I'll get a couple elephants to keep it out. But I'm an American, I have the right to own land, I don't see how anybody has the right to come and put a road through my backyard.
Thank you, sir.
No,
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Anyone else want to come forward? Going to ask one more time. Anybody want to come forward for public comment? All right, don't say I didn't ask. All right, I'm going to go ahead then and close public comment. Staff, did you have anything you want to add? Real quick for us? Any comments? Yes. I'm going to them next. I'm asking you right now. Thank you. Yes, come on. You got it.
All right. Good evening again, Commissioners. Charles Andrews, Certified Planner with staff. A couple items here just to discuss. Regarding Taylor Ranch, there's an LDA, so there'd be a mechanism in place to ensure utilities at the time that East River Ranch comes online. They have to make sure that Taylor Ranch and East River Ranch, that the availability of public services. The 2040 Objective 2.1.2 talks about the 2040 date, so I know some folks are mentioning the 2040, but that's where that came from that objective in the comp plan. And then once again, the Myakka Elephant Ranch, that's not part of this request, and as we said before with transportation, I've got Clark Davis here, but that is something that was added, that line on a map was added back in 2007, and it's not part of this approval, or this request rather, so just had those items out there, and I'm here if you have any questions.
And I think you're going to hear us do a motion after we settle
Correct.
this today for Hunsaders and the Elephant Ranch.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, that'll be next. Can I ask you a question right quick, though? This is just a transmittal to the state,
Transmittal
correct?
to the state, this is not an adoption hearing, that's correct,
Right,
Commissioner.
this is not approving anything. It's
No,
just
ma'am.
sending it to the state for them to look at it and give us their comments, correct?
Correct.
And would DEP and some of the other, organizations be included in that? Am I correct?
That's correct, Fish and Wildlife, all those folks, yes.
That's what I thought. Okay, so, that, I think sometimes it's a little bit confusing as to what we're doing up here sometimes, and I think this is
Transmittal.
that's why I'm asking. All right, honey, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, applicant rebuttal, anything you want to add, Scott?
All right.
No elephants.
Commissioners, again, Scott Rudisill for the record. I'll be pretty brief here. I know as far as the elephants, I know Commissioner Satcher's finger is on the button to make the motion, so I think that issue.
And if he doesn't, I will. Well, I can't because I'm acting as chair, so.
I think
I'll
that
leave
issue will be resolved. 61st Avenue East, we got a lot of comments about 61st Avenue East. That's more of a GDP issue, but again, I think as Carol mentioned, that's not a connection that we have to make. We'll work that out as far as if that's a connection the county wants us to make, but originally Rangeland was, or the thoroughfare in that area was proposed to go down 61st Avenue East. So this would be a better result for the folks on that road if it could ultimately be avoided here. If we could pull up the PowerPoint again, please, just from the beginning. All right.
I know exactly what
So,
you're going to say.
This is where we are, right?
Right.
This is why, we may have thought it would be 2040 before we hit the line, but this is the reality. And that's the reason that the county adopted a policy to allow for the areas like this. May not be this way yet in North County, but in South County it is. And so in the areas where the development has hit the line, it makes sense to consider allowing development to go east of the line. Development at 1 unit to 5 acres continuing east, the whole reason this policy was put in place is because that is not a sustainable development model. It's not a development model that the county wants. And if you want to get to that elephant ranch in 10 years, build out at 1 unit to 5 acres. That would be about 500 units on the two properties that we're talking about with Taylor Ranch and East River Ranch, and that absorption is no time. So we talked about the policy. This project does meet those policy requirements. It is going to put in infrastructure that the county desperately needs at the cost of the developers. And as Charlie mentioned, yes, this project is largely dependent on Taylor Ranch, and that will be addressed through the plan development and the LDA, which we talked about earlier. So if there are any specific questions, we're happy to answer them.
We might. I've got 2 commissioners on the board.
Okay.
You want to wait? Okay. All right, I do have one more question. The racetrack, if you don't mind me asking.
Sure.
I mean, we've heard about it today, and I think I just want to make sure that you do know that there has been a deal made with the racetrack, and that's why Taylor Ranch isn't coming back to us until later, because it's, okay, you know that, right?
That they're working on
Yes,
resolve.
they're working
Yes,
on some
absolutely.
changes that's going to be very beneficial to the racetrack, because we've said we're not going to lose the racetrack. I mean,
Right.
you guys, you're aware of that, correct?
Absolutely.
I
And
think maybe some in the public didn't realize that that's what was happening with Taylor Farms. That's why I thought I'd mention it. So,
right, and this developer has met with the owner of the racetrack as well, so.
wonderful. Thank you for that. It's very important to this board. Okay, I've got 2 commissioners on the board. Commissioner Bearden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
What is this?
Gosh, it's ingrained.
If it's not you, it's the county attorney.
I
I'm getting
apologize
worried.
about that.
Identifying as KVO
Boy.
I really appreciate everybody coming here and speaking in things that you believe in. I mean, it really means a lot to me when I see that happening. But what we're dealing with today is what every major city in the United States of America has had to deal with at one point or another, and that's continuous growth. And speaking about the FDAB, when it was established in 1989, you realize that they were growing at 5,700 people a year. So if we take that 10 years back from 1980 to 1990, they were growing 5,700 people a year based on the research that I found. In the last 10 years, we've grown 10,418 people a year. Okay? So when they were projecting, when the Board of County Commissioners were projecting, they were pretty much spot on based on the growth that was happening. But we've doubled that. There was no way for them to be able to get it exactly right because they didn't know what was going to happen here in the state of Florida in the last 10 to 15 years. They were basing their information, their data on the 10 years from, most likely, from 1980 to 1989, okay? So yes, if we were on that same path of growth, most likely it would have taken that long or pretty close to it to hit that 2040 line, right? But we've doubled that. So we have to, when we look at these things, they're all about looking at projections, right? And so there was no way for them to predict what was happening today. We are literally getting 1,000 people a day in the state of Florida. 1,000. Economically, from an economic standpoint, we have to do something, right? Because everybody's paying higher taxes. Because why? We're dealing with supply and demand issues. Why is the average price of a home over $500,000 because of supply and demand, right? So how do we take that average price and lower it? Well, we have to create more supply, okay? We have to create more supply. So when we create more supply, our taxes are lower. So this not only affects you guys, this affects the whole county, right? This affects the whole county. So we're going to be dealing with some growing pains. I mean, the fact of the matter is people aren't moving to the east coast of Florida. They're coming to the west coast. They're coming to southwest Florida, and they're coming all over the nation. And so as we look at this, we have to really think about the overall situation for the people of Manatee County and how this affects them later on down the road. So I get it. I understand. And now it's upon us. And now we have to make hard decisions based on this. But we all need to take a step back and really look at the overall situation. And that's what I'm currently trying to do right now is look at this whole thing, taking a step back and seeing how we can continually to improve the way of life, to where it's essentially affordable, to where people can still enjoy the things out here that they've moved here to enjoy. We're not stopping people from moving here.
Commissioner Bearden?
Yep.
I hate to break in, but we're going to have to recess for 5 minutes for the tape to be changed.
Okay.
So we're in recess for 5 minutes.
Yep.
You got it?
Okay.
I take it back.
All right.
All right.
So,
He
I mean,
changed his mind.
I think, with my final words, I just appreciate, everybody's input. But when we're looking at this, we really need to look at this in a way of, okay, they established it in 1989. What was the growth back then? We're in a completely different situation today. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I hate when people say, I'm going to echo it, but that's kind of what I had. I mean, look, do you think back that long ago, somebody did a hyper analysis of projected growth rate and conveniently came up with exactly 2040, which was also the exact same 2040 Sarasota had, the exact same 2040 the Sarasota Manatee MPO had. It's a round number based on expectations, based on future growth at the time. And as Commissioner Bearden said, the growth was significantly different back then. That's just how things go. We've at one point in time projected further out with our landfill. We projected further out with Lake Manatee. We're not going to wait until whatever those projections were to start sourcing water or to source a new landfill. We have to adjust based upon the reality of the situation. We have not at this point moved the FDEB. When this first transmittal came up for this 2.1.2.8, I fought against it. I think I may have been the only one or maybe one other person when this first came up, so we could assess what we were going to do. But it's been transmitted. It is in the comp plan, and it avoids leapfrogging east of the FDAB line, but it doesn't move it. I know everyone's going to say, well, it does. Well, they still have to put in their own infrastructure, put in their own roadways. It doesn't. If I move the FDAB line clear out to Wachula Road, people can leapfrog, because as long as you're west of that line, you can do what you want. Here they cannot. Here there's a progression out. And, urban sprawl is having random parcels of development far out into the distance and having, the septic tanks and so forth on the one house per 5 acres. This keeps a smooth burn out east while we work this out. And if people say they want to be part of the planning, well, we voted to redo this comp plan. And that comp plan and the future land use map are going to be discussed in depth by this board for a good 12, 18, 24 months while we redo it based upon the reality that it is Manatee County today, based on development that has occurred since 1989. Because in 1989, when I was down in Sarasota, there was nothing out east of 75. I mean, you would go on State Road 70, if you were coming from 301, you go as far as the Walmart. And that's pretty much as far as you would go. Things moved over. My grandmother moved into Lakewood Ranch forever ago. Nobody could figure out what she was doing because right past Country Club was a gate with cattle. you know, that's just, we've been progressing further and further out east. And if you want to look around north and south of us, everyone acts like this is a Manatee County problem. You know, look up in Hillsborough at Fishhawk, look at Durant, look down to Sarasota, High Hat, look at Babcock Ranch. Things are moving out because people are moving to the west coast of Florida. It's a great place to live, and people are trying to accommodate the people moving in. And there are two ways of doing it, and anyone who's been sitting here all afternoon saw the other alternative when we just had a bunch of people come up and complain about infill development of three stories to try to fit people in on an infill basis. I said during that discussion of now hours ago that there were two options: infill out west or continue going out east. People aren't going to like it no matter which way we go. If we don't build anything as a supply-demand issue, then housing prices go up. Guess what? People don't like that either. There's a no-win situation. We're up here trying to do the best we can to accommodate the growth without going extremely crazy. I know everyone thinks it's going to be extremely crazy no matter what we do, but that's just the give and take and the balancing act we're all up here trying to adhere to. And so people are out looking for opportunities. People are saying we're hurting developers or we're hurting farmers and we're kicking them off. Well, Taylor Ranch is Jay Taylor. He is the farmer. He's voluntarily doing that. Everything up on Moccasin Wall is McClure. They were the farmer. They know what they're doing here. We're not hurting Hunsader. This was Hunsader's property. I don't know what you think they were selling this land for, but it wasn't at ag price, and I guarantee they didn't think it was going to remain ag when they sold it to the current applicant. You know, people know what they're doing. This is the progression, and people are monetizing ag land today, and good for them. It's their private property. They're selling it to private developers to sell to private home buyers on the back end, and as long as there's a market for that across that entire spectrum, then I have no problem with it whatsoever. And in fact, I already made this motion to approve.
Are you finished? Yep. Okay. I don't have any other commissioners on the board. We do have a motion by Commissioner Cruz with a second by Commissioner Ron. So if you will, commissioners, go ahead and vote, please.
And these are being voted on separately?
They do need to be separate, don't they?
Yes.
All right, this will be
Up on
item
the
number
screen.
20.
Thank you.
All right, all the votes are in. It is approved 5-0. It's approved, ma'am. All right, we need a motion now for item number 21. We have a motion by Commissioner Cruz with a second by Commissioner Ron. If you place your votes, please. The votes are in, and it is unanimous at 5-0. It passes. All right, thank you very much, commissioners. That is the last thing on our agenda. Wait, we need James. James. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to follow up Commissioner Satcher's comments.
Please,
One
quiet.
possible motion would be motion directs staff to bring back options to the board regarding the amendment to thoroughfare plan and the council plan for the future thoroughfare directions of Rangeland Parkway and 44th Avenue East. And I just kept it open, that's all I said.
To make,
Give a location, will you be?
to make efforts to avoid,
Well, I didn't want to make it specific to that.
And Hunsader, pumpkins.
okay, so then I should just say so moved?
Yeah.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Satcher with a second by Commissioner Ron. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. It's approved unanimously. Is there anything else that we need to do before we adjourn? Not seeing anything, this meeting is adjourned.